The roofs of the houses turned purple. The lovers, holding hands, looked down at the valley still in the full gloom. The young man's eyes sparkled. Luo Si, tomorrow you will be my wife, and we'll be together forever. Spend the rest of my life with you. It's beautiful. Luo Si mysteriously said, Zhao Zhen, I have a gift for you. A question appeared in the young man's eyes. What gift have you prepared for me? And then a sharp blade flashed. Luo Si resolutely stabbed the blade into the young man's chest. A punch, another punch. Luo Xi's eyes were cold and determined. Lo! Zhao Zhen shrieked. Luo Si didn't stop. Another blow. Zhao Zhen groaned in pain. Luo Si, why did you do this to me? You can't blame me. You have no right to do that. The girl's hand touched Zhao Zhen, and the young man, losing his balance, began to fall from the roof down into the darkness. Luo Si said after him, You only have yourself to blame for what happened. Why? I'm not ready! I'm not ready to die! Shouted Zhao Zhen, retreating downwards. And then the rising sun illuminated the young man falling down. Terror froze on his face. He saw the sun in all its glory. A ray of sunlight struck him at the spot where Luo Si had stuck her blade. Blood oozed from his mouth. The young man's face was numb with horror. Zhao Chen shouted in his sleep in his bed. Was it a dream? Zhao Chen touched the spot where the wound should be. Cold sweat trickled down his face. Where am I now? Am I alive? What's wrong with me? Zhao Zhen sat perplexed on the edge of the bed. There was the sound of a door opening. Jenner, you finally come to your senses. His mother stood on the doorstep. His mother was scared to death. If anything had happened to Jenner, she wouldn't have survived it. Mom? A flash of surprise flashed through the young man's mind. He was going through a brainstorm. A vapor appeared on his face. How so? Qianyuan Kingdom. Son of a nobleman, a worthless bastard. I was reborn after 300 years. His mom was concerned. Decided to get him some medicine. The woman came out of her son's room. It's been 300 years. Luo Si, you have caused me so much pain. I swear on my title of Martial Emperor, if you are still alive, I will kill you. The young man's eyes shone with anger. And then, a young man came into the room, kicked open the door with his foot. Ha ha! This pile of trash hasn't died yet? He uttered in amazement. He grabbed Zhao Yan by the throat. He decided to teach him a lesson. Zhao Yan was surprised. That's right, you're still alive. You're very lucky. Jenner decided that he wanted to kill the young master of this house. Ha ha ha. The young man laughed back. A bunch of trash who, at 15 years of age, has not yet awakened his spiritual roots, thinks he can call himself a young master? Jenner lowered his head. You are forbidden to take part in the ceremony that will take place in 3 days. Otherwise! The young man raised his fist above his head, swinging it at Jenner. Jenner's hand easily stopped her opponent's lunge. Otherwise what? Said Jenner with equanimity. The young man was very indignant. Haha, grinned Jenner. Is that the best he could do? Is he looking for death? Even after my reincarnation, defeating an insect like you won't be difficult. The young man boiled with rage. He pounced on Jenner, but Jenner grabbed his groin and squeezed him as hard as he could. That hurt. Ah, the young man screamed. Tears sprang involuntarily from his eyes. He fell to the floor and began squirming in terrible pain. How dare you raise your hand against me, young man? The young man stood up. The blade glinted as it was taken out of its sheath. Zhao Chen, no one will definitely be able to save you today. The blade was pointed towards Zhao Chen. Mother's footsteps were heard. Zhao Yan, what are you trying to do? Mother warned that if Zhao Yan tried to attack him, she would have to call the disciplinary elders. It's definitely not worth it, Zhao Yan thought to himself. He put the blade back in its scabbard. He decided to deal with the young man after the ceremony. As he left the room, Zhao Yan said, Aunt Zhao, it has become dangerous outside. I advise you not to let him go out alone. Who knows what might happen to him out there? Why does he walk so strangely? My mother wondered as she looked at the young man. He must be sick with something, grinned Jur in response. The moon rose. It was a full moon. After his rebirth, all of his past life's labors were gone. Jenner sat meditating, but the knowledge hadn't disappeared. With his experience, reaching the Martial Emperor realm would be a matter of time. A ball of fire appeared on the young man's fingers. Show yourself. The orb began to grow in size. A heaven-devouring heaven technique appeared in his hand. Even though it's a forbidden technique, I have no other choice. Everyone knows that once the spiritual root is awakened, nothing can be changed. But with this technique, I will be able to absorb the roots of others and improve my own. In time, my spiritual root will reach the level of true geniuses. Jenner continued to meditate. Bijit, a black hole appeared in his chest. Ah! Jenner exclaimed. He dropped to all fours in surprise. What is it? Began to shout to Jenner. Why is she here? His eyes burned when he discovered the heaven-devouring technique. That energy entered his body. He didn't think that the energy was still in him. Jenner is going through a stage of assimilation. And oh, miracle! The black hole began to fade away. Perhaps he was reborn, thanks to her. He hopes that in the future, he will be able to find out what it is. A crane soared over the practice area. The training didn't stop for a second. This is where the training energy is most concentrated. There are only 3 days left until the ceremony begins. Zhao Qin crouched down on the meditation training ground. There were indignant exclamations behind the young man's back. The crowd was indignant. Why is he here? You're nothing. The shouts turned into insults, growing louder and louder. How dare you show up here? Get out of here! Zhao Tian, the grandson of the second elder, had awakened with a yellow rank root and had already reached the initial stage of the yellow stage. Someone from the crowd started to bully Zhao Chen. You dare say something back? I said get out! The young man was burning with anger. How dare you even speak to me? You must be looking for death! He had insulted Zhao Tian. The crowd was murmuring. Didn't they say that he would be bedridden for a long time? Take my first punch. A fist flew past his head, but his opponent calmly dodged it. Zhao Chen swung around. Now it's your turn. Zhao Chen's fist slammed into his opponent's jaw with lightning speed. How so? The astonished crowd began to shout. Who did you call a lowlife? Zhao Chen said to his crushed opponent. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Stay away from me. The loser pleaded with horror. It's already too late, Zhao Chen said coldly. All pay their respects to the elder. An elder has appeared. He simply adores Zhao Tian. Zhao Tian wrapped his arms around the elder's legs and began to complain about Zhao Chen with a cry. If you had come later, I would probably be dead by now. The elder indignantly called Zhao Chen a scum who wanted to kill the best warrior. The elder decided to teach Zhao Chen a lesson because the Grand Marquise was apparently unable to do so. Everyone around them became numb from the intense pressure that the elder had created. They could do nothing about it. Ha! That's it? Is he trying to scare me? Zhao Chen was surprised. Zhao Chen concluded that the elder couldn't tell the difference between truth and lies. This decision of the elder could not be called fair. The elder was surprised that this young man could withstand such pressure. Who the hell are you to lecture me? The elder shrieked. Zhao Chen decided to fight the elder. In the Qianyuan realm, there are only 6 stages of development. Yellow, black, earthly, heavenly, innate, and elevation stage. Only masters of the innate stage can use voice transmission. But this young man hasn't even awakened his spirit root yet? How is that even possible? It would be better for you to be quiet, Zhao Chen thought to himself. Otherwise, you will continue practicing the sun flame technique. The poison in your heart will continue to accumulate, and you will die in 7 days. The young man's eyes glittered with anger. Ah, the elder began to shout. He never told anyone about it. How did that kid find out? Zhao Chen ordered the elder to obey, gave him 3 seconds to think about it. 3. Just then, the defeated warrior stood between them and shouted to Zhao Chen to obey the elder. 2. Zhao Chen pronounced, Where's your self-confidence gone? Why should he trust a young man like you? Life or death, it's up to you. 1. Zhao Chen pronounced, If there's a chance of survival, it's worth the risk. On your knees. There was a shout. The elder ordered the defeated youth to kneel down and beg Zhao Chen's forgiveness. The crowd was horrified. Did the Grand Elder reprimand him? Why did he stand up for Zhao Chen? Zhao Chen smirked that someone wanted to go against him. The young man who had been defeated became like a child. He cried and clung to the elder. The elder kicked him with his foot and sent him away, and ordered him to apologize to Zhao Chen. And so it happened. He bowed down and begged for forgiveness. Zhao Chen chased him away. Now, the elder is also asking Zhao Chen to help him deal with the fire poison. Zhao Chen agreed under 2 conditions. To keep today's incident a secret and to obey him in everything. The elder didn't like it. Zhao Chen didn't give up, either agree or die. The elder agreed. So Zhao Chen told the elder what he should do. For 7 days the elder shall take twice daily the urine of this little one. The elder didn't believe it. He thought that Zhao Chen was deceiving him. Zhao Chen said that the urine was full of energy and would handle the elder's poison. I had to trust the elder this time. At night on a full moon, the sound of the wind can be heard. Zhao Chen meditates while sitting on a mat. The black hole in his chest appeared again, and the red heart pulsed in time with his breathing. It's been 3 days of meditation. Mom knocked on the door. The initiation ceremony is about to begin. The door creaked open. Chen went with his mother for the initiation ceremony. The sacrificial altar of the Marquise family. Everyone raves about him. The altar is gorgeous. To win, Zhao Chen must awaken his spiritual roots. Someone shouted at him. This someone resents Zhao Chen's appearance at the ceremony. Despite his warning, Zhao Chen is indifferent. He decisively punched his opponent in the chest. Zhao Chen took the frightened mom by the hand and led her further. The enraged opponent did not relent. Someone in the crowd tried to stop the angry young man, but the guards at the ceremony called for calm with their entire appearance. He decided to straighten out Zhao Chen after the initiation. Everyone's already gathered, and began to murmur condemning Zhao Chen. And now the time has come. Solemn beginning of the sacrificial rite of awakening spiritual roots. A drum gong sounded. The crowd exclaimed. The elders suggested that everyone donate some of their blood to the altar, and all in a united effort they bare their hand. Zhao Chen also joined them. A drop of blood from his finger rushed down the aisle. The sacrificial altar changed color. What's happening to him? There were whispers all around. The tension was building. The warrior has awakened to his spiritual roots, and it started happening to everyone in the vicinity. Only Genshin was silent. They began to laugh at him. They told each other that Genshin would fail this year too, and only the mom believed in her son. "I don't believe it!" shouted everyone in the neighborhood. Genshin tensed up. He couldn't miss another chance. He wasn't satisfied with his usual fate. He demanded an awakening of spiritual roots, and again his chest heaved. Spiritual light poured into the black hole. The elder was surprised and pondered while looking at Genshin. A miracle has happened. Genshin has awakened his spiritual roots. The wisest of the elders declared the ceremony complete. Genshin is forced to restrain the immense strength within himself. No one believed him, and everyone laughed at him. Genshin blew his luck, everyone said. Genshin held back his strength. He knew that these people around him wouldn't understand the heaven-devouring technique. Spiritual roots have been awakened. The road of revenge has begun, Luoxi, beware. Genshin imagined how he would deal with Luoxi. Mom suggested that Chen'er wait for the master and get out of here. But no one wanted to let them go. There were people approaching Zhao Chen and his mom. It was that young man whose scrotum had been injured by Genshin's hand. Zhao Chen's mom was greatly surprised. Zhao Chen reassured his mother, for he had awakened his spiritual roots. But once again, no one believed him. Everyone claimed that the spiritual light had passed by. He was still shamed by everyone. The altercation between the young men was escalating. Zhao Chen offered to test it out. Zhao Chen was ready to fight. He had calculated everything. The testing of the rank of spiritual roots begins, proclaimed the elder. All 6 ranks, each with their own fire, shone on the altar. Here we go, announced the oldest. A pillar of a certain color began to pass through each warrior, and Zhao Chen was the only one who wasn't illuminated. Everyone began to mock him. Those assholes. Zhao Chen was unfazed. 2 whole roots of earthly rank. The Marquis family deserves respect. Someone from the youth has awakened an earth rank root. It will be hard to compete with him. An elder, looking at the fact that Zhao Chen didn't have a glowing pillar, suggested that he wanted to fake the results. A red dragon circled the altar. The elder wanted to get rid of Zhao Chen. He sent his assistant to do it. The warriors rushed towards Zhao Chen to lead him out of here. And then Zhao Chen's spiritual roots opened up. The young man's eyes sparkled. Everyone was perplexed by what was happening around them. Zhao Chen's entire body was immersed in the pillar of light. It wasn't even a beam. Everyone around him began to believe that Zhao Chen had awakened his spiritual roots. It was so powerful. But how could he do that? And Mom was the only one who believed in him. The second lady of the Marquis family and her son were annoyed. The elders also believed Zhao Chen, but why did his pillar of light last so long? Yellow rank is not enough, his opponent shouted. Everyone started whispering that it might be the rank of the spiritual roots had increased. Zhao Chen was surprised by the heaven-devouring technique. I wonder what rank he would be able to reach. Everyone is surprised and outraged. Another pillar of light. This time, its roots had reached the earth rank. Unbelievable, he's done it again. How far he can go. The next rank of spiritual roots is already heavenly. The second lady of the Marquis family decided that Zhao Chen was stronger than her son, who only had a black rank. Zhao Chen's mom didn't hide her excitement for her son. The son of the second lady of the Marquis family was scared. After all, he had almost killed Zhao Chen earlier. Now, if he gets stronger, he'll want revenge. He rushed towards Zhao Chen. He decided to finish off Zhao Chen before he gets even stronger. Chen'er's mom exclaimed in fear for her son. The second lady of the Marquis family sent her son to finish off Zhao Chen. The crowd was inciting both men in anticipation of the bout. We must interrupt the ceremony. Then Zhao Chen's spiritual roots will be destroyed, and he will fail. The opponent roared at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen coldly sent him away. The opponent booed even more. The elder decided to intervene. No one may interrupt the ceremony. The ceremony of awakening the spiritual roots must continue. The elder banished the instigator. A powerful force pillar was directed by the elder's hand in his direction. The instigator fell to the ground exhausted. The crowd was yelling that Zhao Chen now had earth-rank spiritual roots, and he would become very strong in the future. The second lady of the Marquis family called out to her son. She approached him and lifted him off the ground. He began to make excuses that he had almost succeeded in dealing with Zhao Chen. The woman turned reproachfully to the elder. The elder countered her that if it weren't for the Marquis' reputation, her son would have been dead long ago. Wisdom was evident in the elder's gaze. The servants began to calm him down. The second lady of the Marcus family came to her senses and began to apologize. Zhao Chen's gaze swept towards the heavens. The crowd whispered that Zhao Chen could be among the top 20 talents of the Tianyuan realm. The elder was surprised, believing that the heavenly rank roots were so easily obtained by Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen's mom was very happy for her son, yet Zhao Chen still had his envious friends. Now they had a claim on the altar. The elder didn't like it. "You got off easy. I suggest you shut up." The second lady of the Marcus family and her son couldn't settle down either. Sparks of contempt and envy lit up in their eyes. Zhao Chen was satisfied with the heavenly rank. Everyone noticed that the spiritual light around Zhao Chen was changing again. If this continues, his spiritual root will be able to reach an innate rank. In the entire Tianyuan realm, there is only one such talent. The elder realized that Zhan Che's family had a splendid future ahead of them. His servants were obediently silent. But someone pointed out that the innate rank doesn't have the same color. Green, it is the heavenly rank of spiritual roots. Yellow is the earthly rank of spiritual roots. Orange and black rank spiritual roots.
Red is the yellow rank of spiritual stones.
The crowd began to resent Zhao Chen's yellow rank again, the lowest rank. Everyone was screaming that the yellow rank was the rank of the common trash, and even the elder was upset that he hadn't witnessed the birth of Aeneas. Now no one would be able to stop Zhao Chen's opponent. He decided to cripple Zhao Chen for life. Chen Er's mom decided to warn him of the impending danger. The second lady of the Marquis family decided to stop her. "Zhao Chen must not die here. Who will treat the defeated?" He rushed towards Zhao Chen. "We should ban the battle before the ceremony is over." He tried to enlist the support of Elder Mo. "It's a simple competition, not a battle. There's no reason for the Grand Elder to interfere." The Elder decided to banish him from the altar. "It all depends on the Grand Elder's abilities." They clashed in a melee. A strong wave of energy formed between them. The people around him whispered that no one could help Zhao Chen anymore. His days were numbered. The Elder called the second young master for help. The forces were unequal. The second young master liked it. He gladly decided to get into the fight. Zhao Chen's mom started screaming in terror. The elder's face twisted in anger. He decided he was too late. The second young master headed out to destroy Zhao Chen. The second lady of the Marquis family, his mother, praised her son. Zhao Chen was cold-blooded. He realized that his opponent was only capable of a pitiful collection of energy. Zhao Chen's opponent decided to unleash his power-gay opponent with fury. Zhao Chen calmly met him. Zhao Chen coldly suggested to his opponent not to overestimate his strength. Zhao Chen called upon the innate spiritual roots to appear to him. The crowd roared with fear. The innate spiritual roots appeared to Zhao Chenyu. He is the only one like this in the entire Tianyuan kingdom, and only the elder was happy about it. He realized that their kingdom could rise even higher. The contraction must be stopped immediately. The warriors realized that given enough time, Zhao Chen would be able to become the ruler of the region with such strength, and only his opponent couldn't accept it. He couldn't let Zhan Chen surpass him. A fist of fury descended upon Zhao Chen, but he easily parried his opponent's lunge and sent him away. "Ah!" The defeated youth's face contorted in anger, and he fell to the ground exhausted. The crowd was astonished as Zhao Chen crippled Zhao Yan with a single blow using the power of heaven and earth. The elder lashed out with anger at the defeated man. The elder accused him of wanting to cripple the genius and prevent their family from rising to prominence. The second lady of the Marquis family, his mother, intervened in the conversation. Her son began to ask her for help. She resolutely stood up for her son. The elder slapped the woman with curses. The elder swung his blade at the woman, ready to kill her. Now her son tearfully pleaded for help. Zhao Shan decided to intervene in this confrontation. Zhao Chen asked my lord to have mercy on the defeated young man and his mother. The crowd was puzzled by Zhao Chan's action. Zhao Yan couldn't believe his eyes. My lord was surprised at that too. He had not misheard. Zhao Chen announced that only he could take Zhao Yan's life. The crowd became even more indignant. My lord agreed, sliding the blade into its scabbard, and decided to let Zhao Yan go only out of respect for Zhao Chen. The defeated young man turned away with a shudder. But he decided that he wasn't afraid of Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen gave his opponent 5 days to recover his strength. Then he would come back to deal with Zhao Yan. The crowd continued to be outraged by Zhao Chen's behavior, not believing in his victory after 5 days. Zhao Yan agreed to hold the bout in 5 days. He was confident of his victory. Zhao Yan took his mother and got ready to leave, but Zhao Chen called out to him. Why is he leaving? Zhao Chen decided that Zhao Yan should thank him with a couple of spirit stones as a token of gratitude for his mercy. Zhao Yan resented such insolence. Zhao Chen didn't expect such a response. Zhao Yan heard cries of indignation behind his back, so he decided to give the stones to Zhao Chen. The one in turn thanked the defeated young man for the pouch of spirit stones. At this, the young men parted. Zhao Yan was confident that in 5 days, he would make his opponent regret it. Zhao Chen's mother expressed doubt in her son's ability to win the battle after 5 days. Just then, my lord approached them. He cautioned Zhao Chen against being overconfident. Zhao Chen thanked him for his concern. Flying away, my lord invited Zhao Chen to attend the Feng Yun tournament to be held in the Tianyuan Kingdom in 3 months. The young man's mother thought for a moment. After all, this is a responsible tournament. The top 50 warriors would receive invaluable development resources. Zhao Chen decided to prepare for this crucial tournament. My lord's aide walked over to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen stopped him and suggested that they meet in 4 days. Thoth agreed and offered his help just in case. The old man had his own devious plans for this. Zhao Chen let him go for 4 days. The old man thought the young man was being very impertinent because of his new powers. Zhao Chen announced to his mom that he was hungry and noodles would be good right now. Zhao Chen was surprised that a lot of people in this family wanted to provide him with a lot of problems. After returning home, Zhao Chen, everyone started calling him the third young master, and everyone admired his strength and courage. Zhao Chen was very surprised by the situation at home. Everyone began to offer Zhao Chen their family treasures to Zhao Chen as a tribute to his strength and genius. People began to bicker and fight over the right to be the first to approach the third young master. There was even an altercation. Zhao Chen agreed to accept all the gifts in tribute. He decided to pacify the crowd so that the doors in his house would not be broken down from the crush. His mom was the most surprised. It seems the news of your awakening has preceded you. Now everyone, even the simple servants, are trying to please you. Zhao Chen gladly accepted all the gifts. After all, now he wouldn't have any problems with resources for a while. The mother was happy for her son. When the news reached his father, he would be very proud. Zhao Chen became indignant. Where was his father when everyone was humiliating them? Why didn't he intercede? Your mother started sticking up for her husband. He's still your father. Zhao Chen sadly walked into the house. It's okay, thought the woman. Soon you will understand everything. Zhao Chen decided to increase his strength because the awakening this time was very dangerous. He held a glowing stone in his hand. The gaping black hole in his chest reappeared. The stone floated in front of him. Along with this black hole, Zhao Chen's absorption ability increased by several times. Zhao Chen was ecstatic at what was happening. He was now invincible. Zhao Chen continued to meditate and hoped for another absorption. Finally, after so many years of unsuccessful attempts, he managed to enter the yellow stage. Zhao Yan took 3 whole months to do it. Zhao Chen did it in 3 hours. Unbelievable. But suddenly something went wrong. What's the matter? Said Zhao Chen indignantly. The stone changed color to blood. How could this be possible? Zhao Chen was very surprised. It turns out that black hole and spiritual roots merged together. There was no mention of such a thing in the technique book. Zhao Chen wasn't sure if it was a good thing. Someone knocked on the door, shouting out that he should definitely see the third young master. It was the voice of an elder. Zhao Chen was very surprised. The door swung open and the elder fell in asking for help, for he might die now. He fell to the floor and began squirming in front of Zhao Chen and his mother's feet. The woman became frightened and wondered what had happened. She motioned for the elder to come up and explain what had really happened. The elder was not himself, as he was burning from the inside out. Turns out he couldn't take the poison anymore. It was burning him from the inside out. Zhao Chen decided to end his suffering and help the sick man. He directed his energies toward the sick man. His mother urged him to stop immediately. It was dangerous. The old man clenched his teeth angrily. Zhao Chen's strength had entered him. It was unbelievable. The old man flew back with force into the doorway. Blood flowed from the old man's mouth. His eyes were closed in fear.
The elder thought that Zhao Chen had decided to finish off the old man. The mother was surprised that her son had done that to the elder.
The young man motioned for them to look at it. He pointed with his finger. The pool of blood, it turns out, contained some of the poison that nearly killed the elder. The elder was surprised and pleased. Indeed, he now felt much better than before. The mother wondered if the elder's body was all right now after such a procedure. The elder thanked the third young master for the cure and declared that he would remember the favor for the rest of his life. The elder decided to follow the third young master. After all, this strike was comparable to practicing the initial stage of the yellow stage. Zhao Chen had achieved this just a few days after his initiation. Zhao Chen will now need some herbal medicine. After all, he had only rid the elder of part of the poison. Zhao Chen glanced at the scroll. The elder was very surprised that Zhao Chen could brew herbal medicines, but some of the herbs on the list were the first the elder had heard of. Zhao Chen said that without these herbs, salvation was out of the question. If the elder didn't believe him, he could leave. The elder begged for help. He asks not to be abandoned and is ready to follow the master. The young man's mother could not recognize the elder. What had happened to him? He used to be so arrogant. Zhao Chen decided to save the elder after all, as he helped the young man a little during the ceremony. But for that, the elder must first go with the master to Luo Pavilion. The elder was very surprised. Still, they went to Luo's pavilion together. After all, Luo Pavilion was the largest medicinal herb store in this kingdom. It is. Even the elder was in agreement. The pavilion is divided into 3 floors. Anyone can enter the first floor. To enter the second floor, one must be either a nobleman or a cultivator of at least the black stage. Only alchemists were allowed on the 3rd floor. It was a very restricted area. The men were very curious. Zhao Chen suggested going into the store and looking around. Perhaps they could find the medicine they needed here. The store was bustling with activity. The vendors were beckoning customers to shell out more money and buy various potions. Zhao Chen didn't like the goods on the 1st floor. They turned out to be very mediocre. Zhao Chen pulled the elder behind him to the 2nd floor. The latter immediately agreed, but there was a guard at the entrance to the 2nd floor who didn't want to let them through. Zhao Chen explained that they need to get to the 2nd floor. They were going to get medicine. The guard was adamant, as he didn't want to let the yellow stair trash enter the 2nd floor. Zhao Chen objected to him. The guard might be wrong. The elder asked the 3rd young master to deal with the guard himself. Zhao Chen yanked him back and suggested that he not interfere. The guard, rolling up his sleeves, decided to teach Zhao Chen a lesson for his insolence. The customers are frantic. Why would a young warrior bully the guards? It could cost him dearly. The guard swung violently, wanting to teach Zhao Chen a lesson. Zhao Chen only snapped back. He didn't even budge. Dodging slightly, Zhao Chen dodged the blow. The guard roared with rage. How dare that boy slip away from the blow? In response, the guard received a vicious slap. Zhao Chen thanked the guard, who flew off to the side for the lesson. The buyers were surprised by the young man's act. Either he is from a powerful 7, or he will be finished for such an act. No one has the right to beat the pavilion guards in the pavilion. The guard with a swollen cheek pounced on Zhao Chen in a rage. The elder cautioned the young master to keep his temper in check. The young man objected, for he could not stand still while the guard wanted to beat him. The elder tried to reason with the young man. He just didn't realize how strong Luo Pavilion was yet. There were footsteps coming from upstairs. No one dares to behave like that here. Zhao Chen saw a beautiful girl in a red dress coming down from the 2nd floor. The customers in the store exclaimed that it was Tang Ruo. Why is she here? She's the apprentice of the pavilion master, a 2-star alchemist. Everyone is afraid of her. The guard began to complain to the young girl. He was almost killed by an alien. Tang Ruo exclaimed at the guard that he couldn't even handle even the initial stage of the yellow stage. I wish he had died of shame. And the guard immediately let his breath out. The girl insultingly called out to Zhao Chen. She doesn't care who he is, but if he's got a beef at the pavilion, let him prepare for the consequences. He's not gonna get away with it. The elder tried to explain that this is the 3rd young master of the family, and it's his first time in this pavilion. He doesn't know all the rules. The girl had already heard of Zhao Chen, a young man with innate roots. They were indignant that this did not give the young man the right to behave like this in the pavilion. The girl was very surprised that Zhao Chen was not afraid of her despite being at the late stage of the celestial stage. She suggested that Young deal with what the rules were at the pavilion. Zhao Chen became angry. He didn't care about the local rules. Even her father, the master, wouldn't dare tell him what to do. The visitors to the pavilion began to resent. 100 Zhao Chen's behavior was very defiant. The girl became furious and started chasing the young man out of the pavilion. The elder asked her not to make any shibboleths and chased Zhao Chen away. Zhao Chen suggested that the elder calm down. He would handle it himself. Zhao Chen was confident that the girl wouldn't dare to touch him. Miss Tang was surprised at the young man's self-confidence. I dare you. The pendant on her chest glowed green. The flower of tranquility. Gunyan herb. Looks like Ms. Tang was trying to purify the qi pill. The crowd around him was very surprised that the young man knew alchemy. But that wouldn't save him. Ms. Tang asked Zhao Chen how he knew about the qi purifying pill. The young man stated that he knows more than that. He knows that the girl has no way of clearing it. The girl was surprised that the guy knew all about her. Ms. Tan thought that maybe he was an alchemist too. He said she put a flower of tranquility at the end each time. Yes, that's right, the girl confirmed. He said she missed the most important thing. Miss Tan became indignant. If something was wrong, she would certainly understand everything. Or maybe he's an alchemist too, Ms. Tang thought of Zhao Chen. Of course I'm an alchemist. Even respected alchemists have asked me to give them advice. Everyone thought of Zhao Chen that having innate spiritual roots and being an alchemist, a splendid future awaited him. Ms. Tan asked the young man to show his star plate, since he claims to be an alchemist. Zhao Cho was surprised, since he didn't know what it was. Everyone laughed. He's not an alchemist if he doesn't know what a star plate is. The star plate is a special item that confirms the status of an alchemist. It also shows your current rank, the elder whispered. It turns out that it's much easier to distinguish alchemists by plate, Zhao Chen thought. Ms. Tan has such a plate on her chest, and she's wearing 2 stars, which confirm that she's a 2-star alchemist. Ms. Tan was surprised that the young man didn't know such simple things about the plate. She ordered the young man to bow down and admit his mistakes. Zhao Chen was surprised that people couldn't recognize the obvious, and he responded to Ms. Tan's red energy with his blue energy. Ms. Tang wondered if there was something wrong with this young man's soul power. The crowd realized that this was the mental power of Zhao Chen's soul. Zhao Chen got upset and said that the girl had crossed the line. Ms. Tang fell to the ground and decided that his mental strength was no weaker than hers, and his spiritual strength was even worse. He's still very young, she thought. He's only 15. The elder was glad that he had made the right choice. After all, Zhao Chen was also an alchemist. Zhao Chen decided to go straight to the 3rd floor, bypassing the 2nd floor. And the girl shouldn't stop him. But she disobeyed and grabbed the young man's arm and asked him to tell her what she did wrong during the pill cleansing. And Zhao Chen agreed to tell her everything. Zhao Chen took the girl's hand. She wondered what he wanted to do to her. A blush appeared on her cheeks. The young man moved closer to her face. Put the Gongyin herb at the very end. When the pill is forming, just add a couple drops of mystic spirit. After that, Zhao Chen led the elder to the 3rd floor. Miss Tan was outraged by the young man's behavior, and I decided to tell my master. The crowd was amazed by Zhao Chen's behavior and wanted to be like him. The best alchemy room of the Luo Pavilion. Ms. Tan turned to her master as she entered this room. Master was surprised at Ms. Tan's agitation. H told him the correct recipe for making key pills. Mata was amazed that his student had figured it out on her own. He thought she had 3 more months to study, but when he found out she had help, he wondered who could have done it. She said she was helped by an alchemy master, a 15-year-old young man. The master was very surprised, and he wanted to see the young man, and ordered him to take him immediately to the young man. It was the first time the girl had seen her master so excited. Low Pavilion, 2nd floor. The elder turned to the 3rd young master. He wanted to know if the medicine they needed was on the 2nd floor. The foreman said they didn't. Although the quality of grass here is better than on the 1st floor, but it's still not enough. We have to go to the 3rd floor. A young girl appeared on her way to the 3rd floor and suggested that the men wait.
Because you can't go to the 3rd floor without a star plate.
But then the pavilion master appeared. The girl was surprised to see him. The men were surprised too. Master Pavilion was accompanied by Miss Tan. All 3 of them knelt down in respect before the pavilion master. Everyone in the neighborhood paid tribute to the pavilion master. Zhao Chen saw Luo Pavilion steer for the first time. Miss Tan was indignant. Then the young man stands without kneeling. The pavilion master is the vice president of the Alchemists Association. And the people around him didn't like the fact that Zhao Chen was standing in front of him without kneeling down. Zhao Chen was surprised to see a 5-star alchemist at such an age. The alchemist decided that it would be best if Miss Tan tested the young man. Zhao Chen expressed defiance. He said that in his past life, he had a 7-star alchemist as his disciple. Everyone in the pavilion decided that the young man had gone too far in his insolence. Zhao Chen was calm. Miss Tan resented the young man's behavior. The alchemist suggested that everyone calm down. After all, the guest was still too young. The alchemist couldn't believe that a 15-year-old youth was willing to cause a disturbance in the pavilion. Ms. Tan was indignant again. After all, it's not fair. The young lady was very angry with the young man for his behavior. Zhao Chen decided that the alchemist was the only sane person here. Everyone was even more surprised. After all, even an alchemist behaves like this with a young master. Ms. Tan was upset because she got in trouble for that milkman. Everyone went up to the 3rd floor of the pavilion. Zhao Chen decided that the herbs here were barely usable. Ms. Tang boiled again. After all, the best herbs from all over the kingdom are gathered here. This is literally an alchemist's paradise. Zhao Chen inquired if there was ice dew on the 3rd floor. The girl announced that they didn't have one. Zhao Chen asked if they had a mystery tree, and asked many other things. They had none of this, and Ms. Tan became furious, answering all the time with rejection. She decided that the young man was naming non-existent herbs on purpose, so that the pavilion would lose its face. However, the alchemist countered that such herbs existed, but they had not been seen in these parts for centuries. The elder was afraid that nothing could save him now. He persuaded the young master to think of another way to save his life. Zhao Chen asked the alchemist to use his lab and bring him some medicines from the list, or their substitutes. The alchemist claimed that they had these herbs, but they couldn't be mixed, for they contradict each other. Zhao Chen calmed him down and offered to watch him prepare the medicine. The people around were once again resentful because of Zhao Chen's hubris. The alchemist was starting to get nervous as well. How dare that boy tell me what to do? Ms. Tan decided that now she would see who the upstart really was, but Zhao Chen forbade the girl from watching him. After all, she is still only a student. Ms. Tang shrieked in indignation, but Zhao Chen liked pissing her off. The alchemist shrieked at Tang Ruo. Fine, the girl decided. I didn't really feel like it. The young master was surprised at Tang Rou's bad character. The elder and the alchemist began to watch Zhao Chen curiously. The alchemist bragged to the young master about his expensive pill furnace. Zhao Chen agreed with the alchemist. The pavilion master tried to be calm. He hoped to find out what this young man was hiding. The young master assumed that his mental strength was now somewhere at the level of a third-order alchemist. That would be enough. He tried to use his internal energy to light the furnace. The furnace heated to red hot and fire erupted beneath it. The pavilion master assumed that the 15-year-old youth ignited the furnace with his mental power. He has the strongest alchemist level in the Qianyuan kingdom. The healing herbs soared upward. The young man sent them into the furnace with his mind. Shimmering with all the colors of the rainbow, the roots flew into the oven. The alchemist decided to stop the young man. It's against medicinal pharmacology. You can't put herbs in the furnace right away. The young man commanded silence and looked on. He continued to conjure over the stove. It was dual management with one dual-purpose heart. The young man decided that now the purification stage had arrived. The furnace inside burst into bright flames. The elder and the alchemist watched the young man with undisguised interest. Zhao Chen sank to the floor from exhaustion. He's very tired. He hadn't cooked like this in his previous life. The elder rejoiced and said he was willing to be a faithful servant. The alchemist was the most astonished of all. How could this be possible? The elder started yelling that we should be careful with the elixir. Zhao Chen reassured him, and then the boiler started making strange, disturbing noises. The young man ordered the elder to approach. He wanted to purify the elder of his inner poison with this elixir. It was the perfect level 3 elixir. The alchemist was amazed at the young man's abilities. The young master needed a set of silver needles to finally cleanse the elder's body of the poison. Just then, the alchemist fell to his knees in front of the young man, and he asked him to take him as his disciple. Zhao Chen was very surprised by this. The elder couldn't believe his ears either. Is this a joke? But the pavilion master was completely serious. He said that the young man would make an excellent teacher, as his knowledge stretched beyond comprehension. The elder began to persuade the young man to agree, telling him of the many advantages of such a decision. The young man yanked him back. He would make his decision without advice. The elder began to apologize. The young man turned to the alchemist. Given my strength and status, I hope accepting some brat as master won't affect my reputation too much. But the young man refused the pavilion master. The elder and the alchemist were angered by the refusal. The alchemist wanted to know the reason for the refusal. Just then, Ms. Tan entered the room. She didn't want to believe the brat was up to the task. And then she saw the master kneeling. The girl asked why the alchemist was kneeling in front of this young man. The pavilion master ordered her to be quiet. She wasn't supposed to come in here. The girl took offense to the fact that the foreman yelled at her in front of a stranger. The alchemist began to apologize for the girl to Zhao Chen. Still, Zhao Chen refused to take the alchemist as an apprentice. The teacher was now stood up for by Ms. Tan. She decided to deal with the young man. An elder stood up for the young master. He decided to protect him. Ms. Tan announced that she's not afraid of anyone. She would deal with anyone. The elder was afraid that he wouldn't be able to stop this strike. The alchemist was disappointed with his apprentice, and he slapped her across the face. The girl fell down and couldn't believe that the master had raised his hand on his student. The alchemist declared that he was no match for the great Zhao Chen, a powerful alchemist. He suggested that the young man take Tang Rou as his apprentice. The young man wondered if the stubborn girl was worth taking as an apprentice. The girl refused to become his apprentice. She's never gonna go for it. He has poor qualifications to be my teacher, shouted the young lady. The alchemist shouted at her. She must realize what she was missing. Zhao Chen asked the master to get up. The master obeyed the young man. The alchemist was still hoping that the young man would take the girl as an apprentice. The young man explained that his selection criteria was strict and Miss Tan could not become his student. Ms. Tan contemptuously called the young man arrogant. The alchemist covered her mouth with her hand and told the young man that she was enamored of him. The young man and the elder did not believe him. Now the young man decided to leave with the elder to go his own way. The alchemist shouted at them. Zhao Chen stopped. The alchemist suggested taking Tang Rou as a medicine man at least, and announced that everything in the pavilion was at the young man's service. Zhao Chen agreed to take the girl as a medicine man. The alchemist rejoiced at this news, and suggested that Tang Rou thank Zhao Chen for the favor. The girl refused to leave the master. The master refused to listen to her and turned around. He announced that Tang Rou was no longer his student. The girl couldn't believe her ears. The alchemist said that she should now follow Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen pitied the pavilion master for being limited in his talents. The girl said that if the young man didn't deserve it, he would regret it. But the young man wasn't going to prove anything to anyone. The young man asked the alchemist to prepare a set of silver needles to dispel the elder's poison. The elder was unspeakably pleased. The needles were ready. To the young man, they fit. The girl didn't believe in Zhao Chen's talent. The young man prepared the Jiyang elixir and offered the elder to accept it. The elder agreed. The elder began to scream in pain as his insides were scorching. The air around Zhao Chen began to heat up. Everyone became alarmed. It takes very strong fire energy to deal with this poison. The elder was very frightened. He thought he might be burned alive. The young man urged the elder to be silent unless he was willing to die and submit. The point of the ocean of Qi, the point of heaven, the point of man. The elder was at the center of the circle. Zhao Chen was revolving around him. The young man had succeeded. He breathed a sigh of relief. The first part was done. The elder was no longer burning. He was glad that the poison had been dealt with so quickly. The alchemist and his apprentice were amazed at the young man's abilities. His skills in medicine were as strong as his skills in alchemy. Zhao Chen announced the second part of the poison expulsion ritual. With the words, "disappear," he directed his internal energy towards the elder. There was a clap of incredible force. The elder immediately flew off to the side. He suddenly started coughing up blood. After that, the young master calmed down. He announced that the deed was done. The alchemist and his female disciple were amazed at how quickly Zhao Chen managed. The elder kneeled before the young man. The old man announced that the fire poison had indeed disappeared from his body. He was ready to kiss his savior. The alchemist and Miss Tao felt a little ashamed of the elder's behavior. The young man then decided to say goodbye and leave the pavilion. The young lady announced to her mentor that she was leaving as well. She said goodbye to the alchemist and headed for the exit. And all three of them left Lo's pavilion. The alchemist said that Ruo would be better off with the young man. When the trio went outside, everyone began to wonder why Ruo Tan was following the young man. The elder suggested that the third master visit the new flavor pavilion and have some good tea. The young man agreed, and they headed to the new pavilion, ignoring the girl. And then they heard some sort of altercation. The men were interested in it. The voice sounded familiar. The young men were having an argument. The girl didn't want to give in to the young man, but the guy didn't relent and started insulting the girl. He punched her in the face. Zhao Chen decided to intercede, walked over, and grabbed the instigator's arm. The girl recognized Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen tossed the bully far aside. The one with a shriek flew far away. The elder whispered that the young men were engaged. They had better not interfere. Zhao Chen was surprised by this news, but the girl announced that she didn't want to marry the scoundrel. Zhao Chen remembered that the girl's name is Zhao Qingyan and she is his cousin. Tang Rao wondered what would happen next. Zhao Chen proposed to cancel the engagement. The cousin hugged her brother with joy. Tang Rao followed the events. The groom wasn't happy about it. He didn't want to cancel the engagement. He threatened Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen decided to deal with the instigator. He wouldn't stop and asked for a showdown. Zhao Chen slapped him with a slap, and the enemy flew far to the side. The one was surprised at Zhao Chen's immense strength. Zhao Chen towered over him. The groom was terrified of what was happening. Zhao Chen did not relent and continued. The puppy that ended up in Zhao Chen's hands put a pile of shit on the instigator's head, and everyone began to turn away from the defeated enemy. The one with shit on his head started cursing Zhao Chen and saying that he would still deal with him. Zhao Chen struck the guy again with a swing and continued to kick him and mentally humiliate him. Everyone watching around thought that the third young master of the Duke family was very cruel. It was best not to stand in his way. Zhao Chen calmed down finally, deciding that enough was enough already. The cousin was delighted with her brother's actions. Everyone around them was amazed as well. And then there was a shout from some old man. He decided to avenge the young man. It was his master. In the old man's hands was a red orb that fueled him. The cousin warned her brother of the danger. Lin Laogui. It's been a long time since we fought, the young man thought. There was a flash of fire. The old man was advancing on the young man. Cousin was frightened by the whole thing. Tang Rao was calm. The old man lifted the weakened groom up, the one who said that Zhao Chen should be done away with. Those watching the events were amazed at how quickly Zhao Chen's strength was increasing. The old man began to calm the young man who had lost the fight, and he decided to take revenge. The old man decided to deal with the elder. The elder decided to take the fight and kick the old man's ass. The groom decided his chance had come. He pounced on Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen was completely calm. The opponent began to threaten the young man. A furious fist pierced the air. The elder was afraid for his master, but Lin Laogui didn't want to let the elder go. Everyone in the neighborhood decided that Lin Yan was about to kill Zhao Chen. Tang Rao no longer believed in her master's victory. Sister hoped for his victory. Lin Yan began to land crushing blows. Zhao Chen was cool and calm. Zhao Chen wondered at his opponent's stupidity. Just then, Zhao Chen performed an alternating wind kick. It was incredible. The opponent flew far away. The ground opened up and a pillar of fire appeared from there. His opponent lay at the bottom of the hole that had formed. Not realizing what was happening, Zhao Chen declared the defeated man mediocre. Everyone around him was amazed at the young master's strength. The girls were thrilled too, and only the servant of the defeated did not stop. The elder caught up with Lin Laogui and discharged a powerful slap at him. The elder continued to beat and humiliate him. Zhao Chen didn't believe that Lin Yan wanted to kill him. Lin Yan started to threaten the victor in fear. Zhao Chen decided to take pity on him, but dealt with his little friend. Ding Yan began to beg for mercy. Zhao Chen tossed it aside. Lin Yan did not relent and asked for clemency. Zhao Chen suggested that he cancel the engagement. Of course, agreed the defeated Lin Yan. And Lin Yan shouted in front of all the people that he was canceling the engagement. The girl was unspeakably pleased. The crowd was outraged and ecstatic at the same time. Lin Yan held a grudge, but decided to get out as soon as possible. But Zhao Chen did not let him go. He remembered something. Zhao Chen kicked his opponent in the groin with a swinging kick. Lin Yan flew aside with a cry of pain. He fell to the ground, cried, and started calling for a doctor to help him. The girls giggled. The crowd applauded Zhao Chen's act. There was no way Lin Laogi could calm down. He lifted his master and began to calm him down. He whimpered and asked me to take him to the doctor as soon as possible. Lin Laogi of course agreed. He knew that the Lin family would avenge today's humiliation. The old man lifted the young man up, and they raced away. Zhao Chen was satisfied. The elder tried to reason with his master. The cousin began to thank her brother for his help. Zhao Chen said he would continue to protect her. Tang Rao also decided to take care of the young girl. She explained that she hated scumbags like that, and they all approached the White Tiger Manor. A man came out from there and pounced on Zhao Qingyan with a shout. It was her father. She explained that she didn't want to marry that scumbag. But my father was furious. He had a different opinion about the engagement. Zhao Chen stood up for his sister. His uncle told him off. After all, it was none of his business. Even if he had awakened spiritual roots, the girl's father demanded an apology. She cried. She didn't want to go back to the wedding. Zhao Chen grabbed his uncle's hand and threw it away. Just go away. The girl's father stood up. He was outraged that his nephew had attacked him. In an indescribable rage, the man lashed out at his nephew. Zhao Chen announced that he had awakened his innate spiritual roots, and Uncle might be in trouble. Uncle tensed and froze at the last second. The uncle realized that his nephew was too important to the family right now. It's not the time to touch him. Zhao Chen told his uncle that the failed fiancé might have inheritance problems. Uncle was frightened, for the Lin family would not leave it like that. Uncle decided to definitely go with his daughter to the Lin family to make amends. The daughter resolutely refused. She said that after her mother died, her father started treating her badly, and she disowned her father. The father got angry and decided to teach his daughter good manners. The girl only cried in response. That's when Tang Ruo stepped in. She kicked the man with a swinging kick. The one fell to the ground with a crash. His daughter sobbed.
Her father didn't expect such a mean blow.
Tang Ruo was furious. Haven't you realized who I am yet? Zhao Chen told his uncle that it was the pavilion manager Luo and a 2-star alchemist, and the uncle began to bow and apologize to her. The girls announced that they were now sisters. The uncle continued to bow, and the company went on their way out. But the uncle bore the greatest grudge against the young men. Zhao Chen brought the girls to his house. He asked his mother's permission for his cousin to stay with them for a while. Qingyan was a very shy girl. The woman invited her to stay with them as long as she wanted. The woman recognized the second girl as the pavilion manager Luo. She asked her son about it. The girl decided to explain to the woman herself what really happened. After all, it was the alchemist himself who sent her with Zhao Chen, to help him make pills, and to learn from him at the same time. Qingyan was amazed that her brother knew how to prepare pills. The woman couldn't believe her ears. How could this be possible? To be taught alchemy by her son. She asked her son to make things clear to his mother. Zhao Chen began to explain to his mother that he had studied alchemy before. The woman wondered, when was it? But Zhao Chen didn't want to continue the conversation any further. He told her that he was already very hungry, and it was time to feed them all. The woman, of course, agreed. Zhao Qin exhaled a sigh of relief. He didn't want to tell his mother everything, so as not to worry her. The martial arts arena. People gathered around and listened eagerly. The young man standing upstairs was very serious and focused. Everyone was discussing today's bout with Zhao Chen and Zhao Yan. Who will win? Opinions were divided. The woman called for Zhao Chen to be stripped and not spared. Zhao Yan promised his mother not to spare his opponent and make him regret that he was even born into the world. Many people cheered for Zhao Yan and grumbled that the innate spiritual roots had gone to the wrong challenger. Zhao Chen had no chance of winning, and now it's early morning. Zhao Yan stands in the arena with his head held high, imagining how he will strip his opponent. It's noon. Still no opponent. The crowd is perplexed. Zhao Yan is starting to get excited. It's evening. Zhao Yan was furious. He didn't expect such insolence from his opponent. The crowd is perplexed. What has happened? Zhao Yan shouted, "How dare Zhao Chen do this to him?" He promised to grind his opponent into powder and turn him into garbage. Many people began to suspect that Zhao Chen was simply afraid of his opponent. After all, the result of the battle was already obvious to everyone. Suddenly there was a noise, and everyone saw that Zhao Yan was being carried away by the wind. And a sleepy Zhao Chen appeared in the arena and began apologizing to everyone for being a little late. Zhao Chen was surprised by Zhao Yan's absence. Where did his opponent go? Zhao Yan appeared and, with rage and curses, he decided to pounce on his abuser. A red cloud of energy appeared in his hands. Zhao Yan was determined to destroy his opponent today. Zhao Chen was very surprised to see the bloody pill in Zhao Yan's hands. The young man resolutely swallowed it. It was incredible. He immediately felt an incredible surge of energy. It cheered him up. His eyes sparkled. He frantically shouted that Zhao Chen was about to die, and there was no chance of rescue. The audience was frightened by the red pill. Although it increases strength, it can also harm the person who takes it. Zhao Yan's strength was now comparable to that of a late-stage yellow stage. Zhao Chen disagreed. After all, it doesn't have to be like this. Zhao Yan pounced at his bitter opponent with a shout, thrusting his arm forward. Zhao Chen began to call upon the devouring heavens to give him more strength. The energies of the opponents met, and it was very powerful. There was an explosion of energies. Everyone saw that it was a very powerful explosion with a large shockwave. Everyone began to question whether the young men definitely only had a yellow step, but the unbelievable happened. Zhao Yan's strength began to fade away. He realized that it was his rival's trickery. But how could this be possible? It turns out that Zhao Chen had managed to absorb his rival's spiritual roots. It wasn't difficult, and now he had broken through to the middle stage of the yellow stage. Zhao Yan's mother rushed to meet her son, and he began to cry out to her for help. His strength was failing him. Zhao Chen did not rest. After all, no one would be able to save his rival from imminent death. Zhao Chen made another powerful strike with his internal energy, and Zhao Yan's body flew far away. He fell to the ground, and purple blood gushed out of his mouth. Zhao Chen saw that the enemy's body was motionlessly sprawled on the ground. Zhao Chen's family members rejoiced at the young man's talent. After all, their family would definitely start to prosper now. Everyone began to raise their hands to the sky and chant the winner's name. But then the unbelievable happened. Zhao Yan's mother took out a dagger and screamed at her son's abuser. Zhao Chen had no choice but to deal with the unruly woman. With one punch, he knocked her down. Her mouth was already bleeding in flight. The woman fell to the ground with a clatter. Zhao Chen went up to her and told her that Zhao Yan had always bullied him. And today, he even wanted to kill him. So Zhao Chen had no other choice. The crowd began to support Zhao Chen and justify his act. The elder came to the woman and said that her son was to blame for getting into trouble all the time. Now, he got what he deserved. The woman began to threaten the young man because she will not let it go. Her son's killer will not escape retribution. Zhao Chen said that he would always be ready. No one could scare him. Zhao Yan's mother ran away. The woman went to her brother and complained about Zhao Chen, who had massacred her son. She urged her brother to avenge her nephew. With tears in her eyes, she said the young man had raised his hand to her in the same way. The man resented the news. The boy had become conceited. He must be taught a lesson. He decided to give his sister 3 yellow stage killers. But he would have to make sure that the young man really paid for what he had done. The woman decided to torture Zhao Chen to death, enlisting the help of 3 assassins. She removed herself from her brother's house, contemplating a plan of bloody revenge along the way. One of Mr. Wang's servants dutifully agreed to do his master's bidding and deal with the unwanted boy. The servant said he could not escape blood feud, but the master objected. After all, this doesn't concern the Wang family. Let the woman decide this matter herself. He said that Zhao Chen had already managed to insult the Lin family. Now we just have to wait for them to deal with each other. He said that the more chaos around, the more chances the Wang family had to rise up. That was his cunning plan. Meanwhile, the tired Zhao Chen was resting at his home and contemplating how to behave in the future. After all these events, he realized that by killing Zhao Yan, he had offended the Wang family as well. He had to be prepared for that. Zhao Chen realized that he had even more reasons to increase his strength. But suddenly he felt an unbearable pain in his heart. The young man could not understand what was the matter. Using his internal energy, he jumped to his feet. Zhao Chen couldn't understand what was happening to him. It was all very strange, and suddenly, he disappeared. Only a cloud of yellow energy remained in its place. With horror, Zhao Chen realized that he was falling into some kind of abyss. It was a nightmare. Down below was a battlefield strewn with the corpses of dead soldiers, and there was nothing and no one alive around. The heavens opened, and from there, a frightened young man fell to the ground. He could not believe that he was falling from heaven. He couldn't believe he was falling from heaven. With a terrifying force, Zhao Chen slammed his head into the ground so that sparks sprinkled from his eyes. Zhao Chen rose to his feet. He didn't realize anything. Where was he? How did he end up here? Everything in this world, from beginning to end, holds the primordial power. It has dominated all three realms since the beginning of the universe. Let the heir of the three symbols rise up and devour the heavens. Zhao Chen realized that this was a primordial place of chaos, the ruins of an ancient era. All that agonizing pain was worth it. The heavens opened again, and a fireball rushed from above right at the frightened Zhao Chen. He squinted his eyes and cried out in fright. This incredible force knocked him off his feet and threw him straight to the ground. It was impossible to stand, and in the same instant, Zhao Chen found himself in his house, the very place he had recently disappeared from. The young man was even more perplexed. What was really happening to him? Zhao Chen assumed that it wasn't a dream after all. It turns out that he not only entered the ruins of an ancient era, but also received a legacy in the form of these symbols. The young man was now ready to fight back against all his detractors. After all these events, Zhao Chen decided to walk to Luo Pavilion again. He warned his mom about it. His mother walked him out and said she would wait for his return. The three assassins sent by Mr. Wang were already waiting for Zhao Chen around the corner. They decided to follow the young man and kill him in a deserted place. Zhao Chen, of course, immediately saw the pursuers behind him. He was surprised that they had appeared so quickly. The young man's path lay through a deserted forest. In the forest, he shouted to his pursuers, "How long have we been hiding?" The assassins, bearing their blades, emerged from their ambush and made their way toward the young man. They realized that the young man was good at detecting an ambush, but the mercenaries were confident of their strength. But they only had 3 late stages. Zhao Chen realized that they wouldn't be able to cope. The assassins pounced on the young warrior with rage and screams, hoping to make quick work of him. But he effortlessly scattered his opponents through the forest. It was incredible. Zhao Chen realized that this was a great chance to test how the ancient symbols affected his strength. Zhao Chen did not stop and continued to massacre his assailants. It was immediately obvious that they didn't say hello. Blood spurted from their noses and mouths. Broken blades were flying in all directions. The raiders had no chance of winning. They were amazed at Zhao Chen's ability to fight like this. This kind of strength was something that assassins had never encountered before. Zhao Chen rejoiced. After all, if the number of characters increased, it would be incredibly powerful. The mercenaries decided to make a quick getaway for good. But Zhao Chen stopped them. "Where are you going?" Anger flashed in the young man's eyes. He wanted to know immediately who had sent them. The criminals were afraid to confess. I mean, they're the most professional of professionals, and that's why they won't say anything, because their will is stronger than steel. Zhao Chen had to beat them up again. They confessed that Madame Wang had sent them to commit this crime. Zhao Chen now realized that it was the second aunt's doing. Well, he'll be ready for it. Let's see who defeats who. The criminals were murmuring amongst themselves, and were glad that Zhao Chen immediately believed them and pardoned them. But then the unbelievable happened. All 3 of them had their throats slit in an instant. Blood rushed out. In front of them stood Zhao Chen with a naked blade. Of course, the young man didn't believe a single word these bastards said. The servant says he will demand the banishment of this boy when his master returns. The mistress smiled enigmatically. Surely she knew more than her servant. Perhaps Zhao Chen would be done with Zhao Chen soon. She confessed that she had sent 3 badass yellow stage assassins after the boy to deal with the scoundrel. And then the unbelievable happened. Zhao Chen came into the house and said that a measly 3 assassins were not enough to kill him. Auntie was terribly surprised. Auntie objected that it was impossible. After all, Zhao Chen is only at the middle stage of the yellow stage. It's not enough to stand up to the vicious thugs. Now the woman was attacked by an elder who had entered the house with the young man. He began to threaten her. After all, she should not have done that against one of their family members. Her servant interceded for the lady. He said it was better for Elder Lin not to interfere. His master would decide her fate. Now the woman has started threatening Zhao Chen's mother. She will soon learn what it means to lose a loved one. Everyone started yelling at her. "You can't do that. You can't say that. Those are scary threats." Zhao Chen dared to deal with the obnoxious woman. The men looked at him in bewilderment, but it was already too late. Zhao Chen swiftly rushed towards the woman. The servant and the elder were frightened and tried to stop him. The woman was furious. "How dare he do this to me?" Zhao Chen struck the woman with all his might. The woman collapsed to the ground without feeling. It turned out that Zhao Chen had actually straightened her out for good. Her servant pounced on Zhao Chen with accusations. It was an unforgivable act. He won't get away with it. Zhao Chen declared that he had no other choice as she began to threaten his mother. Elder decided to stay by Zhao Chen's side at all times, until everything is settled. The servant pounced with curses on the elder. Meanwhile, a servant was reporting to Mr. Wang that all 3 assassins had been mercilessly destroyed by the young warrior. Mr. Wang inquired what had happened to his sister. The servant reported that Zhao Chen later destroyed it too. Mr. Wang attacked the servant in a rage. The servant begged for mercy. The servant saw the Lord's fury and decided that Zhao Chen would definitely be the end of Zhao Chen now. But Mr. Wang was only glad. This was a great excuse to clash with the Zhao family. He ordered the servant to contact the Lin family immediately. It was time for them to act now. Mr. Wang decided that he would pay for his sister. Everything was coming together just right. White Tiger Mansion. A young man stands on the doorstep. Mr. Hao has returned home. Mr. Hu returned home a little weary. Everyone began to greet Mr. Hao. Zhao Chen also greeted his father. Mr. Hao opened his arms to his family. Zhao Chen greeted his father with a chill. After all, he didn't care about his son before. The woman decided that she would not allow Zhao Chen to depose her son. Mr. Hao saw Tang Ruo and recognized her. He wondered what she was doing here. Why isn't she in her own pavilion? Tang Ruo confessed that she was here as a maid to help Zhao Chen in preparing the pills. Upon hearing this news, the people around them were very surprised. The woman was upset. After all, she had considered this girl to be her son's future wife. But she decided to become a servant. Mr. Hu rejoiced. Not only did Zhao Chen possess innate spiritual roots, but he was also proficient in alchemy. Their family was extremely fortunate. Just then, a servant intervened in the conversation and decided to tell Mr. Hao some urgent news. Without waiting, Zhao Chen himself announced that he had recently massacred Zhao Chen and the second aunt. Lord Hu, Zhao Chen's mother. Everyone around couldn't believe the young man's words. Really? He's such a bloodthirsty monster. The servant shouted that the boy was obnoxious and he must pay for all his misdeeds. The woman cried out that now this youngster should be grabbed and stabbed through his heart several times with the blade. The guards had surrounded the poor young man, and now he had nowhere to go. He was trapped. Zhao Chen's mother started shouting that he was innocent. The woman was very worried about her son. Zhao Chen covered his mother with his chest. He asked his mother to calm down, for he would not be touched today. Zhao Chen began to glow, and a powerful blob of energy appeared around him. Mr. Hao was upset. He said that he would personally finish off Zhao Chen if it turned out that he didn't have a good reason to behave like this. Zhao Chen said that of course he had good reasons, and everyone in the neighborhood knows about them. But Mr. Hao could no longer be stopped. Everyone thought that Zhao Chen would finally pay for his arrogance. Mr. Hu decided to find Zhao Chen guilty, since his son won't tell him about his reasons for doing so. Matt stood up for Zhao Chen. After all, everyone saw that her son had won in a fair fight. The servant explained to Zhao Ho that the second mistress had sent assassins to his son, and then wanted to massacre the third mistress as well. So Zhao Chen has done justice. He's innocent and can't be tried. Father wondered why Zhao Chen didn't confess to him right away. Zhao Chen said that it wouldn't have changed anything. The father laughed. He was proud of his son. This was how the heir of the great Zhao Ho should be. Zhao Hao didn't want to discuss this topic any further. Zhao Chen and his mother left. They decided that Mr. Ho was not so bad. The woman decided that she would avenge Zhao Chen after all, for all the atrocities he had allegedly committed. And then Zhao Chen was challenged to a duel. Zhao Chen was very surprised. Who else could it be? It turns out that the heads of the Wang and Lin families have brought their warriors here. There's going to be a showdown. The rival clans standing outside the Zhao mansion challenged the young warrior to a fight. Otherwise, they threatened to slaughter his entire family. Zhao Ho appeared on the threshold. He addressed the people outside. He asked why they had come here. The aliens explained to him about the problem with Zhao Chen. People around Staley fear a confrontation that could spill over into great bloodshed. Zhao Ho's servant began to suggest that he give up his son, because they might not be able to cope with two clans at the same time. The servant was immediately slapped hard. Blood gushed from his mouth. He flew far away and fell right on the doorstep. Mr. Hao was furious. Only he could decide the fate of his son. The rival families threatened even more violently. It was now clear that bloodshed would not be avoided. The warriors were advancing with a call to kill Zhao Chen. They could no longer be stopped. All of them had their blades exposed. The assailants were ready to tear down the whole manor, to plunder and take all the jewels, and the women were taken captive. Zhao Chen decided to summon the ancient powers to help himself. And oh my goodness, the internal energy was released. Zhao Chen's entire body glowed. The enemies were terrified. They began to beg Zhao Chen for mercy, but the young man was undeterred. He threw his fist of fury towards the opponents. The enemies wondered where such strength came from for such a young man. Zhao He was overjoyed. He decided that now it was his time to intervene in the unequal battle with the enemy. The enemies were trying to stop Zhao He to deal with the youngster faster. One of the competitors decided to challenge the White Tiger to a fight. Someone also decided to kill Zhao Chen in the process. The confrontation between the clans was escalating with terrible force. Zhao Chen met a very strong opponent in a fierce battle. Many people began to doubt whether the young man could withstand this confrontation. His mother cried out in horror. The woman could not bear to see it. Well, there's no escaping fate. Zhao Chen's eyes were glowing with rage. No one could stop the young warrior anymore. Just then, a protector appeared and said that no one dared to attack Mr. Zhao. Everyone was terribly surprised. After all, it turned out to be the honorable master of Luo Pavilion. The young man was lucky again. Zhao Chen was also surprised by Pavilion Master Luo's appearance. Why is he here? Why he's interfering? Everyone's clamoring around. Pavilion Master Luo asked Zhao Chen about Zhao Chen's well-being. Zhao Chen thanked his savior. The gawkers around were perplexed. Why was the Pavilion Master so respectful toward Zhao Chen? Could there be some kind of connection between them? The leaders of the attacking clans resented Pavilion Master Luo's appearance. After all, it was none of his business. They should sort it out amongst themselves. The Pavilion Master smirked. He didn't like the insolence of these upstarts. He announced that Zhao Chen was the elder of the pavilion, and if they were going to massacre him, they would become the worst enemies of the pavilion. The enemies were very surprised to hear such a thing. The members of the Zhao family cheered. Their relative had become the youngest honorary elder of the Luo Pavilion. This was a great honor for their family. Zhao Chen was satisfied with the honorable position. He decided to be sure to thank Pavilion Master Luo. The enemies were very upset. That little brat got lucky again. The enemies realized that they couldn't deal with Luo Pavilion. The pavilion was very powerful and strong. They were at a loss, but one of the opposing clan decided that not all was lost. All it takes is... Luo Pavilion Master was very surprised that the enemies still hadn't surrendered yet. Did Luo Pavilion mean nothing to them? Of course, they wouldn't bully Zhao Chen anymore. After all, he is now the elder of Luo Pavilion. But they decided to take Zhao Qingyan since she was promised to the son of one of the clansmen. Zhao Qingyan was adamantly against it. She didn't want to return to the Lin family. It was announced to her that it would not be up to her. She was resolutely decided to take her with her as a trophy. Zhao Chen stood up for his sister and his fist of fury flashed again. An indestructible energy was directed by Zhao Chen towards his enemies. The villain was maddened by the young man's rage and insolence. Zhao Chen said that Qingyan is a member of the Zhao family, and he will always stand up for his sister. But not everyone was in agreement. The rival from the opposing clan grabbed Mr. Wang by the throat. After all, he had lost 1,000 spirit stones, but never paid the debt. Qingyang is daddy's payback. Zhao Chen was surprised at this turn of events. The pavilion masters asked not to interfere. After all, this is a private matter between Lin Feng and Father Qingyan. The pavilion master pondered. Zhao Hao was very upset by what was happening. Mr. Wang began to ask his daughter for help. He realized that he would never be able to repay his debt. The blood ties did their thing, and Qingyan screamed for her father to be released. She would agree to go to the Lin family. Everyone around them began to sympathize with the poor girl. They realized that the Lin family would pay her back for her brother. And then the restless Zhao Chen stepped in again. He decided to help his cousin. He turned to his enemies, for they need him, so take him and leave the innocent girl alone. The Lin clan leader agreed, but he realized that he couldn't massacre Zhao Chen right now. After all, he had too much support. The enemies decided that Zhao Chen should fight Wang Yan and Ling Chao of the opposing clans in the arena in 7 days. That's where everything will be resolved. Everyone realized that it would be an unequal battle. After all, Wang Yan and Ling Chao were the first geniuses of their families. They couldn't be dealt with so easily. Zhao Chen's parents decided that these conditions were too excessive. This is not the way to treat their son. Qingyan wanted to talk her cousin out of such a deal. She was ready to return to the Lin family. But Zhao Chen resolutely agreed to such conditions. He will show everyone what a real fight is. Everyone began to condemn Zhao Chen. He can't survive the fight, let Qingyan leave. The woman decided that Zhao Chen had signed his own death warrant. Her servant was also very happy about this event. And yet they decided to meet in 7 days at the martial arts arena. The Zhao family's enemies, satisfied with the outcome, were about to leave. There was nothing to hold them here now. Zhao Chen memorized all the members of the Lin and Wang family. Only young cousin continued to worry about her brother. She still wanted to return to the Lin family. Zhao Chen calmed her down again, for he always proved to be very tenacious. Tiger Sanctuary. Zhao Chen was surprised after reading the inscription on the building. Sanctuary? The men saw a large image of a white tiger. Zhao Chen was very surprised that he was here. He had many questions. The father decided to get his attention and called out to his son. He turned around, and then they both saw the power of the heavenly tiger. The men were amazed. A stream of heavenly light rushed over them. Zhao Chen assumed that this appeared to be the power of the great Zhao clan's bloodline. This was something the young man had never seen before. Zhao Ho confirmed his son's assumption, so yes. The Zhao family possesses the bloodline of the Heavenly Tiger. Father claimed that since Zhao Chen had awakened his innate spiritual roots, he had a chance of awakening the bloodline. Zhao Ho told him that the strength of the bloodline had originated from ancient times and was very powerful. Zhao Chen was overjoyed at this unexpected surprise. Zhao Ho suggested that the young man stand here and calm down, and he decided to wait for him outside. Walking outside, Zhao Ho hoped that his son would be able to handle all of this. He had a lot of faith in his son. He shouldn't let him down. Zhao Chen calmed down and lowered himself to the floor to meditate. He needed to think it over well. At first, he even despaired, for the bloodline in his body was too depleted to be awakened. But there was a spark of hope in the young man's eyes. He knows what he has to do. He's not like the others. He's different. Eating heaven, and a miracle happened. A huge spirit appeared in front of the young man. It was the spirit of a white celestial tiger. Zhao Chen suggested that this bloodline could form its own spirit. The white celestial tiger spirit swiftly headed towards Zhao Chen, but the young man channeled his inner energy to cut it short. Zhao Chen was determined to confront the might of the white tiger. The heavenly white tiger spirit let out a belligerent roar. Zhao Chen was not afraid and fearlessly confronted the still unknown heavenly power. The people outside were amazed at the unusual light bursting outward from the white tiger sanctuary. No one could figure out what that mysterious light was. People began to speculate that young Master Zhao Chen was behind it. He's the only one who can do it. Zhao Chen's father was a little scared and excited about what was happening. And then the large doors leading into the white tiger sanctuary opened. Zhao Chen stood on the doorstep. His father and everyone else looked at the young man with undisguised curiosity. The father asked if his son had succeeded in awakening the bloodline. He nodded affirmatively. Zhao Chen stood nonchalantly in front of the crowd, and above him towered the huge spirit of the heavenly white tiger. Zhao Hao was very amazed that the bloodline in his son's blood was so strong. It is right at the level of their ancestors. There was no limit to the man's surprise. Zhao Chen and the heavenly white tiger spirit stared intently at Zhao Ho. And then the spirits of the little tiger cubs appeared and started rubbing, licking and nuzzling the big spirit. Zhao Chen tried to justify that he had nothing to do with it. It was the spirit of the great white tiger. Zhao Ho felt very ashamed of everything that was happening. And everyone saw it. The little tiger cub rushed toward the big tiger. The spirit of the great white tiger was calm and balanced. Zhao Hao turned away, shrieked that he had seen enough of everything, and threw his son his chainmail. Zhao Chen grabbed it and bewilderedly asked his father, "What is this?" Father, retreating away, muttered that this is heavenly armor, and it will help conceal his presence and give some protection. But you must still be very careful. Zhao Chen concluded that his father was a very good man. His son had not appreciated him before. Zhao Chen sits in his room and meditates. Inner energy bursts out and swirls in front of the young man. Zhao Chen realizes that he must have a fight against the geniuses of the two families in 7 days, and he needs to increase his strength quickly. Right now, he can only try to break through to the late stage of the yellow stage and increase the number of ancient characters. He decided to use his spirit stones to the maximum and cause the heavens to be devoured. And so 7 days passed. Everyone came to the martial arts arena. The spectator stands were filled to capacity. The head of the Wang family decided to talk to his representative in this duel. The young man listened to him attentively. The Wang family cheerleaders put on a show before the fight. It was so unexpected. The head of the Lin family knew that the Lin family's muscles and strength were invincible, and that was undeniable, and only the Zhao family was modestly supporting their representative. It could be seen that they didn't believe that Zhao Chen would win. His father was tense and a bit anxious. Zhao Ho was upset by his family's weak support and attacked the support group. They scattered. The opponent began to calm Zhao Ho. "Do not worry so much," he said. Another opponent suggested that the outcome of the fight was already obvious to everyone. Why support the loser? Zhao Ho asked them, why were they so sure that his son would lose? Is it so obvious? He was contradicted. After all, it is not only obvious to them. It is obvious to everyone around them. There were already widespread betting on the outcome of the fights in the stands. Everyone was betting that Zhao Chen would lose. He wouldn't even last 2 minutes. Two exceptional geniuses who would soon advance to the black stage could not lose to a youngster who was only at the middle stage of the yellow stage. Zhao Ho didn't try to say who would win, but he knew that his son would surprise everyone here. The two geniuses of the opposing clans were already standing dignifiedly on the podium waiting for their opponent. The crowds in the stands began to get nervous that Zhao Chen was once again not showing up on time. It was obvious that he was scared. After all, the outcome of the fights was obvious to everyone present, The fearless geniuses of their clans began to insult their rival from the arena at the top of their voices. After all, a coward like him, not even his innate roots could fix him. Zhao Ho and his wife also became worried. They even decided to send servants to bring the young warrior. The servants suggested that Zhao Ho expel his son from the family if he didn't show up for the duel. But the head of the family offered to wait a little longer. The women from Zhao Chen's entourage were also here, but his mother didn't want her son to appear. After all, she didn't believe in his victory. The heads of the rival clans began to rebuke the head of the White Tiger family. Where is his pride? How long can we wait for the impudent youngster? Then the Lin clan's clan head decided to massacre Zhao Chen's cousin since he was afraid of the duel, and no one should interfere with them. Zhao Hao warned everyone that no one should move from their seats until his son appeared. Just then, Pavilion Master Luo intervened. He suggested that everyone stay calm and wait for Zhao Chen. Passions were running high in the box of the heads of the family, and the crowd decided that if there was no arena fight, they could watch the other showdowns. The head of the hostile clan rebuked the Pavilion Master for sticking his nose in, and he secretly beckoned to his warrior to prepare for the attack. Pavilion Master Luo once again asked him to calm down and just wait. The Lin family warrior with curse words decided to massacre young Qingyan. He moved straight towards her. Zhao Ho and Pavilion Master Luo were furious at what was happening. But the members of the opposing clans have concluded that it's too late. There's no turning back. Zhao Qingyan had already mentally said goodbye to Zhao Chen, and to all of her family members. She fearlessly decided to face the villain who was heading her way. Just then, everyone saw that Zhao Chen had finally appeared. He resolutely stood between the villain and his cousin. Pavilion Master Luo and Zhao Ho heaved a sigh of relief. The warrior was now in place. The heads of the Wang and Lin families were upset. After all, Zhao Chen had shown up at the wrong time. Their plan with Qingyan had failed. The Lin family genius praised Zhao Chen, who managed to block his punch. It was not an easy thing to do. Zhao Chen walks briskly into the middle of the arena. Now he's ready to take the fight to the ground. All three opponents were now in the arena. Zhao Chen suggested that they should attack. After all, he did not want to waste time on meaningless conversations. But the opponents were in no hurry. They felt their superiority and decided to mock their opponent. One of the warriors couldn't resist, and decided to attack Zhao Chen first. He decided to immediately use his crushing double strike. Zhao Chen warned them. Since they didn't want to attack at the same time, let them blame themselves. So the young man decided to use the power of the Heavenly White Tiger. It was so unexpected. The striker was discouraged. Nobody expected such a turn of events. Zhao Qingyan warned her cousin to be careful and stay vigilant. The Lin clan head urged his son to deal with his rival sooner rather than later, and not to feel sorry for him. Zhao Hao was calm. After all, when the power of the Heavenly White Tiger came into play, the result was always obvious. Zhao Chen stepped on the chest of his defeated opponent. He looked up at the victor pleadingly. Zhao Chen said that the genius of the Lin family had uncompromisingly lost this fight. The crowd was perplexed. How could this be possible? A youngster had won a fight against such a professional. Master Lin must have been very arrogant and did not calculate his opponent's strength. Zhao Hao was very proud of his offspring. "This is a true warrior," he said. Zhao Chen's mother and cousin were very happy that their boy had defeated a strong warrior like Master Lin. The evil woman couldn't calm down, because Zhao Chen is still alive. Her servant was also desperate. He realized that he would be finished if Master Zhao Chen stayed alive. Pavilion Master Luo was satisfied with the outcome of the fight. He had made the right choice when he bet on Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen told the defeated warrior that the two of them should have attacked at the same time. That way, the opponents would have a better chance. The defeated warrior, who had blood oozing from his mouth, begged Zhao Chen for mercy. He would not do this again. The head of the Lin family begged Zhao Chen to spare his son. After all, there would always be an agreement in the future. Zhao Chen was surprised. Why would I let him go? He lifted his leg over his opponent, pronouncing that all must be recompensed, and all must answer to the law of honor for their wrongs. Zhao Chen shouted that a painful death awaited the defeated warrior, and fiercely unleashed a deadly leg kick at his opponent. The one with his mouth open, unconscious, remained lying motionless on the ground. The crowd was aghast at how coldly Zhao Chen had massacred his opponent, leaving him no chance of escape. The head of the Lin family, horrified by what had happened, was about to kill young Zhao Chen, and with a shout of hatred, lunged at the offender. But he was blocked by Zhao Ho and Pavilion Master Luo. They declared that no one should interfere during the fight. The head of the Lin family retreated with curses, but he couldn't calm down and forgive what had just happened. His sister tried to calm him down and suggested he relax. She had a plan. One of the Lin family heirs is killed, the other is maimed. Sooner or later the Lin family may fall. but Wang Yan can avenge the offense. Now the Wang family representative decided to intervene. He announced that he was not a simpleton. Zhao Chen said, "You can be so arrogant. One such person is already lying senseless." But Master Wang said that he is stronger than everyone here. He's not afraid of anything. The crowd, fueled by the interest, shouted that Zhao Chen was definitely not going to be well now. The gap between the black and yellow stage could not be compensated for by talent alone. Many of the people present wished Zhao Chen to lose in this fight with his opponent. Pavilion Master Luo became very worried about the outcome of the upcoming fight. He felt that the forces were unequal. The women urged Zhao Chen to save himself and not get involved in an unequal battle. And only Zhao Ho stated that he would not allow his son to lose this fight. The heads of the hostile clans were urging their warrior to deal with Zhao Chen quickly. They wanted their representative to show in action who the real genius is here. And then the Wang family warrior summoned the powerful red serpent of the 9 transformations to his aid. No one expected this turn of events. Zhao Chen realized that this was a deadly attack. This is the early stage of the black stage, and he decided that he could now fight for real. Everyone realized that a powerful battle between 2 great warriors was coming, and no one regretted buying tickets for such a performance. There will be something to tell friends. The red serpent and the yellow warrior were about to have a showdown. But at first glance, it looked like the odds were stacked against them. The yellow warrior delivered his first crushing blow to the body of the red serpent. The Wang family warrior had not expected such a turn of events. He was very surprised. Zhao Chen jumped up and shouted for his opponent to go far away. Master Wang covered his face with his hand in terror and groaned. The yellow warrior's powerful strength drove his opponent straight into the ground, so much so that there was no trace of him left. The defeated enemy remained motionless at the bottom of the hole formed by the impact. Everyone wondered how the middle stage of the yellow stage could defeat the initial stage of the black stage. The world would no longer be the same. The evil secret enemies of the young warrior decided that he was hiding his development. After all, the yellow stage is always weaker than the black stage. Zhao Ho noticed their whispering and asked, what were they talking about? They reported that they were very pleased with the young warrior's victory. Of course, they lied to their master. The heads of the losing families were crushed. They did not know how to avenge the shame inflicted on their families. Now they started bickering amongst themselves, accusing each other of losing. But one of them didn't see it as a loss. He thought the best part was yet to come, to be continued. Headlin was surprised. Did Mr. Wang really have some other trump card up his sleeve? Zhao Chen called out to the departing heads of the losing families. He invited them to speak one last time, but then the unbelievable happened. Something began to happen to the defeated Wang clan warrior. He rose up and declared with fiery eyes that it would not be easy to deal with him. Zhao Chen immediately realized that there was no lack of demonic energy here. A black gas formed around Wang Yan. The people around him realized that he was still just giving in to his opponent. Zhao Ho and Pavilion Master Luo saw what was happening and were very scared for Zhao Chen. But Clan Chief Wang forbade them to interfere. It would be against the rules. That's what they said. Zhao Ho disagreed with him and sent him far away. And then the unbelievable happened. The audience who saw it realized that they had hit the jackpot. The heads of the 3 families and Pavilion Master Luo clashed in hand-to-hand combat. Warrior Wang began to threaten Zhao Chen because he forced him to use demonic power. And now Zhao Chen is in trouble. In a swift leap, Warrior Wang towered over Warrior Zhao. The demon of support spread around. Everyone was indescribably horrified by what was happening. Zhao Chen coldly began to summon the heaven-devouring heaven with 2 fingers. Throwing 2 fingers forward towards the evil demon, he activated the absorption mode. The Wang family warrior certainly didn't expect such a turn. A cry of surprise escaped from his chest. Zhao Chen realized that the heaven-devouring technique came in handy. Otherwise, it would be difficult to deal with such an opponent. But Master Wang was not discouraged, and once again rushed into battle, wanting to finally crush his opponent. He was once again rebuffed by Zhao Chen. He couldn't understand what was going on. He couldn't understand why Zhao Chen could absorb his demonic energy. There was something unearthly about it. Zhao Chen announced that he was a monster who would decisively massacre his opponent today. Master Wang exclaimed that it was impossible. Then the Zhao family would have 2 blood enemies at once in the form of the Wang and Lin families. But Zhao Chen was no longer able to stop him. He unleashed his crowning almighty strike on his opponent. The warriors rolled around the arena in a vicious battle. Nothing could stop them. Wang Yan, crushed, remained motionless, once again lying in the arena. Again, everyone was dumbfounded with horror as they watched in silence. Everyone assumed that since Wang Yan had lost, maybe he wasn't a black stage warrior. Maybe it's all a fake. The young victor's inner enemies were pondering how they should proceed. The grief-stricken head of the Wang family called on all members of his clan to gather and immediately deal with the obnoxious Zhao Chen. The head of the Lin family also called his clan to action. It was going to be a big mess. Zhao Ho, of course, urged his clan to fight back and protect Zhao Chen and the honor of the family. Clouds were gathering over young Zhao Chen. It seemed that the forces were unequal. The Luo Pavilion master decided to get into the fray and threatened the ringleaders that if they didn't stop, they would be enemies of the mighty Luo Pavilion. Zhao Hao suggested that his son take Qingyan Yi away from here. Pavilion Master Luo decided to deal with two heads of hostile clans at once. Zhao Chen grabbed his cousin in his arms and with the words, "Father, with the support of Pavilion Master Luo should be able to handle it," decided to leave the arena at ease. Passions were running wild. No one knew how it would end. Someone had decided that the second elder had decided to betray their family. It was incomprehensible. Everyone noticed that he was heading straight towards Zhao Chen. The heads of the hostile clans suggested that Zhao Ho hold his horses. Zhao Chen's days were already numbered. Zhao Chen stopped. His plans quickly changed. He suggested that his cousin and his mom get out of here. He himself decided to continue the fair fight. Zhao Chen was attacked by a villain with the idea of killing the boy. After all, this is his destiny. The cousin tearfully threw herself on her brother's neck. The villain was angry, for he wanted to deal with the obnoxious boy quickly. Qingyan took the blow and fell into her brother's arms without feeling. Zhao Chen's eyes were burning with grief. The girl whispered that she was very worried about Zhao Chen and was able to protect him after all. The villain was not relenting. There's no one between him and Zhao Chen now. There will be no mercy. Zhao Chen's eyes were burning with rage. He decided to gut the vile villain. Zhao Chen tensed up and summoned the punishment of the heavens. The villain wanted to crush Zhao Chen's development, but then his strength began to leave him. He begged for mercy, but Zhao Chen was undeterred. He knew that nothing would save the villain from imminent retribution. And then there was an unbearable silence. Everyone was numb with horror, and that's when they broke through. The second elder was killed by a young warrior, but he had the earth stage cultivation. Is Zhao Chen the protagonist of some cultivator's story? The head of the hostile clan was very upset. After all, even the second elder was unable to defeat Zhao Chen. The heads of the hostile clans have decided to retreat. After all, their warriors are very frightened. It's time to lick their wounds. They gave the order to retreat, and all their warriors scurried away. Zhao Chen realized that his meridians were on the verge of breaking apart. This was a backlash. After all, his cultivation was too weak to absorb so much energy. Zhou Hao and Pavilion Master Luo decided to find out how Zhao Chen was feeling. Maybe he needs some help? He refused to help, but asked Pavilion Master Luo to help Qingyan. Maybe he had a healing pill that would help the girl recover. Pavilion Master Luo said he only has this pill, but its effect only lasts for half a year. Zhao Chen thanked Pavilion Master Luo. Zhao Chen gave the pill to his cousin, but Zhao Ho said that Qingyan had half of her organs crushed and her ribs broken. No one would be able to help her anymore. Zhao Chen disagreed. He knew that there was one pill that could help the poor girl. This pill is called the Spiritual Pill of Origin, and it's the only one that can help. Everyone began to lament, for it was a 5-star pill. Where can we find such an alchemist? And some of the ingredients are very rare. They haven't been seen in this area for decades. Zhao Chen, holding his little sister in his arms, seemed to know what he should do now. Pavilion Master Luo announced. He knew where to get the Heavenly Tree Mushroom and True Emperor Water, but the Frost Ice Ginseng, Heavenly Dragon Lotus, and Poison Origin Grass would not be easy to obtain. Zhao Chen asked Pavilion Master Luo to elaborate on the medicines that could be procured. The Master of Luo Pavilion said that the True Emperor's Water is available in the personal property of Tianyuan Royal Palace, and the Heavenly Day Mushroom can be found in the main headquarters of Luo Pavilion. But an ordinary master cannot take it. It is a matter of the level of the pavilion head. Zhao Chen decided that he could solve the situation. The pavilion master agreed, although he noted that it would not be easy to do. Zhao family, the alchemy room. Tang Rou was surprised. Would Zhao Chen really be preparing blood pills? Dissecting windgrass, fire essence, rough copper crystal, white emperor crystal, black leaf? It's also complicated. Tan Rou noted that this lineup doesn't look right. Zhao Chen objected that these weren't exactly ordinary blood pills. He knew that by swallowing the demonic energy, he had managed to break through to the late stage of the yellow stage. Zhao Chen ordered his assistant to open the alchemy furnace. She obeyed. Zhao Chen walked over to the furnace and tried to launch his internal energy there. As he did so, he also summoned the power of the Heavenly White Tiger to his aid. He decided that with the power of the Heavenly Tiger, the effect of the red pills would change, and the master would be able to break through one stage and be on the verge of a breakthrough. And even without repercussions, Tang Rou was amazed at the fire control technique. Even a Luo Pavilion master wouldn't be able to do that. Zhao Chen was very focused and handsome, the girl noted to herself. Immediately blushing, she began to drive those strange thoughts away from her. Zhao Chen turned on the purification mode. He directed a stream of internal energy towards the alchemical furnace. Success awaited him. The long-awaited red pill was in his hand. Tang Rao was amazed that in the young man's hands, the ordinary 2-star red pill had become a 3-star pill after purification. Zhao Chen decided to end his manipulations here for now. Tang Rao came to her senses and asked Zhao Chen to accept her as his disciple. Only now did Tang Rao realize what Pavilion Master Luo meant when he offered her to become Zhao Chen's disciple. Zhao Chen grinned, for earlier, Tang Rao had hated him to the core. The girl got nervous and started apologizing, saying she wouldn't do it again. Zhao Chen has agreed to take her on as his apprentice, but only temporarily. We'll see how things develop from here. Tang Rao kneeled down and said she was fine with everything. The girl stood up and greeted her new alchemy teacher. Her chest heaved in time with her breathing. A blush appeared on Zhao Chen's face, and he motioned for the girl to continue with the class. Zhao Chen had created 5 blood pills and assumed that they would increase the strength of the Zhao family many times over. Just then, the young men heard that the people from the Wang and Lin families had returned again. They were breaking through at a great speed. It was urgent to call the master. Tang Rao asked her teacher, what should they do now? Zhao Chen decided that today, he would wipe out all of the Zhao family's enemies into powder. Outside, a bloodbath broke out. There were many dead and wounded. The fire was devouring the buildings. The heads of the hostile families must have used demonic power. And now they were not themselves. Their eyes were burning like red coals. One of them said that his men were now detaining Pavilion Master Luo. And now no one would stop him from dealing with the unfit boy. They decided in tribute to listen to the words of White Tiger Hao. Zhao Hao freaked out and decided to admit that the enemies were now stronger. He asked that the invaders spare the old men, women and children. After all, they had nothing to do with them. The villains disagreed. After all, this is a blood feud. The entire Zhao clan must be finished today. The eyes of the enemies burned with bloody hatred. Zhao Hao was terrified that they wanted to destroy his entire clan. Just then, everyone saw Zhao Chen appear with his new female disciple. It was so unexpected. Zhao Chen, his father, Tang Rao, and the elder resolutely stood up to defend their clan. The villains, happy that everyone had gathered together, decided to finish off all their enemies in one fell swoop. Zhao Hao was surprised by his son's appearance. After all, they wanted to buy time for him to escape. The elder suggested Zhao Chen to save himself, as he was the only hope of the entire family. Only he would be able to take revenge later. The Zhao family members all agreed with the elder and began to urge Zhao Chen to save himself. Zhao Chen was very touched that the family cared for him so much. He almost cried. The elder declared that this is what a real family should do. Zhao Chen announced that only the enemies would die today, as he had prepared some bloody pills, and now they must be consumed as soon as possible. Zhao Hao stated that it was not bad, but the effect will be temporary, and then they will still lose the battle. Everyone agreed with the host. They had little chance of winning. Defeat was imminent. The red-eyed villains laughed at the young master. They knew that the pills would not have the desired effect for long. Zhao Chen asked his father to just trust him and showed him the pill. This bloody pill was not as simple as it might seem at first glance. Tang Rao announced that these were definitely extraordinary pills. After all, they were prepared by Zhao Chen himself. Zhao Hao realized that he now had nothing to lose and swallowed a single pill. And as always in such cases, a miracle happened. The heavens opened. Zhao Hao felt a surge of bloodline strength. But the villains didn't believe him. They thought he was playing a trick on them. Just in case, the villains decided not to take any chances. Zhao Hao might be serious. One of them changed his mind after all, bared his blade, and decided to test fate by using his demonic power. Zhao Hao, feeling a surge of strength, was resolutely ready to fight his opponent. The villain swung his heavenly demon sword with all his might, but Zhao Hao threw out a heavenly tiger fist towards him. Zhao Hao, using the power of the heavenly tiger, began to expel the demon from the enemy's body. The villain was shocked. He didn't understand how such a thing was possible. He wondered where his demonic power had gone. Everyone saw the villain fall to the ground exhausted. All that was left of him was a wet spot. Everyone was amazed by the effect of the red pill. The head of the Lin family lost to the white tiger. Zhao Hao assumed that this blood pill had helped him reach the middle stage of the heavenly stage. He was proud of his son. The Zhao family members were very happy that things were happening like this. Their young master would not let anyone offend him now. Zhao Chen decided not to waste time with heat and threw blood pills to his family members, urging them to take them sooner rather than later. Everyone did. The Zhao family's manor was illuminated by the sunlight. It was unreal. The elder, after taking the pill, noted that he was able to break through the step, and all those who had taken the pills were no longer afraid. The elder was determined to rush into battle to deal with the offenders. The the members of the Zhao family in one accord began to attack the members of the hostile clans and avenge their dead brothers. Some even promised to put an eye on the enemy's ass and make him blink. The head of the Wang family staggered back and couldn't believe everything that was happening. He's been planning this crime for so long, and it didn't go according to his plan. This is a total failure, Van thought. Zhao Hao immediately accused Wang Yan of colluding with heavenly demons and urged him to repent wholeheartedly. Wang Yan grinned. Confession was not at all in his plans. Wang Yan announced to everyone that it was their own fault for driving him to the point of burning blood. The process has already started. Everyone noted that Wang Yan's strength was now comparable to that of a late-stage celestial stage. Only Zhao Chen was sure that nothing could help the enemy anymore. Zhao Chen suggested that his father use spiritual power to stimulate his bloodline. Then his bloodline would be strengthened. The elder suggested that he should not be afraid of the fire poison and use his sun flame technique to its fullest potential. The restless Wang Yan rushed into battle, sweeping away everything in his path. Zhao Chen announced that justice would be served today, and Wang Yan would pay for all his crimes. Wang Yan tried to object to the young man, but then his demonic power waned for some reason. Must have run out of juice. Zhao Chen ordered his father and elder to deal with this criminal quickly. All three of them surrounded Wang Yan. Zhao Chen used the secret technique of slashing tiger claw. There was a massive explosion. You can't see a thing. Wang Yan didn't expect that he could lose a battle because of some brat. He decided he was now haunted by bad luck. The members of the Lin family were indescribably terrified.
Zhao Chen ordered the surviving enemies to lay down their weapons and obey him.
Everyone began to surrender, throwing down their weapons and swearing they would never come back here again. The Zhao family members were celebrating the victory that happened thanks to the third young master. Zhao Chen was worried. After all, if heavenly demons were involved, it wouldn't end here. To be continued. Yeah, the cursed eye has appeared. Who is this? Who dares to kill my son while I was away? You wretched worms, I won't forgive you for this. Zhao Ho asked his son. What was his concern? He had won. We should take a little rest and tear ourselves away. The elder seconded the motion. He was always up for a good time. Zhao Chen decided to relax a bit since nothing else bad was happening. And then the elder noticed that his chest was getting very hot. He started to just burn from the inside out. Zhao Chen and his father couldn't understand what was going on. Zhao Chen has calmed down. It's just the remnants of the fire poison raging inside the old man. Everything is going according to plan. It will be over soon. Zhao Chen pointed his finger towards the elder. So I decided to perform a sealing ritual. The elder coughed up blood one last time and decided that the poison was finally gone from his body. Zhao Chen reassured the elder. After all, he was not suffering from an ordinary fire flame, but a flame ranked 48th in the earth flame ranking. Mystic flame. What is a mystic flame? Tang Rao asked her teacher. Zhao Chen explained that this flame could be called the Lord of all simple flames, and it could greatly increase an alchemist's abilities. Zhao Chen decided to give this flame to his disciple. Tang Rao became embarrassed, for this was too expensive a gift for her. Zhao Chen urged the young female disciple not to be flirtatious and just accept the gift. The girl agreed and immediately cried out. She felt very hot. Zhao Chen ordered the mystic flame to obey the girl, or he would disperse it. The girl immediately cooled down and decided that she could now control these flames. She decided that now she just had to help the master get the heavenly tree mushroom. Zhao Chen decided that since he had decided things here, he could go to the royal capital tomorrow. Zhao Hao admonished his son and warned him to be very careful in the capital. Zhao Chen agreed and thought that only if Qingyan waited for him. The backyard of the Zhao family's estate. A conniving woman sends her maid with a secret letter straight to the capital. She agrees and accepts the message from the landlady's hands. The devious conspirator hopes Zhao Chen will never return home from the capital. And so, Zhao Chen and Tang Rao reached the capital. Tang Rao was excited about the big city. Zhao Chen took her further, suggesting that we walk around the city afterward. Zhao Chen began to think back to his past life, in which he had ruled countless territories. Tang Rao grabbed the gentleman's hand and asked him to stop for a moment. She saw a strange box from someone. She traded it for a spatial ring. Zhao Chen wondered, why do you need this now? The girl announced that she had purchased a heavenly tree mushroom and opened the box. Zhao Chen immediately slammed the box shut, and he said it was a priceless mushroom. How did you get it? The girl was embarrassed and refused to confess. But Zhao Chen was not lagging behind and wanted to know the truth. And then someone wanted to tell Zhao Chen the whole truth. The girl was scared. It was Yang Fei. He said that Tang Ruo had agreed to be his wife and the mushroom was his wedding gift. Zhao Chen decided to bring the mushroom back. At that price, he didn't need it. Xingyan cried and said that this was her fate and nothing could be changed. Zhao Chen said that she is his disciple and he controls her fate. Tears continued to drip from young Qingyan's eyes. someone snapped the mushroom box shut. He told Zhao Chen that it is very noble, and he knows that Zhao Chen has awakened spiritual roots, but he's here to take Tang Ruo away. Zhao Chen warned that he was not responsible for the consequences then. The young man was determined. Zhao Chen said that if you sold the carcass of this fatty, you could get a lot of spirit stones. The fat man got really angry. Everyone started whispering. Who is he? How dare he contradict Yang Fei himself? Yang Fei is one of the 4 young masters of the capital. He's allowed to do anything. Yang Fei became very angry and ordered his servants to beat up the insolent man. The servants immediately decided to execute. They thought that they would not leave the young man unharmed. Zhao Chen was ready and warned them not to complain later. A fight ensued, but it was short-lived. Yang Fei's servants flying in all directions. They were already spitting blood and couldn't understand how this could have happened. Yan Fei was tearing and thrashing with hatred and anger. Zhao Chen headed in his direction and said that it was now his turn. Yan Fei stood up and started to stagger back. He warned that his father was the head of Luo Pavilion. If anything happened to his son, Zhao Chen would be in trouble. He would be truly hunted down. But Zhao Chen was unstoppable. He knocked out the obnoxious fatty. The one fell to the ground with a crash. The crowd began to marvel at Zhao Chen. After all, he had punched Yang Fei himself. Qingyan was very touched by her master's act of getting into a fight with Yang Fei for her sake. Yang Fei couldn't believe that he could be treated like this, and began to threaten Zhao Chen with severe consequences. Zhao Chen jumped up to Yang Fei again, and began to morally oppress the latter, and threaten him with further reprisals. Yan Fei extended his hand towards Zhao Chen, and began to beg for mercy. Zhao Chen let go of him and said that his face now looked much better than before. Yang Fei was pitiful to look at. His entire face was disfigured. Bruises, and abrasions all over his face. He cried that no pretty girl would ever look at him again. Everyone in the neighborhood laughed. Pretty girls never paid attention to you anyway. Qingyan announced that her teacher was the best. Yan Fei was holding a firecracker and said that his brother would come soon, and then we would see who was the strongest here. Zhao Chen announced that he wasn't going anywhere and let Yang Fei call anyone here. Yan Fei let off a firecracker, and with the words, "An arrow piercing the heavens," suggested that everyone should now wait. Firecracker fireworks appeared over the city, and everyone in town heard a rumble. Everyone's frantic. What's going on? Could it be an earthquake? Yang Fei warned Zhao Chen that his brother was close and retribution would be imminent. Zhao Chen said that he is always ready to face his opponent. Then Yang Fei's older brother and his servants appeared. He decided to deal with his younger brother's abusers. Yang Fei tearfully rushed to his brother and begged him for help. After all, he is one of the 4 great masters of this city. Mo Fei announced that he had recently reached the late stage of the yellow stage, and this brat is nothing to him at all. The people around them began to discuss that this stranger would now be in trouble. After all, Mo Fei's strength was unquestionable. Zhao Chen praised Mo. After all, at his age, reaching the late stage of the yellow stage, it wasn't easy. Mo Fei roared for Zhao Chen to not even think of asking for mercy. Mo Fei took out his heaven-tearing fist from his pocket and brought it down on his opponent with all his might. Zhao Chen announced that he had reached the same stage a long time ago, and they clashed in a fierce battle. Fire and sparks were flying in all directions. Energy was booming at the epicenter of the collision. Just then, Yang Fei saw his powerful brother Mo being thrown aside. There was no limit to his surprise. While lying on the ground, Mo Fei had no way of understanding how it was that he had managed to lose the fight. Mo Fei's servants were also puzzled. How could this happen? Could it be the power of the innate spiritual roots? But then we won't be able to deal with this brat. And the servants all began to scatter in all directions in fear so as not to be crushed by Zhao Chen. Everyone in the neighborhood started laughing at the Fei family servants. Cowardly servants with weak masters. Young Fei was all in tears and couldn't accept such a humiliating defeat for his family. Just then, Zhao Chen made a request to him. Could he spare him a moment? The man, whimpering, agreed to listen to the winner. He had no choice anyway. He ordered Yang Fei to quickly write that he was breaking his engagement to Tang Ruo, but he wouldn't agree to cancel the prenuptial agreement so easily. Yang Fei added that Zhao Chen can bully him for as long as he wants, but he will not cancel the marriage contract. Tang Ruo will become his legal wife. Zhao Chen was very surprised at the fatty's persistence and stubbornness. I had to do some work on Yang Fei's face again, and the document to break the marriage agreement was eventually prepared and signed by Yang Fei. It wasn't difficult. Zhao Chen took away the dissolution and said that this was something that should have been done before. Unnecessary bloodshed could have been avoided. Tang Ruo rushed over to hug her savior. The priceless heavenly mushroom, by the way, was still in their possession. This is the right way to do business, Zhao Chen thought. The girl inquired of her master where they were now keeping their journey. Zhao Chen decided to take a stroll through the herbal shops. Maybe there they would find what they were looking for. Yan Fei saw them off with curses and hoped to still get even. They hadn't found anything in the shops yet, and Tang Ro was a little upset. Zhao Chen tried to calm her down. Zhao Chen thought for a moment. After all, in every shop, as soon as they heard the name of the herbs, they immediately rejected them. Something was amiss, the young man decided. And then they saw some old man being thrown out of the gate with the words, "Get out." In his hands, this man was holding some kind of plant. Zhao Chen immediately realized that it was a poisonous origin herb. There could be no mistake. Someone shouted at the old man and said that this was an association of alchemists, not some kind of charlatan office, and he could tell the difference between some weed and a poisonous herb of origin. The old man excused himself that it was indeed a poisonous herb of origin. He's not lying. He only wanted to exchange it for pills for his granddaughter. Someone turned out to be a 3-star alchemist, and he couldn't let some old man teach him about herbs. The people around him thought that the old man had gone completely out of his mind, trying to contradict Mr. Zhang. The poor old man cried out for help and asked the alchemist to believe him. It was a real high-grade herb, not some fake. Zhao didn't stop and continued to abuse the old man. Who is he to tell a 3-star alchemist? And then, someone grabbed Mr. Zhao's arm. Zhao became indignant. Who was it that dared him to stop him from doing justice? It was Zhao Chen, of course. He always found someone to save from trouble. And Mr. Zhao got a goodbye kick and was sent away. Mr. Zhao directly hit his face against the wall of the building with a swing. Zhao immediately woke up. Blood was gushing from his nose. He began to threaten Zhao Chen. No one dares to attack a 3-star alchemist, especially when he is on duty. Zhao Chen was very surprised that the Alchemists Association would accept such talentless non-entities who couldn't even tell the difference between a weed and a medicinal herb into their ranks. The crowd around, of course, became very surprised at the behavior of some youngster who was crossing the esteemed Mr. Zhao. The alchemist, who had lost a couple of teeth after colliding with the wall, began calling for the guards to deal with the rogue upstart. The old man thanked Zhao Chen, but advised him to hurry up and get out of here, for the association would never forgive such incidents. Zhao Chen didn't even think of leaving. He thought that there was something wrong with this old man, since he was able to guess the medicinal herb in the plant. Even a 3-star alchemist couldn't do it. The old man began to make excuses, mumbling something incoherently. Just then, Chu Haixing himself came out, the president of the Alchemists Association. He was very surprised that there were fools in the world who could cause trouble for his association. Mr. Zhao immediately rushed over to the president. He told him everything, and said that the brat was questioning the competence of a 3-star alchemist, and asked him to teach the boy a lesson. The president wanted Zhao Chen to explain himself, otherwise he would face severe consequences. Everyone started muttering their own words. Zhao, that the young man was dead. The old man, that it was his own fault. The young lady said it would be a good idea to get out of here. Zhao Chen turned to the honorable president. He allowed that a 3-star alchemist might not know, but the president should know that a medicinal herb has 7 spines, unlike a weed that has 6 spines. The alchemist began to rebuke Zhao Chen for wanting to mislead the president, but the president shut the alchemist's mouth. The president agreed with the kid that it was a medicinal herb of origin. The alchemist now no longer believed the president. It was an embarrassment to him. Everyone in the neighborhood realized that the boy was right, so Mr. Zhang was wrong. But the president replied to the alchemist that he wasn't kidding. The alchemist had to admit his mistake. It was unforgivable. Zhao Chen suggested that the alchemist now apologize to the old man, and everyone started yelling that the alchemist was really unfair to the old man. The alchemist realized that Zhao Chen was mocking him and asked what he wanted. Zhao Chen suggested that the alchemist kneel down and beg the old man's forgiveness. People started cheering for the guy and chanting in his support. The alchemist was amazed at the youngster's insolence and said that he would never agree to such a disgrace. The president supported Zhao Chen's idea and ordered the alchemist to kneel down. The president really needed this herb. He wanted to buy it back from the old man. The crowd continued to chant and demand an apology from the alchemist. The alchemist thought that he couldn't bear such embarrassment. Even the vapor showed on his face. Zhao Chen decided to help the alchemist and channeled a beam of internal energy in his direction. The alchemist cowered and fell to his knees. The alchemist began to threaten the young man again. "We just need to find out his name." The young man immediately introduced himself and called himself Zhao Chen, and everyone began to recall that this was the same guy who had massacred Mo Fei. The alchemist told Zhao Chen that they would meet again, and that the young man should not relax. Zhao Chen said that he was fine with it. After all, he is not afraid of anyone. The president apologized to the old man on behalf of the association, and offered to buy the medicinal herb from him. Zhao Chen realized that the president was also after this herb. It's already an auction. The old man confessed that he wanted to cure his granddaughter, and if he could get some help, he'd be happy to give up the herb. The president promised to cure the old man's daughter and invited him to follow him. Zhao Chen announced that he also knew a bit about medicine and wanted to go with them as well. The people supported Zhao Chen's decision. The president didn't mind. He realized that the boy was no match for him, and the old man took the whole campaign to his sick granddaughter, and so they all came to the old man's hut. The old man announced that his granddaughter couldn't get up because of her illness, and invited everyone to come inside. Zhao Chen thought that he was mistaken, and it was an ordinary old man. But then this herb might cause him some problems. Zhao Chen motioned for his assistant to wait for him outside. Tang Ruo wished him good luck. The poor girl was barely alive on the bed. An aura was spreading around her. Zhao Chen was astonished. Did she really have an innate body? The old man dutifully entrusted his granddaughter to the president of the association. He asked everyone to calm down and promised to cure the girl for sure. Zhao Chen doubted that the president would be able to cope. After all, it wasn't even a disease, but a side effect of improper cultivation of the innate body. The president has announced that all her meridians are torn, and her internal organs are severely damaged. The old man became very upset and cried. He began sobbing over his granddaughter's bed. The president offered the old man a pill to help the girl last a few more years. The old man thanked the president and was about to give him the healing herb. And everyone noticed that Zhao Chen had disappeared somewhere. The president gladly agreed to accept the gift from the old man's hands. And then Zhao Chen appeared and offered his method of treatment. He announced that he could save the poor girl. The old man and the president tensed up. How could this be possible? Decided the boy was very arrogant after all. The president warned the young man that a child could be harmed by his actions. The old man had hope. Zhao Chen suggested that they just observe themselves. The president wondered how acupuncture could help in this case. Waypoint. The point of connection of the heavens. A point of boundaries. The president couldn't believe his eyes.
"And the last point of the soul," uttered the young man.
The girl coughed and began to come to her senses. The old man couldn't believe his eyes. The girl's awake. The old man was very happy that his granddaughter was finally awake. The president of the association was very impressed with the young alchemist's talent. Zhao Chen said that he had cured the old man's granddaughter, and he had no need to worry now. Everyone was amazed that Zhao Chen knew alchemy better than the president himself, and the old man gave the herb of origin to the young man in gratitude. Zhao Chen rejoiced. After all, he only had 3 ingredients left to gather to Qingyang would be saved. The president invited the young man to become his disciple, and then Zhao Chen's development would be greatly accelerated. Everyone decided that it was a very generous offer, because the president of the association was one of the top 5 alchemists in the kingdom. But Zhao Chen had to refuse. His ambitions were much higher. Everyone was disappointed by the young alchemist's refusal. He misses a chance like this. It only happens once in a lifetime, and it doesn't happen to everyone. The president assumed that Zhao Chen already had a teacher. After all, with his innate spiritual roots, immense mental strength, and amazing control, it was not surprising. The president did not insist and suggested that Young take the 3-star plate. After all, he is very talented. Zhao Chen gratefully accepted this gift. Everyone decided that it was unfair, that Zhao Chen had been initiated into a 3-star alchemist without examination. The president told them that they couldn't match Zhao Chen's talent, so it's better to keep quiet. That's when everyone scattered. Zhao Chen asked the president if he knew where to get the frost ice ginseng and the heavenly dragon lotus. The president said that these plants are comparable in rarity to the poisonous weed of origin. The president added that one lotus is now in the Mo family, and ginseng can be sought at the Tianluo Academy. Zhao Chen memorized everything and decided to seek out the plants at all costs. The president decided to withdraw, but told Zhao Chen that he could always count on his help. The president withdrew, and they remained good acquaintances. Zhao Chen told Tang Ruo to leave, but the recovered girl decided to talk to her savior. Zhao Chen was slightly surprised. She thanked Zhao Chen for her rescue and asked when he would propose to her. Zhou Chen and Tang Ruo were very surprised. Zhao Chen didn't tell her that he was going to marry her. Tang Ruo said that her master didn't need that kind of trouble. The old man began to discourage his granddaughter. After all, they don't know this young man at all. The girl said that her daddy talked about that anyone who could take care of her could be her husband, and so Zhao Chen should become her husband and take care of her. Tang Ruo entered the conversation and said that her lord wasn't going to get married yet. Zhao Chen silently watched the girls figure things out. The old man, with tears in his eyes, began to discourage his granddaughter. Just then, Zhao Chen shouted at both of them and ordered them to shut their mouths. The girls fell silent and turned away from each other resentfully. Zhao Chen was very upset that the girls turned out to be so scandalous. The old man suggested that the young men leave the premises, for his granddaughter needed peace now. Zhao Chen assumed that, judging from his manners, the old man was not the girl's grandfather, but most likely her servant. Unlike ordinary people, Xiaoju's body and spiritual roots have a slightly different structure. The old man admitted that the young man was very guessing. But the old man warned that Zhao Chen would now face death and took out a sharp knife from behind his belt. Zhao Chen warned that he didn't understand such jokes, and advised the old man to come to his senses. The old man apologized, but the identity of his mistress must not be revealed. Therefore, Zhao Chen is about to die, and he lunged with his knife towards the young man. The granddaughter screamed for her grandfather to stop immediately. Zhao Chen stopped the old man's lunge with 2 fingers, and advised him to be more careful from now on. From Zhao Chen's mighty energy, the blade was shattered in an instant. The old man began to wail and ask who the young man really was. The granddaughter said that Mr. Zhao is an honest and kind man. He doesn't look at all like the killer who's after me. Otherwise, I'd be dead by now, the young lady said. The old man decided to trust Zhao Chen. The girl decided to tell Zhao Chen her secret, but asked that she not tell anyone else. Zhao Chen asked Tang Ruo to remove himself and not overhear their conversation. Tang Ruo obeyed, but it was obvious that she was angry, and the girl began her story. Zhao Chen didn't think that Zhu'er would turn out to be a member of one of the most powerful families for thousands of miles around the Lan family. One of his past disciples also carried the Lan surname and had a similar body structure. Zhao Chen decided to think about it later, but right now, he needed to increase his own strength, and he set about forming ancient symbols. Zhao Chen told his companion that last night, he had managed to double the number of ancient symbols. However, he hadn't fully restored his meridians yet. Zhao Chen suggested going to Tianluo Academy to get the Frost Ice Ginseng, and so they reached Tianluo Academy. There were many people in the square in front of the academy. Zhao Chen remembered that the best friend of the past owner of Suqi's body studied at the academy. We should pay him a visit. Yang Fei was standing in front of the main gate of Tianluo Academy, and his thugs felled a young man. Yan Fei stood beside the bouncer and gritted his teeth. Everyone was outraged that Yang Fei attacked a student right in front of the academy. Yang Fei confessed that he specifically sought to meet Su Qi, since he is Zhao Chen's childhood friend. Su Qi flatly refused to help Yang Fei to track down about Zhao Chen. Yang Fei ordered his servants to break all the bones of the student. Maybe he would then confess where Zhao Chen was hiding now. The thugs continued to beat poor Su Qi, but he continued to remain silent. Everyone around him was yelling at Yang Fei to get out of here to his daddy's pavilion. Yang Fei turned to his Uncle He, for he knows what needs to be done. Uncle He turned around and moved towards the crowd, threatening to do away with everyone. The people around them were very scared. It seems Uncle He had a very powerful force, and he was on the Earth stage. One of the guys said they had no chance of being saved. Yan Fei said that no one can help Su Qi anymore, and he has one last chance to save his life. Su Qi clenched his teeth and told Yan Fei that sooner or later he would pay for bullying him. Yang Fei got angry and ordered his servants to kill him. The servants decided to do their master's bidding and rushed towards Su Qi. But then someone shouted to stop them, and a powerful stream of energy began to scatter the thugs. They began to scatter in all directions with shouts. It was Zhao Chen. Su Qiqi and Yan Fei immediately recognized him. Zhao Chen warned Yang Fei that he would definitely feel bad now because he shouldn't have attacked Zhao Chen's loved ones. Yang Fei threatened Zhao Chen and called his Uncle He for backup. Uncle He heard the call and said he was about to deal with the brat. Su Qi said that Uncle He is an Earth stage master, and it is best not to deal with him. Zhao Chen needs to get out of here quickly. Zhao Chen was completely calm and confident. Of course, he wasn't going to go anywhere, because he had decided to take the fight. Zhao Chen decided that no one here could handle him. Uncle He adopted a stance and prepared for hand-to-hand combat.
He announced that today, Zhao Chen would recognize the full power of Luo Pavilion.
Yang Fei was glad that Zhao Chen would finally be dealt with for real. Su Qi was frightened and suggested that Zhao Chen quickly run away from here. What Uncle He saw really amazed him. How is it possible? Zhao Chen raised the 3-star plate in front of him. Zhao Chen announced that he was a 3-star alchemist of the Alchemists Association. He can't be offended. But everyone around me started to get very loudly indignant. Yan Fei was very surprised and wondered where Zhao Chen had gotten this plate in the first place. Zhao Chen announced that he had gotten it just recently. Yang Fei decided that Zhao Chen was just lucky today. Uncle He would deal with him next time. Everyone around them was discussing what was happening, although no one knew the nature of the problem. Just then, Chang Ming, the teacher of Tianluo Academy, appeared. He was surprised that someone had dared to make a spectacle right in front of the academy gate. Zhao Chen noted that this teacher had a very strong aura. He might be able to help him get the plant he needed. Yang Fei started to say that they were having a practice duel here. Then Zhao Chen intervened and beat up his servants. And Yang Fei simply had no other choice. Everyone around them began to resent Yang Fei's behavior. Su Qi decided to tell the truth to his teacher. He threw himself on his knees and told him that Yang Fei was looking for Zhao Chen to get rid of him. The teacher ordered both of them to shut up immediately. He asked Zhao Chen if he was really who he said he was. Zhao Chen confirmed that it was him. So what? The teacher asked if Zhao Chen knew what happens to people who cause trouble for Tianluo Academy. Zhao Chen said that he did not know anything like that and did not want to know. But, if you all have a student like this pig, then the academy is disappointing. The teacher became fierce and said that Zhao Chen was acting too bold and defiant. Everyone around decided that Zhao Chen was purposely provoking a teacher who had a very strong aura and who, if anything, would be difficult to deal with. Yang Fei was very happy that teacher could deal with Zhao Chen now. And then Zhao Chen's childhood friend stood up for him and said that it was his fault and there was no need to punish Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen said to Suchi not to talk nonsense. He didn't do anything wrong after all. Zhao Chen remarked to himself that although Teacher Tsang looked very belligerent, there was no danger coming from him, and he was unlikely to do anything bad to Zhao Chen. Teacher Tsang praised Zhao Chen and said that he could be called an incomparable genius. After all, he is not bad. Teacher Tsang offered Zhao Chen to be his disciple. He promised to teach him everything he knows. Then the young warrior's path in martial arts would be much easier. Everyone around them was surprised by Teacher Tsang's behavior. Wasn't he the one who had just wanted to deal with Zhao Chen? Why all this drama? Yan Fei began to urge Teacher Tsang to respect the academy. After all, the reputation of the academy might suffer. We have to deal with Zhao Chen, Teacher Tsang yelled at Yang Fei. Apparently, he had been told what was going on for a long time. Teacher Tsang was tired of watching this show and listening to Yang Fei's lies. Yan Fei was confused and started to make excuses, saying that he was misunderstood. Zhao Chen asked the teacher what punishment the academy had for such behavior as Yang Fei had arranged. The teacher said that for his background, one should be more lenient with him. Su Qi should not cripple him, but just give him a lesson in good manners. Zhao Chen suggested that he himself would deal with Yang Fei right now. Zhao Chen with the words, "This is for my brother," punched Yang Fei to the ground. Another blow with the words, "This is for you for daring to threaten me." And the third time he hit with the words, "This is for being such a pig." Yang Fei flew off to the side. Blood was coming out of his nose. Yang Fei began to threaten Su Qi and Zhao Chen, warning that he would still come back. Teacher Chang was angry and chased fatty Yang Fei out of the square. Uncle He shouldered his nephew and walked away. Everyone around them rejoiced at Zhao Chen's victory and laughed at Yang Fei's defeat. Teacher Chang again offered Zhao Chen to be his disciple. After all, he had helped solve his problem. Zhao Chen promised to think about his proposal, but only on the condition that Teacher Tsang would take Su Qi as a disciple as well. Su Qi began to resist. After all, with his earthly spiritual roots, he wouldn't be able to become a worthy disciple of Teacher Chang. Everyone around him wondered why Zhao Chen didn't immediately agree. After all, it's a great honor. Teacher Chang is one of the two greatest geniuses of this kingdom. Zhao Chen asked Teacher Tsang if he would agree to such a proposal. Teacher Tsang agreed and accepted Su Qi as a disciple from today. Zhao Chen suggested that Su Qi thank his teacher. Su Qi was very dumbfounded by this turn of events. Su Qi kneeled down to pay respects to his teacher, but the teacher told Su Qi to get to his feet faster. Teacher Chang said that he would not give offense to Su Qi, but the latter in turn must not shame his teacher. Here, some lady in the crowd offered her services to Zhao Chen, and said that he was very lucky. But Zhao Chen didn't like such a suggestion. He wasn't like that. He called the lady transgender and kicked her right in the leg. She went flying off to the side. Then Zhao Chen suggested that Kui Shi should hurry up and go to the academy, since they had settled everything here. Zhao Chen asked, would Teacher Tsang go with them? Teacher Tsang said that it was now Zhao Chen's turn to accept him as a disciple. And then Zhao Chen and Teacher Tsang would get into a squabble over who would be the teacher and who would be the disciple. Zhao Chen was lightning fast in a completely different place. This was the Yang family's estate. Zhao Chen decided to finally deal with Yang Fei for daring to offend Su Qi. Zhao Chen stuck his hand behind his sinus. He had something there for this occasion. He pulled out a scrap of paper from there, which just as well could come in handy right now. The scrap flew to the feet of the armed guards, who were very surprised at its appearance. One of the guards picked up the scrap, unfolded it, and saw that there was a message of some sort. It was an engagement breakup document signed by Yang Fei. The guard decided to inform the young master of this piece of paper. Zhao Chen decided that the bait had worked, and he moved quickly to another part of the estate. There the servant was already reporting to his master about his find. Yan Fei was very angry that he was being distracted from a very important and interesting matter. The guard reported that while patrolling the area, they found this. He handed Yang Fei a piece of paper. Yan Fei was very angry. He assumed that Zhao Chen had managed to break into his estate, and at this time Yang Fei and his servant heard someone's cry. They were alarmed that there was someone else here. The guard didn't even have time to pull his blade out of its sheath before his head was severed. Yan Fei was horrified. There was a rumble of thunder, and the undaunted Zhao Chen appeared on the threshold. Yang Fei shrieked exhaustedly out of fear. Zhao Chen suggested that Yang Fei guess why he appeared here. Yang Fei began to calm Zhao Chen and urged him to negotiate. But Zhao Chen was very angry and ordered Yang Fei to shut up. Zhao Chen warned Yang Fei that since he was playing with people's lives, they could do the same thing now. And Yang Fei's father wouldn't help him. Yang Fei began to beg for mercy, saying that he wouldn't do this anymore. But Zhao Chen certainly didn't believe him. Zhao Chen said that he never forgives threats to his relatives and friends. Whoever touches them will regret it for the rest of his life. Yang Fei, with tears in his eyes and foaming at the mouth, once again began to beg for mercy. Zhao Chen raised his hand over the opponent lying on the floor. Thunder rang out. Yan Fei remained lying motionless on the floor. Zhao Chen went about his business with a sense of accomplishment. The girls of easygoing behavior waiting for Yang Fei in his room decided to rest. But they saw Yang Fei's body lying motionless and were very frightened. They began shouting all over the estate and calling for help. That's when the guards showed up. They saw what happened and decided to spread out around the perimeter of the estate to find the villain. And at this time, the mysterious woman was surprised that Zhao Chen dared to even deal with the son of Pavilion Head Luo. Pavilion Head Luo looks at his son's body and listens to the guard's report. He asked if anyone had seen the man who had dealt with his son. The girls said they didn't see anything. Someone called out to the young master, and then they saw it. It was reported to the master that the guards had found a piece of paper that had the engagement breakup on it. But Zhao Chen was supposed to be in Zhao Chen's possession. That's why he's now the prime suspect. The master became enraged and ordered the destruction of all who stood in his son's way. He was told that his order would be carried out. Pavilion Master Luo decided that he would personally deal with Zhao Chen. It doesn't matter who killed his son. It's everybody's responsibility. Zhao Chen gave the letters to Tang Ruo and told her that she should deliver them to Tsang Meng of Tianluo Academy and Chu Haisheng of the Alchemists Association. Afterward, it was better for her to stay in the association. He said that the capital would soon be a bit noisy, so Tang Ruo shouldn't leave the association. Tang Ruo was scared for her master and assumed that someone was threatening him again. Zhao Chen confessed to her that he had dealt with Yang Fei. Tang Ruo was scared. She knew who Yang Fei's father was. He wouldn't let this go unpunished. Zhao Chen asked her not to worry and do as he says. Tang Ruo agreed and hoped that Zhao Chen would be all right. Zhao Chen said that he couldn't leave the capital yet as he still needed some medicinal herbs. Inside Tianluo Academy, the following events were unfolding. Suqi asked the new arrivals who they were. The owner of Luo Pavilion stated that he was looking for Zhao Chen. Master said that he couldn't find the brat, but he knows who is worried about Suqi. That's why he came here. But then teacher Suqi suddenly appeared and decided to clean up the place. A bloody mess ensued. Everyone around them went flying around. Only the Pavilion Master Luo and the Academy teacher remained on their feet. Pavilion Master Luo wondered why Tsang Meng was even here. Tsang Meng stated that Suqi was his disciple, and he would protect him. The owner of Luo Pavilion didn't like this development. The owner of Luo Pavilion didn't want to get involved in this showdown. He knew that Tsang Meng is stronger than him. He has the whole academy behind him. Suqi wished that nothing bad could happen to Zhao Chen. Kai Meng reassured Suqi. He said that Zhao Chen always came out victorious from all kinds of trouble. Alchemists Association. The president of the association is surprised by the appearance of the aliens. He asks Mr. Yang if it could be a declaration of war. Mr. Yang announced that he is not looking for trouble with the association. He has a personal beef with Zhao Chen. The president of the association said not to be laughed at. He said that Zhao Chen was too young to sneak into the manor unnoticed and deal with Yang Fei. Mr. Yang thought about it as well. But then he added that it didn't matter and he still wanted to deal with Zhao Chen. The president of the association said that he would have to look harder for Zhao Chen since he had not been here for a long time. Then Mr. Yang decided to take Tang Ruo for himself. Tang Ruo didn't agree with this turn of events. Mr. Yang announced that it was all her fault and she would have to answer for it. The president of the association stood up for the poor girl and said he would not let her be taken away from here. Mr. Yang said that he wasn't afraid of the Alchemists Association, just like he wasn't afraid of the academy. Mr. Yang ordered his guards to deal with young Tang Ruo, no matter what it took. The guards rushed to do their master's bidding. The president of the association urged his guards to fight back against the aliens. The warriors stood against each other, ready to engage in battle at any moment. And then someone shouted at them to stop. Mr. Yang was displeased that his servants were standing like stiff-necked. And then Zhao Chen appeared in front of everyone. In all his glory, the president of the association and Tang Ruo were very surprised. Why did this guy show up here? Mr. Yang was furious. Zhao Chen said that he had heard rumors that the owner of the Luo Pavilion was prowling around the city with his servants and killing everyone. Zhao Chen asked, "What happened?" Mr. Yang attacked the young man. How can he ask what happened? After all, it's all his fault. Zhao Chen asked for any evidence of his guilt. The Pavilion Master Luo said he didn't care about the evidence and ordered the guards to grab the brat. The president of the association reminded Mr. Yang that it was not his pavilion and ordered his guards to stop the attackers. There was a serious stabbing. The enraged Mr. Yang wanted to face Zhao Chen one-on-one. The president of the association shouted that Mr. Yang was a very cunning old man. Tang Ru advised Zhao Chen to dodge the cunning old man's blows. Mr. Yang had warned Zhao Chen that he would have a hard time now. Zhao Chen said that Mr. Yang is just pathetic. Zhao Chen decided to let his inner energy out. There was an unbearable rumble, and a huge sword stabbed into the ground. Mr. Yang warned me not to interfere in their fight. Otherwise, it'll be bad for everyone. And then a beautiful stranger appeared and declared that Mr. Yang was being intemperate as usual. It turned out to be Tianluo Academy's vice principal. The teacher stated that since they were here, no one would dare to offend Zhao Chen. Mr. Yang shouted that Yang Qingxi should not interfere. I still can't believe it. In my letter, I just asked to take care of Suki. But the provost himself took the initiative to offer his help. Mr. Yang asked, "What does he want?" Zhao Chen stated that this table is made of very expensive 1,000-year-old wood, and it is worth a lot of money. And the chair is made from the heart of the ancient Baduhi tree, which calms the mind and spirit. And the ancient tea set was left over from the ancient emperor's era. The teacher pretended that he hadn't realized that these things were so ancient and valuable. Decided this kid was just too mean, and there's a lot of valuable stuff in the association. Zhao Chen announced that there was a discount for the head of Luo Pavilion. For only 100,000 spirit stones, his debt would be forgiven. Mr. Yang was very angry. What do you mean 100,000 spirit stones? Everyone just wants to rob him. Yes, Zhao Chen agreed. He said that he wanted to rob the head of Luo Pavilion. Mr. Yang said that he is one of the most influential people in the capital, and Zhao Chen won't succeed even if he has such influential support. Everyone started threatening Mr. Yang. He can't leave without paying. It won't work that way. So Mr. Yang agreed to pay. Mr. Yang held out a check for 100,000 spirit stones. Zhao Chen said that he would definitely be accepted into the association in the future, only need to prepare more expensive furniture. Pavilion Master Luo announced that he was leaving this place with his servants. Go to the third prince's palace, and tell him that I will accept his offer if he takes care of Zhao Chen. Mr. Yang stated that Zhao Chen himself forced him, even though he is supported by the Alchemists Association. After all, there are people in this kingdom that he simply cannot afford to offend. Zhao Chen offered President Chu his thanks and asked him not to refuse. The president said he shouldn't. He was just protecting a valuable member of the Alchemist Association. The president was dismayed. Zhao Chen gave him the recipe of an ancient pill as a token of gratitude. Elder, you have a keen eye. You're quite right, then I think you know it's best to keep a low profile. He said sure, and shoved the prescription deeper into his pocket. He said that he needed to be in seclusion, and that they should, if anything, help Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen now decided to deal with the vice-chancellor. If she found him on her own, she must be up to something. It's not for nothing. Zhao Chen thanked Teacher Tsang and Provost Yan for their help. Vice-Chancellor Yan said that there was no need for these formalities. She said that she was waiting for Zhao Chen to respond someday. But Zhao Chen said that her words sounded too vague. Everyone was worried that Zhao Chen had refused her without even listening to her request. She was very curious, for this was the first man who had been able to refuse her. The old man advised Zhao Chen not to piss this woman off and agree to her proposal. After all, you can expect anything from her. The young man thanked, but said he was used to being in control of his own life. The woman got angry and said that Zhao Chen will still regret it. She wants to see what he will do after this. And her eye of rising azure lighted up. After that, she looked fiercely at the trailing Zhao Chen who was leaving. She began to threaten once more. If the young warrior did not agree, he would suffer in her spirit world until she was satisfied. Zhao Chen was surprised at what she said about the spirit world. After him, his inner spirit rose above Zhao Chen. He told the woman that she never seemed to understand the difference between the two. She was horrified after seeing that she was in Zhao Chen's body. With a roar, Wu Zhao Chen raised that woman to look her eye to eye. Then he threw her right to the ground, and it fell with a thud. The woman cried out in fright that she did not want to communicate with the spirit world now. She kept screaming and asking for no one to come near her. The teacher ran up to her and asked if she was okay. The provost said that everything was fine and wondered what kind of monster was sitting in Zhao Chen. He almost scattered her soul with one look. Zhao Chen said that he would not spare the vice-chancellor next time. He recognized her. It was the one who had followed him to the Yang Manor. It was good that she only tried to threaten him with the help of his spirit world. The provost asked Zhao Chen to stop. The young man inquired what was the matter. She confessed that she knew that Zhao Chen was looking for the frost ice ginseng. If he agreed to her proposal, she would help him get the plant. Zhao Chen said for her to immediately confess where the frost ice ginseng was located. And now Zhao Chen is already in the hotel. He opened his eyes and pronounced that he was almost at the true peak of the yellow steppe. and he didn't have much time left. Soon he would be able to advance to the black stage, but he would be many times stronger than ordinary cultivators. As he left the room, he decided it was time to get another ingredient for Qingyang. The third Prince Xiaofan is at his palace and is flirted with by girls. A messenger came and reported that the head of Lo Pavilion had agreed to his terms, and that he had sent a large sum of money. All he needs to do is to get rid of Zhao Chen. The third prince said he'd heard that name before. I'll have to look it up. The prince remembered. He was the one Auntie Xiaofei had asked him to destroy in her last letter. He decided to kill two birds with one stone. If the boy's on the yellow step, we should send someone to him who's on the black step. The servant said everything would be fulfilled. Zhao Chen came to Tianluo Academy. Everyone began to recognize him, and said that the academy's vice-rector and the president of the Alchemists Association stood up for him. Zhao Chen met with Su Qi and said that he could now not worry. Zhao Chen would be fine. Su Qi said he had to go to class, and Zhao Chen explained that he had business to attend to a friend. At that time, a scream was heard from somewhere in the bushes. "Don't move!" The boys stopped. Some hooligans showed up, and the bravest of them declared that the young men had to pay to go down this road, so they would have to shell out. And at the same instant, he received a savory slap in response to his words. Zhao Chen said that he was a complete jerk if he didn't realize that you can't do such things in Tianluo Academy. Zhao Chen said that such idiots wouldn't have thought of it. And they'll have to confess who sent them here? That insolent man said it was Zhao Chen's problem. Why did he cross the third prince's path? Everyone immediately said that Zhao Chen was unlucky, because the third prince was the most powerful disciple of Tianluo Academy. In fact, since he had innate spiritual roots, he should realize that all the geniuses would want to destroy him before he grew up. Suki warned Zhao Chen that this guy was already at the middle stage of the black stage, and they had better not get involved in a confrontation. Zhao Chen said that he was just itching to test his newly acquired strength. The attacker said that he was about to show the chasm between them, and decided to apply his crowning ocean palm strike. But something went wrong. Zhao Chen's inner strength fought back against the instigator. The next moment he was on the ground, foaming at the mouth. The next moment, he was foaming at the mouth on the ground. Zhao Chen said that all the followers of the third prince turned out to be nothing. Everyone began to wonder how it was possible, because there was a whole step gap between them. Apparently, only true geniuses do that. Suchi was very happy for Zhao Chen, and praised him. Zhao Chen said to tell the hooligans to get out. And next time, let the third prince come himself, and not send some trash. They scattered, repeating that they would definitely come back and that the third prince would definitely come after Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen concluded that judging from these henchmen, the third prince was also nothing. Suki hurried Zhao Chen into class. After all, Xiaolier was about to teach the class. If she was even a minute late, she would eat everyone. Students in the classroom heard the footsteps of the approaching teacher. She walked gracefully into the classroom. Her dress moved in time with her steps. Everyone started wailing, realized she was pissed off. And because of the latecomers, it's gonna be everybody's ass. Xiaolier loudly slammed the class magazine on the teacher's desk. Who are these latecomers? Do they seem to be bored with life? And then everyone heard the creak of the door opening. Suchi and Zhao Chen stood on the doorstep, out of breath from running. Suchi apologized loudly for them entering the classroom later than the teacher. She was burning with anger. She wondered how they dared to get in her face. Suchi whimpered, asked the teacher to take pity on them, and said that he wouldn't do it again. Suki told Zhao Chen to ask for forgiveness too, as the teacher was the daughter of the king himself, and it was not worth it to make her angry. Zhao Chen immediately realized that this was not an easy group since it was run by the king's daughter, and the third prince was studying here. The teacher told them not to talk, and to bring 50 handwritten copies of the book on the theory of formations tomorrow. Everyone murmured that they were still lucky. Last time the latecomers couldn't walk for a long time. Suchi said that 50 copies are unrealistic to write. They can't handle it. Zhao Chen hesitated for a moment. Formation theory? It sounded familiar to him. The teacher, in response to Suki's remarks, said that 60 copies should now be made. Suki decided to remain silent further so as not to aggravate the situation. Zhao Chen didn't want to keep quiet, and suggested that the teacher discuss something. She thought the young man was up to something, but he wouldn't succeed, even if he was defended by the provost herself. And she doesn't give a damn about who this Zhao Chen really is. Zhao Chen started to explain that she misunderstood him and that he meant something completely different. He added that if he remembered formation theory by heart, can he not rewrite it? It'll be useless anyway. Everyone started laughing at Zhao Chen. He said the impossible. There are many pages in this book. A student who has never attended a class once cannot know it by heart. The teacher agreed that there was no point in rewriting then, and she would give them a top grade. Zhao Chen said that if that was not the case, she could flog him heartily. Su Qi didn't believe Zhao Chen and said that it was better not to argue and complete the teacher's assignment. Zhao Chen remembered that he had written this book back in his previous life. He didn't think that his work would reach such a backwater. Then Suchi got excited and told Zhao Chen to show this teacher where the crayfish are. Zhao Chen smiled and agreed with his brother. The teacher suggested not to waste time and to start already. There are a total of 85 modern 36 articles in the book with 3,000 kinds of formations in each article. If a single word is wrong, Zhao Chen has lost. Everyone began to stick up for Zhao Chen and said that it wasn't serious. No one could possess such knowledge even after studying the entire course at the academy. Shuki said that the teacher just wants to screw Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen said that if he loses, Suchi is at her disposal. Suchi didn't like this, of course. Everyone was amazed that Zhao Chen had agreed to quote everything. How could he be so confident? Suki took offense to Zhao Chen risking his life. Zhao Chen calmed him down and told him to just let him observe and see who was in charge. Zhao Chen resolutely stomped his foot with his right foot. He motioned for Teacher Qiao to begin. She said she would listen to every word. Zhao Chen began. He said that there were 3 main aspects of a formation: the type of formation, its center, and its soul. The first 2 were not so important, but the third played an exceptional role. Everyone started to say that it doesn't mean anything yet, and he's bound to make a mistake somewhere. The teacher stated that it's just the basics. We'll see how he does next. Zhao Chen continued to speak without mistakes after 10 minutes. It felt like the book was right inside his head. Zhao Chen was sitting on a chair and reciting a book. Suchi was delighted by what was happening. An hour later, nothing had changed. Zhao Chen narrated and didn't make a single mistake. Teacher Qiao was astonished. How was this even possible? Zhao Chen finished and added that he hoped the next generation would benefit from his writings. Zhao Chen said that he had done his part. Now the teacher must fulfill her part of the contract. Everyone began to praise Zhao Chen. They asked him to reveal his secret. One student even said that she wanted to have children with him. Zhao Chen said, waiting for what he promised. Teacher Qiao said that he was rejoicing early. She said she found a mistake and he lost the bet. Zhao Chen disagreed. After all, it was completely impossible. Zhao Chen thought that he was the one who had written this book. What kind of mistakes can we talk about? The teacher objected. You said that only a formation with a soul can be considered a true formation. But everyone knows that the main role is played by the center of the formation, so we can do without a soul formation. Everyone began to check the textbook and made sure that Teacher Xiao was right. Zhao Chen said the same thing. It's just that your textbooks are missing a page. Zhao Chen thought that too much time had already passed. It was no wonder that his teachings had not been preserved properly. Teacher Xiao said that Zhao Chen is pulling a fast one, saying that their textbooks are wrong. If that's the case, then how can formations operate without a soul? Their effects are fully manifested without it. Zhao Chen replied that the soul formation as well as its center plays a kind of heart in a person's body. Then why does a person need 2 hearts? What 2 hearts? What are you talking about? Teacher Xiao was surprised. Zhao Chen added that this was what he thought. Zhao Chen said that Teacher Xiao knew the basics perfectly, which was already enough to set up the formations. The power of the formations depends on the person. Teacher Xiao only repeated, the power depends on the person, a person with 2 hearts. Zhao Chen turned around and headed towards the exit. Zhao Chen said that he still had things to do, and there was nothing more for him to do here. Everyone was puzzled because they didn't understand at all what Zhao Chen was talking about. Teacher Xiao laughed. She understood everything. If a person had 2 hearts, their power would increase many times over. 1 heart will complement the other. It's basically a second life for the formation. She added that Zhao Chen is simply amazing. She began to ask, where did Zhao Chen go? Suchi said that Brother Chen had left, but he promised to come back. Teacher Xiao was angry, as she still had a lot of things she wanted to discuss with Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen repeated that Yang Qingxia said that the Frost Ice Ginseng was in the death zone. No disciple has ever heard of such a place. It seems to be one of the Academy's secrets. Zhao Chen read the letter. It was from Chu Haisheng. He asked to come to the Alchemists Association immediately. He must have discovered something. Zhao Chen noticed that this letter was not from Chu Haisheng. He tore it to shreds and threw it away. Zhao Chen wondered who needed to trick him and invite him into the association. Meanwhile, President Qiu and many others gathered around the golden cauldron, and we saw a milky-colored liquid start to flow out of this cauldron. Suddenly, a pill of absolute tranquility came out of the cauldron. It was the legendary 6-star pill. How could this 5-star alchemist produce it? Everyone saw that this pill had 3 heavenly clouds on it at once. So this pill is of the highest quality. Then President Qiu is the strongest alchemist. The elder summoned the pillory to himself with a wave of his hand, and the pill dropped right into his palm. He announced to Chu Haitian that it was a 6-star pill. He can come over and see for himself. After spending a fortune, he finally learned a way to increase his mental power. After becoming the new president of the association, he was able to get the ingredients for one more time. Qiu Haitian admitted defeat and declared, that he had won. The elder's servant said that since Chu Heishan had lost, he should now hand over the presidency to him. Hyo Heishan obediently agreed. After all, these are the rules. So the old man decided to issue his first decree as president. From today, every member of the association must pay an annual fee of 1,000 spirit stones. A 10% tax will also be levied on all pill sales. Everyone became indignant and warned that they might leave the association. The old man said angrily that everyone could get the hell out of here. But they would forever be denied access to the association's ingredients, and no store in the capital would even sell them herbalism. Everyone thought about it and began to feel very sorry for what had happened. And then someone said he still disagreed. Of course it was Zhao Chen, the defender of all the humiliated and downtrodden. He said that the old man just wanted to profit from the members of the association. The old man said that he had been waiting for Zhao Chen for a long time. Now, he was finally honoring them with his presence. The old man added that he never thought the letter would work. Zhao Chen said that the old man was being very foolish. The old man's servant said that he would remember everything to Zhao Chen now. The servant reported to the old man that Zhao Chen has a very tense relationship with the Luo Pavilion Master. If Zhao Chen was captured now, Luo Pavilion Master would be in their debt. The old man liked it and decided to issue an edict. Zhao Chen said that Doazi is a despicable old man, and he has no dignity. Zhao Chen decided to prove that he was better and kick this old man out of the association. The old man laughed, for there is no one better than him to know alchemy. The old man said that he was a 6-star alchemist and Zhao Chen couldn't compete with him. Because he's only a 3-star alchemist, Zhao Chen decided that his stupidity must come to an end. The young man offered to finally test whose alchemical abilities would prove to be better. Everyone began to wonder if Zhao Chen wanted to battle with Doaji in alchemical abilities. The former president said that Zhao Chenyu should not be humiliated at all. After all, reality can be very cruel. Zhao Chen said that he could not worry. And we'll see what happens next. The former president then agreed and wished the young man good luck. The old man's servant suggested that Zhao Chen should just give up and not waste time. Then maybe he would be spared. Or maybe not. Zhao Chen motioned for them to open their eyes wide. A clot of energy appeared in his hand, and various medicinal herbs flew around him. Zhao Chen sent all this goodness into the cauldron and invited the old man to see the true skill. It all mixed in the cauldron. It boiled. The spirits of various mystical animals began to hover over the cauldron. Everyone noted that these were ancient spirits long ago sealed in the main furnace of the association. And those spirits have awakened. The old man's servant was amazed at what was happening and suggested that perhaps the boy was cheating. The old man suggested waiting, because with the appearance of spirits, the difficulty of making pills would only increase by leaps and bounds. Suddenly, there was some sort of explosion, and Zhao Chen began the formation process, and everyone saw a great pill. Everyone began to admire her and praise Zhao Chen. The old man did not want to believe what was happening. He realized that now he would have to leave the association. The president recognized Zhao Chen as a great genius of all time. Zhao Chen, showing the old man the gold pill, said that he had lost. The old man walked away upset, repeating that we'll see more and he'll be back. The servant ran after the old man, repeating not to be left here. But Zhao Chen stopped him. After all, he didn't want to let him go. The latter got upset and said that he should not be offended, because quarrels between members of the association were forbidden. Zhao Chen said that he betrayed the laws of the association and even brought an enemy here. He has no right to call himself a member of the association, and everyone started yelling that he should be kicked out of the membership. The servant began to call out to the old man for help and said he was his apprentice. The old man said that he shouldn't have invited Zhao Chen here. Things would be different now. The old man's servant cried and said it couldn't end like this. Zhao Chen said that he was very treacherous and deserved to be betrayed even by his men. He was very angry and said he was ready to deal with Zhao Chen. He got very excited and wanted to pounce on Zhao Chen. But Zhao Chen dodged and said that the tone could get away. And Zhao Chen kicked him in the heel with all his might, and he flew at high speed straight into the abyss. It was the only thing they saw. There was silence, and everyone saw the motionless villain lying on the ground. Everyone started saying it was a great hit. And now the traitor was finished. The president thanked that Zhao Chen had saved the Alchemists Association, and now the post of president rightfully belonged to the young man. Zhao Chen said he's doing a great job, and he doesn't want to become president at all. The president then proposed to give Zhao Chen the position of honorary president. Zhao Chen thought for a moment, but everyone began to welcome the new honorary president. A standing ovation was heard. Zhao Chen asked everyone present to stand up and said that he agreed to accept the position. Zhao Chen thought that this Chu Haishan was very clever, since he was able to lure him into the Alchemist Association. Just then, someone from the street started shouting exasperatedly for Zhao Chen to come out. Zhao Chen thought that someone else had come to cause trouble. And meet Zhao Chen's fierce fist. Zhao Chen walked out and saw many heavily armed people. The president of the association asked what brought the third prince to the association. The third prince said that he had come for Zhao Chen as he had injured his bodyguard and should be held accountable for it. Zhao Chen said that he could explain everything now. The servant told the third prince that Zhao Chen was too arrogant and should be taught a lesson immediately. Zhao Chen said that this subordinate ambushed him and Zhao Chen only fought back. The third prince said that if Zhao Chen did not obey, a fate worse than death awaited him. Zhao Chen said that he would disappoint the third prince, but he disagreed with him, and then the duel of glances began. The tension was building. Everyone was outraged that this guy was provoking the third prince himself. He's not going to get away with this. Everyone expected to see a great show now. The prince angrily declared that Zhao Chen had had enough of living, and added that after such insults, no living soul can stay in the city. Zhao Chen agreed that he had offended. What are they going to do about it now? The third prince declared that he would now teach a lesson that Zhao Chen would never forget. The prince ordered the guards to grab Zhao Chen and break his bones. The guards accepted the order and moved with their weapons straight towards Zhao Chen. And then the unbelievable happened. The president of the Alchemists Association got involved in the confrontation. The third prince was outraged. He said that the president shouldn't get involved in a showdown over some petty alchemist. Otherwise, they would become enemies. The president said there was a misunderstanding. Zhao Chen is not some pathetic alchemist. He's the honorary president, and he will be protected by the entire association. The third prince was indignant. How could this be possible? His servant assumed it was some kind of joke. It can't be. Everyone assumed that if this was true, only a few residents of this city would agree to contact Zhao Chen. The third prince began to threaten the president that if he lied, he would be in trouble. The president said everyone in the district already knows about it. You can ask anyone. And all of them began to confirm that it was true, and that if anyone touched Zhao Chen, they would have to deal with the entire association. The third prince realized that it looked like there was nothing he could do to Zhao Chen today. Zhao Chen continued to mock the third prince and asked why his servants still hadn't arrested him. But the servants were afraid to do so, lest they get in trouble with the Alchemists Association. The third prince said that it was time for them all to go home, but Zhao Chen stopped him. Zhao Chen said that he wasn't going to just let the third prince go, because the third prince had come to deal with Zhao Chen. The third prince angrily asked Zhao Chen, what did he want after all? Zhao Chen said that since Zhou Tian slandered him, he should pay for it. Everyone from the association began to demand an apology from Zhou Tian. The prince apologized and said that Zhou Tian was at his disposal. Zhou Tian began to beg the third prince not to do so and save him from imminent retribution. Zhao Chen grabbed Zhou Tian's shoulder and told him to stand still. But Zhou Tian began to beg for mercy, and in return, he offered to tell all the secrets of the third prince. But Zhao Chen said that he wasn't interested, and he punched his enemy in the back with such force that it pierced through his chest, and blood gushed out of Zhou Tian's mouth. Zhou Tian also fell senseless on the ground. Minus another villain, Zhao Chen thought. Everyone began to say that Zhao Chen was so determined, and his enemy had gotten his business. Zhao Chen thanked the president of the association for his support and said he would never forget it. The president of the association said they did what the honorable president of the association deserves, and all members of the association agreed with their president. Zhao Chen said that since he had settled his affairs here, he would be going back to the academy. The president said that the third prince is very vengeful, and he will take revenge. But in a non-wall association, the president won't be able to help Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen said that he has some things to do in the academy, but he is not afraid of the third prince. If he wants to come to the academy, let him come to the academy. The president of the association said that if anything happened to Zhao Chen, he would definitely take revenge, even if it was the collapse of the entire kingdom. Third Prince Xiaofang's mansion. The tea bowl shattered, hitting the floor. The third prince cannot calm down and says that he will definitely get even with Zhao Chen. And then the servant says he has a plan to deal with that rascal Zhao Chen. The third prince had warned him that he couldn't conflict with the Alchemist Academy right now. The servant said Zhao Chen, Zhao Ao's younger brother. Zhao Ao has just returned after increasing his life experience, and he is very interested in getting rid of his brother. Since it involves the Marquise family, the association will not interfere. At that time, the third prince ordered to go to Zhao Ao immediately. The third prince decided that this time, Zhao Chen would not escape retribution. Zhao Chen had already approached the academy. The teacher and Suchi began to say that Zhao Chen needs to get out of here since someone is trying to harm him. Zhao Chen was very surprised. After all, he was so harmless. How could he have enemies? The teacher stated that she had heard that Xiao Fan and Zhao Ao wanted to kill Zhao Chen. Suchi said that Zhao Ao is the best cultivator of the Xuan realm, and it was better for Zhao Chen to lay low for a while. Zhao Chen said that he was not going to hide. Besides, it was Zhao Ao, and he was going to meet him a long time ago. The teacher said that it was a lot of work for her to get all this information, and she didn't want to see Zhao Chen dying. so he'll have to go after her. Zhao Chen thanked Teacher Xiao, but said that Zhao Ao didn't care about him at all. Suddenly a voice was heard. The young men were startled and realized that they had not had time to hide. Only Zhao Chen was completely calm. It was Zhao Ao. He said that he was very happy to see dear Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen said that he was also happy to see Zhao Ao. They stood against each other, and the tension between them was growing. And then Su Qi stood between them and told Zhao Chen to run away, and he would detain Zhao Ao. Zhao Ao was very angry, and said that he just wanted to exchange a few words with his little brother. But that red-haired rascal had prevented him from doing so. He asked Su Qi, could he be looking for death? Zhao Ao immediately threw out a blue flame towards Su Qi, which very quickly caught up with his opponent. What kind of flame is this? Su Qi was surprised. But at the same instant, Zhao Chen appeared beside Su Qi and was able to protect Su Qi by fending off those flames. Everything happened very quickly. Zhao Chen defended Su Qi and said that he should be more careful from now on. Su Qi was very frightened by such a terrifying flame. Zhao Chen said that Su Qi should leave immediately, as it was a matter of the Marquis family members. Su Qi agreed to leave, realizing that he was still too weak to resist Zhao Ao. He needs to improve himself to reach the right skill. Zhao Ao said that Zhao Chen did a good job of repelling his energy towards Su Qi. Zhao Ao said that he was proud of his younger brother for being able to block his white solar flame. And Zhao Chen was no longer the scum he used to be. Zhao Chen said for Zhao Ao not to make himself the perfect big brother. Zhao Chen said that he would pay back today for all the trials his older brother had put him through. Zhao Ao thought that Zhao Chen, a foolish brother who thinks that if he has awakened innate spiritual roots, he has what it takes to resist him. Zhao Chen had completely forgotten what it meant to beg for mercy. Everyone around him was surprised that Zhao Chen was not afraid and challenged his older brother. After all, Zhao had perfected his White Sun Fire technique. It was now simply grandiose, and he would be able to utilize the power of the Five Suns. Everyone realized that Zhao Chen was much weaker, but they wondered if Zhao Ao would hold back his strength a bit. After all, Zhao Chen is his younger brother. I never thought it would be so easy to lure him in. The teacher was surprised that Zhao Chen accepted this challenge. Su Qi decided not to interfere after all, since this squabble was about the Marquis family. But why is Zhao Chen so impulsive after all? Zhao Ao said that Zhao Chen can already attack. After all, he needs a tiny excuse to prove his younger brother's worthlessness. Zhao Chen stated that he too would like to see his elder brother's futile attempts. Zhao Ao said that his naive brother was relying on the strength of his bloodline. What a shame. Zhao Ao said that nothing can resist absolute strength, and little brother can get the hell out of here. The teacher and Su Qi warned Zhao Chen to be more careful, or better yet, to back off. Zhao Chen stated that his brother has such a pathos attack, but it is so imperfect. Yi Zhao Chen applied the ancient mark of the second-level gods. Zhao Ao did not expect this turn of events and was very surprised. How could his brother pull this off? But Zhao Chen didn't stop there and used the Fire Fist of Fury technique on his brother. Zhao Chen made a right hook, saying, "This is for you for bullying your younger brother all these years." Blood gushed out of Zhao Ao's mouth. Zhao Chen gave a left hook, chanting that it was for disrespecting his elders and for daring to offend his mother. Already his opponent's entire face was stained with blood. Zhao Chen made a final crowning blow, accompanying it with words for being a coward, and the eldest son of the Marquis family being someone's mutt. Such a brat is a weak link for their family. Such blows Zhao Ao could not endure, and he collapsed to the ground. Zhao Ao couldn't understand how he managed to lose to his younger brother. To top it off, Zhao Chen kicked his opponent with his foot, and Zhao Ao fell under the ground with a rumbling sound. Zhao Chen stated that times have changed, and he is now an incomparable genius with innate spiritual roots. And Zhao Ao is now just a little bug that can be easily squashed. Everyone was surprised that the invincible warrior of the Zhuan realm had been completely destroyed by a warrior who is in the Huang realm. Everyone thought that they had witnessed the emergence of a new genius, and the third prince's plan had failed. But he probably wouldn't back down after all. Su Qi shouted out that Zhao Chen was simply amazing. The teacher noted to herself that this guy was full of surprises. The third prince's servant, who was secretly observing what was going on, decided that Zhao Ao was just a scum. He should hurry and report to his master. Zhao Ao shouted that he would still settle accounts with Zhao Chen, and the third prince would never leave him alone. The young warrior said he would be happy to test his abilities. Su Qi inquired, how does Zhao Chen expect to deal with his brother? He decided to let him go since the Marquis family had been treating him well lately. Then, Teacher Sun appeared and announced that Zhao Chen had violated the rules of the academy by trashing the place and maiming a student. Zhao Ao began to ask for help. Zhao Chen thought that this was Xiaofeng's intrigue again. Teacher Sun was informed that Zhao Chen had lost all fear and had maimed a respected student. Since Teacher Sun is in charge of discipline, he must punish the instigator. This time there's no Zhao Chen to protect you. and you won't be able to get away with it. Teacher's son said that he would teach the insolent man the local rules and ordered Zhao Chen to capture him. The servants surrounded Zhao Chen, who continued to stand over his defeated opponent. The teacher intervened and said that Zhao Chen was her student. If anyone tried to touch him with a finger, she would make sure that the finger would be chopped off. Suchi said that he would fight anyone who touched his little brother Chen. Teacher Song was very surprised and angry that Xiaoli Er and Suchi were crossing the disciplinary hall representative. They would have to answer for their behavior. Teacher Xiaoli Er said that it was obvious that Zhao Ao provoked his younger brother who was just defending himself. It is impossible to ignore this fact and twist the truth. Suchi said that he was willing to sign on to those words as well, and that if anyone is worth punishing, it's Zhao Ao. Teacher Sun said that the statements of these two are not enough. He doesn't believe them. Someone in the crowd said that he was also willing to vouch for Zhao Chen, and the people began to pick up on it, and everyone began to claim that Zhao Chen was innocent. By now, everyone had already started saying that they were willing to vouch for Zhao Chen.
Teacher Song decided that things had gotten very complicated since everyone was willing to vouch for Zhao Chen.
He was upset that people always support Zhao Chen and not him. Could it be that he wasn't handsome enough? Zhao Chen said that there was more support on the side of truth than on the side of lies. Xiao Fan, Zhao Chen stated. The academy is not a place where you can do whatever you want. There must always be justice here. He stated that he would do everything he could to make Zhao Chen get hurt, and no one can save him. Teacher Sun told His Highness that Zhao Chen should be left alone today, but they will pay him back later. But His Highness wanted to settle accounts with Zhao Chen now, and announced that if Teacher Sun did so now, the position of an elder in the academy would be secured for him. Teacher Song clapped himself on his chest and said that he would deal with Zhao Chen now. He was just the right person to arrange it. Teacher Song said that they were just a bunch of students whose opinions were worthless. Now, even the Emperor himself wouldn't help Zhao Chen to get out of here safely. Everyone around wondered how it was that the words of the disciples had no meaning. Just then, the provost appeared in the arena and said that she was willing to vouch for Zhao Chen. Everyone was surprised by the appearance of Vice Rector Yang Qingxia. Teacher Sun began bowing before the provost and offering her his help. The provost stated that she was just walking around the academy and happened to see a duel between the brothers, except that she was very surprised at Teacher Sun's methods of upholding justice. Teacher Sun immediately tried to justify himself. He said she had misunderstood him. Teacher Song was very surprised that Zhao Chen was able to gain the support of such influential people. The provost didn't want to listen further and said that Teacher Sun was relieved of his duties in the disciplinary hall and would become responsible for cleaning the entire academy within 10 days. Furthermore, she decided to detain him for the duration of the investigation. She stated that Zhao Ao broke the rules of the academy and started a fight with his brother. Now he should be arrested for 3 days, and the servants began to do her bidding. There was a big scuffle. Zhao Ao told Zhao Chen that they weren't done yet. Teacher Sun lamented that his greed had brought him to this point. Everyone realized that Zhao Chen was just lucky, and that he was a genius among geniuses. The Vice-Chancellor came here just in time. The third prince was very surprised that only Zhao Ao was punished. Why isn't Zhao Qing being punished? The provost stated that this is an academy, not the third prince's palace. There is no questioning the provost's decision here. The third prince, covered in sweat from anger, apologized to the provost. The provost stated that although Zhao Chen had only recently appeared here, he had already caused her a lot of trouble. She decided to discipline him. After all, having innate spiritual roots doesn't make him special. Zhao Chen smiled, looked at her, and agreed to follow the provost. Zhao Chen decided that there was no way to punish him, but there were a few things he would like to find out from the provost. Suchi stated to Zhao Chen that one should be careful with the vice-rector. You can't quarrel with her. Zhao Chen reassured his brother, saying that nothing bad would happen. The provost went somewhere towards the forest, and Zhao Chen obediently followed her. Everyone assumed that Vice-Chancellor Yang was unhappy with the problems heaped upon her, but it was clear to everyone that Zhao Chen was definitely not guilty this time. Everyone knew that the Vice-Chancellor's methods of punishing the culprits were very harsh, but it was assumed that Zhao Chen would not be harmed this time. The third prince said that Zhao Chen would not be lucky all the time, and he would see how he would get away with it next time. The teacher pointed out that usually Vice Principal Yang didn't interfere in students' affairs, but this time, she decided to help Zhao Chen. Provost Yang told Zhao Chen that she had already checked the area. There was no danger, and suggested that Zhao Chen follow her into the forest. Zhao Chen expressed surprise as to why the provost needed such a remote location to punish him. Just then, Provost Yang called out to Zhao Chen from the bushes. Zhao Chen responded and asked, "What happened?" Zhao Chen was surprised to see that Vice-Chancellor Yang was kneeling in front of him. She asked as the Vice Principal of Tianluo Academy to avenge her. She asked to kill the Emperor of the Qin Empire, Qin Guan, for killing her family. Zhao Qin was very surprised to hear such a thing. Zhao Qin said to Vice Chancellor Yang that the Qin Empire is several times stronger than the Tianyuan Kingdom. Besides, Emperor Qin Guang is the head of the Xintian Kingdom. Zhao Qin doubted that he, a simple martial artist from Huang Province, would be able to defeat him. The provost stated that the last time she had encountered the power of his spiritual energy, she had felt a terrifying force deep in her body. It seemed to her that this power was coming from the 9 heavens. It was surely strong enough to instantly kill tens of thousands of Xiantian realm masters. Therefore, Zhao Chen would definitely be able to fulfill her request. Zhao Chen noted to himself that Yang Qingxia had unusual eyes. If he would help her, she promised to give him whatever she could. She said she will do everything she can to get the information and resources she needs for the case. Also, the provost offered a 15-year-old young man the use of her body. But Zhao Chen was not like this, and said that it was not necessary. He asked how he could get to the forbidden territory that was beyond the Mountain of Death. The vice-rector noted that there had been quite a few people who wanted her for a long time. But Zhao Chen was not one of them. Zhao Chen concluded that according to the provost's words, only the top-ranked cultivators of the Huang realm could enter the Forbidden Zone. It had been like this since ancient times, and there was no way to change it. Zhao Chen walks into the battle palace with the thought that no one in the Huang kingdom can defeat him. He decided to challenge all the martial arts masters and take the top spot. Zhao Chen is watching the fight in the ring. The crowd cheers as Liu Shan clobbers his opponent to score a takedown. After all, after winning this fight, Liu Shan would rise to 3rd place on the list of Huang region martial artists. The passions in the ring are not funny. The fighter used the Fist of Wind and Thunder against his opponent, a deadly weapon. Everyone praises Liu Shan. He leaves no chance to his opponent. This is his 5th victory in just a few days. Zhao Qin noted that his technique is full of flaws, but he controls everything perfectly. Suqi appeared and asked, why did Zhao Chen make an appointment for him to meet here? It turned out that Zhao Chen wanted to know under what conditions he could challenge the tournament champion. Suqi wondered, why would Zhao Chenyu be the one to defeat everyone? Liu Shan said that Zhao Chen would not be able to defeat everyone. He thinks a lot of himself. Not everyone can get into the rankings. The masters from the crowd said that the Huang region's master list is filled with only monsters. And this redneck from Tianluo Academy thinks he can get the top spot. They've seen a lot of people like that. They come in here, they get smart, but in the end, they still lose. Zhao Chen said that they shouldn't believe him for nothing. As a warm-up, he decided to win the victory for the 30th place. Liu Shan got angry and said that Zhao Chen would not succeed, and Liu Shan immediately decided to launch his Wind and Thunder Fist into battle. That fist descended upon the calm and cold-blooded Zhao Chen. Everyone thought that Zhao Chen was completely numb with fear. Liu Shan used his best move at the start. Everyone thought that Zhao Chen was about to wet himself with fear, but Zhao Chen nonchalantly put up a block, and their fists collided with furious force. Liu Shan cried out loudly in pain that his arm was really hurt right now. Zhao Chen advised Liu Shan to lose and used his other hand to strike his opponent as well. The impact was so strong that Liu Shan flew aside and fell to the floor. The people's jaws dropped in astonishment. How could Liu Shan be sent to the ground with a single blow? Zhao Chen defeated Liu Shan, who was ranked 30th, by just 1 strike. Maybe Zhao Chen has a chance to take 1st place. Everyone remembered that the first person on the list was Li Shang. He is a ruthless type, and a real battle is coming. Suqi said that it won't be long before they get used to it. After all, Zhao Chen is an extraordinary person. Zhao Chen stated that he did not want to waste his time, and everyone with a rank higher than 30th can come up to fight one by one. Zhao Chen decided to hold a simultaneous play session. Everyone thought that Zhao Chen was crazy. After all, it was impossible to defeat more than 20 people alone. Zhao Chen was warned that being very strong was a good thing. But don't be very boastful. One warrior declared that he was Zhou Ming, ranked 25th and ready to give Zhao Chen a lesson in good manners that he would never forget. Another warrior called himself Liu Nan, ranked 19th in the rankings. He too was willing to teach Zhao Chen a lesson. Zhao Xier stated that he was ranked 13th and didn't believe that Brat wanted to challenge him. 8th ranked Xie Guankun shouted that he would stomp this upstart with 1 left. Long Aoqian, with the 2nd place in the rankings, is just eager to fight this upstart. Suqi watched something unimaginable happening around him. He didn't understand where so many people came from, wanting to kick Zhao Chen's ass, and they all wished Zhao Chen to fail as soon as possible. Zhao Chen said that it is very excellent. He tensed up, jumped up, and landed with a crash through the ground. Zhao Chen said that it saves him from having to deal with everyone separately. Everyone has seen Zhao Chen battle with his opponents in the ring. At this very time, the 3rd Prince Xiaofan was sitting on his throne and looking at his blade. This dagger is made with the addition of 36 poisons. It's the perfect weapon for killing. Even if it scratches Zhao Chen slightly, he'll be finished. The third prince was approached by his servant. He said that Zhao Chen had headed to the battle palace to rank first among the strongest warriors of the Huang kingdom. The third prince became agitated and asked who was now in first place. The servant replied, "This is Li Shang, the leader of the ranking, and Zhao Chen can lose to him." The third prince thrust a deadly dagger into his throne. The third prince said that he wanted Zhao Chen to not just be defeated, but destroyed. The third prince sent his servant to tell the ranking leader that if he won, the third prince would fulfill his every wish. The servant said it would be done, and the deadly dagger remained stuck in the throne of the third prince. At this time, everyone was amazed at how Zhao Chen was methodically massacring his opponents. The entire battlefield was strewn with lying warriors. Zhao Chen asked, was there anyone on the list of strongest he should defeat?
And then a fresh warrior started coming down the stairs, and he said that now we'd have to fight him.
It was Li Shang, the #1 ranked person. Looking at him, Zhao Chen realized that this warrior had a great deal of strength concentrated in him. The warrior moved lightning fast towards Zhao Chen. He said he was Li Shang, and now Zhao Chen will be in trouble. Everyone began to cheer Li Shang and said that he should definitely defeat Zhao Chen and defend his title in the rankings. Li Shang said that Zhao Chen is certainly strong. Zhao Chen said that the latter was also not a slip of the tongue. Zhao Chen pointed out that once a fighter's aura was modified, his strength could increase or decrease several times. Li Shang seems to be in the first category. Li Shang announced that he only needed one strike to defeat Zhao Chen. Li Shang unleashed a thunderclap and moved towards his opponent. Zhao Chen said, "Let's see who survives." Zhao Chen all tensed up and let out his inner energy, and the fighters clashed in hand-to-hand combat. At the epicenter of the fight, you could see their energy boiling. Everything was flying around. Suki asked, was it even possible to defeat Li Shang? When Li Shang was only in the middle of his development stage, his strength was so devastating that even then, he was already able to crush everyone and become the leader of the rankings. Plus, he has a very specific fighting style. He's very ruthless. This time, Li Shang said that he would defeat Zhao Chen in one fell swoop. And he wasn't kidding. The no-nonsense battle continued with furious vigor. Li Shang destroyed everything in his path, but Zhao Chen decided for himself that the first place in the rankings for him was just around the corner. Zhao Chen was calm and completely confident, but how could this be possible? Everyone saw that Li Shang was defeated by his opponent. This was the first time everyone had seen Li Shang lose. What kind of strength does this guy have? Li Shang lost this time against all predictions. Suchi pointed out that Li Shang was only good at talking, but Li Shang still has a deadly technique at his disposal. He must use it. Li Shang said that Zhao Chen himself was forcing him to use this technique. And this time, Zhao Chen will definitely be in trouble. Zhao Chen noted that his strength had unrealistically increased. Li Shang decided to use the rabid wolf technique in battle. The fans agreed that this was a great technique to deal with Zhao Chen. This technique increases speed and strength. It's impossible to withstand it. Suchi disagreed with this. Li Shang can't lose in a fight using this technique. It's simply impossible. If he loses, he will eat this wall. Suchi said that he wouldn't be so adamant about it, but he made a bet. Just then, Li Shang's powerful firewolf-like energy emerged. Zhao Chen pointed out that this was a very cruel technique. Li Shang said that Zhao Chen talks a lot, and did the mad wolf dance. But Zhao Chen was able to resist in this fight and withstand the invasion of this wolf. There was a rumbling sound and the ground beneath their feet opened up. Li Shang announced that Zhao Chen was very cocky, and he wouldn't even have to use what Xiao Fan gave him. Zhao Chen decided to use his crushing fist. He put maximum energy into that punch. Li Shang was very surprised that Zhao Chen wasn't even injured. Zhao Chen said, now Li Shang had become too weak, and the advantage was now on Zhao Chen's side, and Zhao Chen directed all of his martial energy towards his opponent. He flew far away to the side. Li Shang fell to the ground, and Zhao Chen announced that he was the top ranker as of today. No one could believe their eyes. It had never happened before that Li Shang had lost before. It turns out Zhao Chen had half a day to beat everyone in the rankings. He's strong, and now he's on top. Everyone began to congratulate Zhao Chen and said that he was now at the top, and Suchi watched the loser of the bet eat the wall. It was funny. Zhao Chen stood with his back to his opponent. Li Shang was upset that he had lost the fight. Just then, the third prince's servant reminded Li Shang to use the secret weapon. He said that since Zhao Chen had turned his back now, this was his last chance. Li Shang decided to deal with Zhao Chen with a blade. The third prince's servant remarked, if Li Shang were to defeat Zhao Chen, he would remain at the top of the rankings. Li Shang pulled the dagger out of its sheath and decided that's exactly what he needed to do. And really, because then he'd still be #1 in the rankings. However, he stood up and said that he refuses. He won't do that. Li Shang pointed his dagger towards the third prince's servant. The servant understood, raised his hands and begged for mercy. But Li Shang didn't listen to him and sent him away. The servant said he was wrong. But it was too late. The dagger went straight through his chest. Li Shang said that the Wolf King was ready to win thanks to his claws and fangs, not someone else's help. The servant fell to the ground with words of despair. Blood oozed from his wound. Zhao Chen said that Li Shang had massacred the third prince's man. Isn't he afraid of revenge? Li Shang said he deserved it with his disrespect. Li Shang told Zhao Chen that the forbidden area behind the Mountain of Death was full of deadly dangers. He tried to walk there once but had to retreat after 50 meters, seriously injured. Zhao Chen thanked the warrior, but said that he had a good reason to go there. As he left, Li Shang said that he warned him not to die there because he wanted to still fight Zhao Chen and win. Zhao Chen said that Li Shang is a big optimist. Suki told Zhao Chen that he was now at the top of the rankings and could go to the Forbidden Territory. Zhao Chen asked Su Qi if the academy had a special training hall. Su Qi said there is near the Temple of War. Zhao Chen said that he would reach the next realm in one day. It was time for him to go to the Zhuan Kingdom. Su Qi said it would take half a year to reach the Xuan realm. Even the geniuses from the Tianyuan realm took 3 months to get there. Zhao Chen left and said that we should do more and talk less. Su Qi said that this is a training tower for Huang realm disciples. The left side can be used by all disciples, and the right side is only for ranked fighters, and only the top 10 on the list can go to the middle tower. The gravity in the center tower is crazy. Zhao Chen asked Su Qi to wait outside, and he himself went inside the tower. Su Qi warned his brother that the gravity on each floor was different, and not to push himself too far. Zhao Chen, distancing himself, said that he knows everything. Everyone started to recognize Zhao Chen and said that he had just become #1 in the rankings. Meanwhile, back at his castle, the third prince was furious at what had happened. The third prince was furious. Not only did Li Shang not get rid of Zhao Chen, he also killed his man. Such a thing can't be forgiven. Zhao Ao approached the third prince with a proposal. Li Shang insulted him. I will order the squad to kill him. No, said the third son. Li Shang is a prince of the Qin Empire. We can't do anything about it yet. The most important thing for us now is to destroy Zhao Chen, said the third prince. Zhao Chen is moving forward very quickly. I'm afraid that he won't crush me in time. Zhao Ao inquired if the prince would take any action. The third prince dutifully decides to take the job. No matter who gets in his way, he will get to Zhao Chen. Zhao Ao said that the third prince is very wise. In fact, it is said that Zhao Chao is now in the training tower, so you just have to wait for him outside. The third prince immediately decided to go there and wipe out Zhao Chen from the face of the earth and from the memory of everyone in that kingdom. Everyone says that Zhao Chen had just entered the tower and was already on the 7th floor. He can't be running. He's already broken Li Shang's record. Zhao Chen is already on the 7th floor of the training tower, sitting and meditating. And then he saw what was open. A cloud of his internal energy suddenly appeared around Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen noticed that 47 of the 50 spiritual roots of the Huang realm had been opened. Only 3 remained. And he will be able to move on to the next realm. Luo Shi must wait for him, and he would soon exact his revenge. Zhao Chen noticed that the local gravity could not affect him. He hoped that the situation would not worsen on the next floor. And then they announced to everyone that they had to disperse immediately, because the third prince had arrived. Suki noticed that Zhao Ao and Xiao Fan came together. They want to interfere with Zhao Chen. He shouldn't let them do that. The third prince shouted exhaustedly, "Where is Zhao Chen?" He was told that Zhao Chen was now in the central tower, and had already passed the 8th floor, and that he seemed to want to break through to the Huan realm. Everyone screamed in fright that they had nothing to do with it. They're just watching. The prince was very surprised at what was happening. It turns out that Zhao Chen has actually reached the 8th floor of the gravity tower already. His abilities are extraordinary. Not even Mo Tian can do that. The third prince became even more angry. Zhao Ao told the third prince that they must not let Zhao Chen break through to the Xuan realm. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to deal with him. The third prince ordered the servants to quickly enter the tower and drag Zhao Chen from there. Zhao Ao said that he would fulfill everything right now, but Su Qi appeared from nowhere and said that he would not allow Zhao Ao to enter the tower. Zhao Ao, crunching his knuckles on his fists, told Su Qi to get the hell out of here. Zhao Ao was already at his limit, and Su Qi said that if he wanted to break into the tower, he would have to fight him first. Zhao Ao said for Suki to stop fluttering his tongue and get out of here. Yi Zhao Ao swung his fist straight at Su Qi's jaw. Su Qi remained sitting on the floor, bleeding, while Zhao Ao walked towards the tower. But Su Qi did not calm down and once again stood in Zhao Ao's path. He said that Zhao Ao would not pass. Zhao decided that Su Qi had gotten completely frustrated and moved him with his foot. Su Qi, bleeding out, cried out in pain. He flew backwards, and as he flew, blood streamed from his nose. Zhao Ao fell to the ground and cried out in resentment. Zhao Ao said that no one would dare to stop him now. He was determined to accomplish what he set out to do. Su Qi clung to his leg, and there was no way he wanted to let go. Zhao Ao became very angry and swung his leg to hit Su Qi. Suchi said that he wouldn't be able to help Zhao Chen now. And then the tower doors swung open and light splashed from there. The third prince shouted in surprise. Zhao Ao cried out in surprise. A completely calm Zhao Ao appeared in front of them. He said that the 50 spiritual roots of the Huang realm had been opened, and it was time to ascend to the Xuan realm. Everyone was perplexed as to how Zhao Chen was able to reach the 9th floor. One would think that Zhao Chen had ascended to the Xuan realm. He was able to reach the top of the tower in half a day. This is the fastest result in the academy. Xiao Ao noted that Zhao Chen had already broken through to the Zhuan realm, and a lot of time had already been lost. Now it would be even harder to follow him. We must return to the third prince immediately. He's the only one who can bring Zhao Chen back. Suddenly the brothers found themselves facing each other. Zhao Ao thought that it was really bad since Zhao Chen had left the training base. Zhao Chen decided to avenge Su Qi and attacked Zhao Ao. He was very frightened. Zhao Ao began to beg for mercy and reminded him that they were brothers. Zhao Chen turned into a monster and shouted, "Stop talking!" He pushed Zhao Ao straight into the ground. Zhao Ao shouted that he would definitely deal with Zhao Chen now. Zhao Chen said that if it wasn't for Che Xiao, Zhao Ao would have already been in heaven. He had just broken through to the Xuan realm and could destroy Zhao Ao with one strike. Today, Xiao Fan came in person to see Zhao Chen. The third prince pondered whether to contact Zhao Chen after what he had seen. Zhao Chen offered Su Qi a wonderful curing pill from the Alchemist Academy. Su Qi said that he was already feeling better, and Zhao Chen should be more careful. Xiao Fan came here specifically for him. Zhao Chen decided to teach the third prince a lesson today. A lesson he will never forget. Everyone was surprised that Zhao Chen started threatening the third prince. This had never happened before. But Zhao Chen announced that this was Tianluo Academy, and Xiao Fan was an ordinary student here. The third prince was frightened and shouted to the servants to immediately stop Zhao Chen. But the servants were scared of Zhao Chen and stood in indecision. Zhao Chen stood powerfully alone against everyone, and no one dared to approach him. Zhao Chen shouted loudly for everyone to disperse. Zhao Chen sent a blob of his energy towards the warriors, and they were all felled. Everyone started scattering with fear and shouting that they would never come back here again. The third prince was frightened and did not know what to do. Zhao Chen kneaded his knuckles and said that it was Xiao Fang's turn, and he slowly approached his enemy. The third prince began to shout that he was the third prince of the Tianyuan kingdom, and no one can fight him. But Zhao Chen said that he didn't care and moved Xiao Fang right into his jaw. He bled like a river. Everyone was horrified and concluded that Zhao Chenyu would now never live a peaceful life. Everyone started laughing from the way Zhao Chen taught that underdog third prince a lesson. This was a performance they had never seen before. Su Qi told Zhao Chen that Xiao Fan is from the royal family. There will be consequences, and they better get out of here. Zhao Chen said that Xiao Fan was unlikely to be able to harm him. Su Qi agreed with his brother. Su Qi said that while he was in the tower, a beautiful girl named Ju Er asked about him. She probably came by to talk about marriage, didn't she? Tell her you don't know me. And then she appeared. She rushed towards Zhao Chen and started shouting that he was her hubby. Su Qi was very surprised. When did this one get married? Zhao Chen asked Juer when did he manage to become her husband, and asked her not to talk nonsense. Juer said in front of everyone that they had slept together. She immediately cried. Zhao Chen was stunned by such a lie. Everyone began to murmur and say that Zhao Chen also didn't mind playing with young girls as well, and everyone became envious of Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen blushed, started to make excuses, and said that nothing of the sort had happened. Suki said Zhao Chen, as a man, should take responsibility. She is still a girl. Zhao Chen couldn't believe that even Su Qi didn't believe him. Guer was very surprised that Zhao Chen was refusing their intimacy. Zhao Chen asked her to stop rambling anymore and explain why she was looking for him. She cried and said that her grandfather had recently left and had not returned, and now she has nowhere to live. She's scared. Zhao Chen began to reassure her, telling her that her grandfather would definitely come back and everything would be fine. He thought that the Leng family's pursuer was very close. Juer hugged Zhao Chen, cried, and said that she had no one else but him. She asked him not to send her away. Zhao Chen promised that he wouldn't abandon her. He thought that Juer's earthly and heavenly spirits had something to do with his past life, and so he should take care of her. Zhao Chen hugged her, and everyone around them began to look away in embarrassment. At this time, the third prince and Zhao Ao were already standing in front of his highness. The third prince asked for help to deal with Zhao Chen since he had maimed so many people. Zhao Ao also wanted revenge. The prince of the Qin Empire, Qin Feng, asked, why would he want to help them? The third prince promised to give him whatever he wished for it. Qin Feng of course agreed to such a proposal. He ordered him to skin him and bring it to him. The third prince and Zhao Chen cried out in horror. The third prince stated that Zhao Ao was certainly not a perfect person. But why skin him? The prince said that Xiao Fan didn't want to do anything, so he came running to him for help. Therefore, he has no respect for him and does not want to be his friend. The prince said that Xiao Fan was using him as a tool and was unwilling to give him even a piece of human skin in return. Xiao Fan was frightened and tried to explain everything. The prince immediately ordered him to shut up immediately. The prince said that he needed Zhou Ao's skin, or else Xiao Fan would be left without his own. Then the frightened Xiao Fao agreed. Xiao Fao told Zhao Chen that he didn't fulfill his order at his time, so he shouldn't blame the third prince. Zhou Ao tearfully said that Xiao Fan shouldn't do such a thing since he had done so much for him. Xiao Fan betrayed Zhao Ao and told him that he could go far away. Xiao Fan hit Zhao Chen's head with all his might. Zhao Ao's head hit the ground with all his might and he was bleeding. The prince laughed and ordered his servants to skin him and hang him in his chancery. Xiao Fan stood startled and confused in front of the prince. The prince said that Xiao Fan could now not worry. Death sentence, inscription on stone. Zhao Chen looks up pensively. Zhao Chen told Jue'er and Su Qi that he would go to the forbidden territory of death by himself next, to find the ice-cold ginseng. Zhao Chen suggested that they go to Viceroy Yang Qingxia. They could get temporary shelter there. They would only have to say Zhao Chen's name. Su Qi refused and wanted to go with Zhao Chen to help him. The girl said that she wanted to help Zhao Chen because she had some abilities that could help them. Okay, Zhao Chen told them not to worry and just wait for him outside. Just then, Xiao Fan and the prince and his guards appeared in front of them. Su Qi stated saying that Xiao Fan should not have come here. After the incident when Zhao Chen kicked him, Xiao Fan said that the questions this time were not for him, because he wasn't the one who was their opponent now. Xiao Fan showed Zhao Chen to the prince and said that it was him, the main villain. The prince looked at Zhao Chen and said that he didn't look very imposing. Zhao Chen asked Xiao Feng, "Who is this person? And why do you have to be respectful to him?" And then the guards yelled for them to go somewhere else and not make a mess. And those who disobey will be destroyed on the spot. Immediately, the spears of the guards were pointed at the prince and Zhao Chen. The prince announced that they were all playing with death here. The prince ordered his servants to get rid of those pesky flies, and his servants immediately began to deal with the guards. And immediately there was a lot of blood. The guards couldn't understand how they were being dealt with so quickly. The servants report to the prince that all the guards have been destroyed, and the way is clear. The prince said that everything was going according to plan, and any of his abusers would be destroyed. Su Qi said that the prince broke all the rules, since killing is not allowed in the academy, and he can be punished. The prince said he didn't recognize any rules, and he laughed. The prince said the rules are there for the weak to limit their rights. To him, they're just empty words. Prince said he would violate them whenever he wanted to. Zhao Chen asked Su Qi to take Xiaoju out of here. Zhao Chen thought that the opponent was very strong and he wouldn't be able to take care of everyone. Su Qi agreed, but told Zhao Chen to be careful. But the girl objected that she wanted to stay with Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen pointed out that the heavenly and spiritual bodies are working. The aura in his body instantly increased several times, and now he could use the new skills. The prince urged his servants to finish Zhao Chen quickly, and the servants moved in the direction of the trio. The third prince knew that the mercenaries in Qing Feng's entourage were elite assassins, selected from 10,000 people, and each of them had killed at least 1,000 people. Zhao Chen spread his arms out, trying to protect his friends. Zhao Chen stated that they would now experience the power of his martial skills. Zhao Chen decided to apply the Nine Suns River and Mountain technique, and everyone saw a mountain fall on the mercenaries from above. The mercenaries couldn't do anything and realized that Zhao Chen was very strong. Immediately, all the mercenaries found themselves unsealed by this mountain. Xiao Fan shouted that Zhao Chen is very strong and killed the 3 mercenaries with a single blow. Fortunately, Qin Fengyu had been deceived this time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been irreversible. The girl said that Zhao Chen is very gorgeous and he is the best. Joer is willing to always help her brother, and Zhao Chen thanked her for her help. Su Qi decided that he too should find a way to gain strength to help Zhao Chen. The prince said that Zhao Chen did not disappoint him, and only the strongest deserved to be skinned by him. He will put Zhao Chen's skin in the most prominent place. He will keep it solemnly. The girl said the prince is perverted and disgusting, and Zhao Chen will kick his ass. The prince said that Zhao Chen wouldn't be able to handle him. The prince ordered, and many armed mercenaries immediately formed around the trio. The young people were surprised that so many people had formed around them. They appeared as if out of nowhere. Zhao Chen was very worried about his friends. If he was alone right now, he wouldn't be scared. Zhao Chen realized that in order to succeed, he had to first defeat the strongest one. The prince said that he would show Xiaofang what happens when a rabbit tries to go against a lion. The prince said that if Xiaofan had been able to straighten out Zhao Chen with his own hands, there wouldn't be so much trouble now. Xiaofan, of course, agreed with the mighty prince's words. Xiaofan realized that the prince still had an ace up his sleeve, so someone would be in trouble today. Zhao Chen called out to Qin Feng. He asked if he was afraid of making a mistake. After all, compared to Zhao Chen, he couldn't be called a lion. The prince got angry and said that Zhao Chen was trying to kick before he died. The prince ordered the assassins to massacre Zhao Chen, and they pounced on the enemy like loyal dogs. The mercenaries had already surrounded Zhao Chen, but in the next instant, he disappeared. The assassins were very puzzled. Where had this unfit boy gotten to? A servant shouted to the prince to be more careful. Suddenly, Zhao Chen appeared beside the prince and decided to engage in hand-to-hand combat with him. Xiaofeng shouted frantically in fear that Zhao Chen was already very close by, and now they would be in trouble. Qin Feng gloatingly said that they had nothing to worry about, and now he would show this Zhao Chen where the crayfish were. The prince offered to take a look at his immortal gold armor. Zhao Chen was not confused, and took the form of a tyrannical fist. Zhao Chen blocked his opponent's punch. It was a fight to the death. The prince put up his defense and said that Zhao Chen could certainly touch his golden armor and indulge his ego. However, the winner would still not be Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen flashed his left eye and said that the prince would definitely not be the winner in this fight. The warriors dealt the strongest blows to each other, but everyone's defense was very powerful, and the blows did not reach their targets. Suddenly, the prince cried out, fearfully from surprise. Zhao Chen decided to use his secret technique, to use the ancient gold technique. Thus, Zhao Chen decided to break the prince's defenses and disarm him. The prince didn't expect this turn of events and screamed loudly again. And then something incredible began to happen. The energy surges of the opponents were trying to suppress each other. The assassins were amazed at what was happening to their master. Xiaofeng began to urge them to be more careful and save their master immediately. The prince leaned on his servant's shoulder and marveled at how strong Zhao Chen really was. Zhao Chen shouted that if he had nothing else to do right now, he would finally finish off the prince. He decided to go on with his urgent business. Zhao Chen said that when he returned from the lands of death, the prince would definitely lose his head. The prince called Zhao Chen a bad person. A grimace of rage contorted his face at that. The prince came to order, announced it to everyone, and once again ordered the servants to massacre Zhao Chen. The servants moved in pursuit of the young warrior. Zhao Chen ran up to his friends, and they asked each other how things were going. Zhao Chen told them to follow him. Zhao Chen realized that he had almost no strength left after using the ancient gold technique. He shouldn't get involved in the battle now, and it was best not to take the time to hide in the Forbidden Lands. And Zhao Chen, along with his friends, disappeared into the cave that led to the Forbidden Lands. The servants saw that the young men had set foot in Forbidden Lands and began to reason whether they should follow them. But the servants knew that this was the territory of death, and no one had ever come back alive. That stopped them. The prince was beyond furious that Zhao Chen had managed to slip away. Xiao Fan began to argue that since Zhao Chen had stepped into the Forbidden Lands, he would not be able to survive now. The prince then told Xiao Fan to bring Zhao Chen's body to him and he would skin him. Xiao Fan pondered for a moment. After all, he didn't know how to do it. Just then, there was a shout for Qin Feng. After all, Zhao Chen, his opponent. It was Li Shang, and he forbade Zhao Chen to touch Zhao Chen, because only he should deal with the young warrior. Li Shang ran up but was very surprised when he didn't see Zhao Chen beside him. Xiao Fan said that Zhao Chen lost to the prince and fled to the forbidden territory. Li Shang asked the prince incredulously, was it true that Zhao Chen had cowardly escaped? Li Shang asked, wasn't it Zhao Chen who injured the prince? The prince asked in anger, maybe Li Shang wants to part with his life? And now the prince and Li Shang started to fist fight with each other. The blows came one after another, but the warriors had managed each other so far. Li Shang smirked after another block and stated to the prince that he wouldn't dare take on Li Shan. The prince stated that if his father had not forbidden him to touch him, Li Shan would have been finished long ago. Li Shang suggested that the prince admit defeat to Zhao Chen and not hold a grudge against him. Li Shang is confident that Zhao Chen will not perish in these lands. Li Shang coldly waited for an answer, and the prince stood aside thoughtfully. The prince said that if Zhao Chen doesn't die in the Forbidden Lands, he would kill him with his own hands. At this time, 3 young men were advancing along an unknown road full of dangers. Suchi stated that these Deathlands looked very gloomy. The girl remarked that it was very scary here, and she was afraid for her life. And then Zhao Chen started coughing for some reason. Suchi asked what was wrong with him. The girl asked, as Zhao Chen didn't scare her. Zhao Chen said he's fine, he just has a small injury to his internal organs. He decided to heal himself first and took the green healing pill. Zhao Chen sat down to meditate and asked to take care of him. Suchi said that Zhao Chen could start the healing process, and he would make sure that no one would approach Zhao Chen. Suchi resolutely began to guard his friend. The girl assumed that Zhao Chen would be able to recover quickly, but at this time, someone was watching the young men intently. And then Zhao Chen was recognized by a stranger who was watching them from behind a ledge in the cliff. The stranger thought that she had been looking for Zhao Chen for a very long time. Meanwhile, the young warrior, unaware that he was being watched, was meditating and recovering his body from his injuries. Zhao Chen's inner energy hovered over him. Suki noted that half an hour had already passed, and Zhao Chen was still healing. The girl added that she didn't know it took so long to heal. Just then, Zhao Chen heard that they were not alone here. He ordered the stranger to show himself, and all three young men saw a stranger approaching them from behind a rock. The girl asked, had Zhao Chen had time to recover? Suki amiably noted that he hadn't heard earlier that someone was watching them. The stranger approached and said that she was here to protect Zhao Chen on her master's orders. It was Luo Shi! Luo Shi? Zhao Chen was surprised. Zhao Chen rushed towards the beautiful stranger with fury. Zhao Chen was surprised that Luo Shi dared to show up here. He said that she could prepare to die. He had already decided to use his tyrant fist. Luo Shi sincerely exclaimed that she didn't understand what Zhao Chen was talking about. After all, this was a dangerous territory, and if Zhao Chen behaved recklessly, he might be harmed by the evil forces dwelling here. Zhao Chen and Luo Shi began to clash their inner energies. The young man's friends warned him to be careful. Zhao Chen realized that all of this was not good and could end badly. Luo Shi applied the freezing mode. Zhao Chen thought that if it was Luo Shi, she would never have saved him. He must be wrong, and he and Luo Shi must be the same person. The stranger said that the appearance of the ghostly vines meant that evil forces had awakened. They should leave here immediately. Zhao Chen asked who she was. After all, they don't know each other. Why is the girl helping Zhao Chen? Then something happened to Zhao Chen's friends. They cried out for help. Someone's branches wrapped around them. Someone shouted that the wretched people shouldn't be in this area. Zhao Chen was horrified at what was happening. The stranger said it's a big problem. It is one of several creatures of the Forbidden Lands, a ghostly-faced Lian King. It absorbs the life force of humans. It's almost impossible to break free of its hold. But Zhao Chen realized that his body was wood, and it was possible to use fire. The stranger said that Master had ordered her to protect Zhao Chen, so let him go ahead and she would deal with the tree. Zhao Chen said that he was not used to hiding behind a woman's back. Besides, it's just an old dead tree. Zhao Chen can handle it in no time. The stranger said that this tree is the greatest evil in the Forbidden Lands. It's immortal as long as trees exist, and it's almost impossible to deal with, even if a heavenly master were here. Zhao Chen's friends, bound with branches on their hands, asked the young man to leave them and flee. Zhao Chen told them not to worry, for he had a way to curb the villain. In an instant, Zhao Chen created a series of fire spurts. Zhao Chen continued to stoke the fire with all his might. The tree declared that it was not afraid of flames since its branches were created by evil spirits. So Zhao Chen had miscalculated this time, and then the tree caught fire, but it couldn't understand how this was possible. This was the first time this had happened to it. Zhao Chen declared that it was the flame of heaven igniting evil and evil spirits. The tree declared that it was not an evil spirit, but the Lord of the Forbidden Lands, and he could not be defeated by some little man. The stranger realized that Zhao Chen had defeated the Ghost King. Zhao Chen definitely doesn't need her protection. Perhaps Zhao Chen is even stronger than her. Zhao Chen's friends fell to the ground with a scream after the tree let go of them. Zhao Chen picked up the young girl in his arms. Zhao Chen asked Joer if she was okay. The girl thanked the guy and said that she was fine. Su Qi at this time collapsed right on the ground because no one supported him. Zhao Chen was busy. Su Qi said, Zhao Chen, you said that it was discrimination. He could be supported as well. But what is this? Wondered the stranger. The girl assumed it looked like an egg. Strange how there could be an egg in a tree. No one would ever hatch from it. The stranger stated that the egg contained a strong aura, and the ghostly Lian King must have devoured it for its own development. Zhao Chen speculated that he was able to dispose of the tree before it could even digest the egg. Zhao Chen decided to take a closer look at this egg. Zhao Chen brought his hand to the egg, and his hand glowed at the same instant. A sign appeared on it. Zhao Chen was very surprised when the ancient deity mark on his hand touched the egg. It immediately activated. Just then, the egg boiled. Zhao Chen immediately realized what was inside the egg. Zhao Chen's friends didn't understand what this was even happening. The stranger suggested that it must be the descendant of some very ancient and powerful monster. And everyone saw a cute little puppy come into the world, and he just started yapping. Everyone was surprised, as they expected to see an ancient animal, but it turned out to be some small dog. The puppy started whining and rubbing against Zhao Chen's leg. Zhao Chen said that this puppy seemed familiar to him, and he thought to himself that he was not as simple as he seemed at first glance. The puppy activates the mark on his hand. Its origin might have something to do with the ancient lands. The girl liked the puppy very much, and offered Zhao Chen to take it with her. Zhao Chen also liked the puppy and agreed with the girl. The girl was very excited about it, like a little child. She grabbed the puppy in her arms and began to twirl around with it with joy. The stranger told Zhao Chen that now that the trouble was over, it might be worth it to continue their journey. There were still many dangers ahead, so they should be cautious. Zhao Chen disagreed. After all, he stepped into the Forbidden Lands not only in search of ginseng, but also for heavenly matter and earthly treasures that could increase his strength. Zhao Chen asked Juer to use her strength and see if there were any treasures around. Juer agreed to help Zhao Chen. and the four of them, not counting the dog, set off on their perilous journey. Suchi called out to Zhao Chen and ran to catch up with him. The stranger tried to reassure herself, saying that it was Master who asked her to take care of Zhao Chen. All four of us continued on our perilous journey. The stranger told Zhao Chen that Master had taken her to the Forbidden Land several times. Therefore, she is sure that something can be found here. But Zhao Chen must follow her instructions to avoid trouble in the future. Zhao Chen decided not to argue with her. After all, it was more expensive to argue with a woman. He thought that she was very kind, and he would not deprive her of her enthusiasm. Suddenly, from nowhere, black gloomy shadows with green eyes began to descend on the travelers. They were some ominous, suspicious warriors. They grinned and circled around the travelers. Suddenly they heard a voice from above telling them that some creatures had dared to come here. It was a monster who announced that he had a great meal waiting for him today. These monsters said they wanted to taste their flesh and blood and eat their souls. And they've already begun to divide up who gets the young girl. The girl said that she was getting a little scared. Zhao Chen thought that it was Yin Ling and normal attacks wouldn't help. The stranger warned everyone to be careful. Since it was Yin Ling, it would be very difficult to act coherently, and they began to act very quickly, but not necessarily coherently. Yellow flashes began to appear in the air every now and then. The stranger announced that she had a secret weapon that would deter them, so let everyone leave. She'll hold off the monsters. Zhao Chen, of course, had no intention of going anywhere. He decided to use the Great Seal technique. The monsters knew nothing yet of the impending danger and continued to approach the travelers ominously. Suddenly, the monsters cried out that they couldn't move. It was the immobilizing rays that Zhao Chen directed at them that pierced them. Zhao Chen was holding a fire sphere that radiated doom to the monsters. They had to fly away in different directions, and the young men decided that the way was clear, and they could continue on their perilous journey. Zhao Chen assumed that these ghosts were so strong that they could be used in deadly battles. Zhao Chen placed all the ghosts in this fire sphere. The girl said if it's done, then she needs her mascot. The young men called Zhao Chen and told him that they had found fancy fruit. Zhao Chen said that it was great, because the fantasy fruit contained a lot of heavenly and earthly aura. With this fruit, Zhao Chen would immediately be able to break through to the last stage. The stranger was surprised. She thought that she had misheard. After all, Zhao Chen needs to get to the middle step first. Moreover, there are so many obstacles on each step. Zhao Chenyu should save the fruit and make a pill out of it. Zhao Chen said that he shouldn't be compared to ordinary people. There are no obstacles for him, especially when he sees the goal. Zhao Chen turned on the absorption mode again. Once again, there was a surge of energy that came from Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen continued to conjure something there. The stranger was surprised. What kind of skills were these? Is it possible to just move the aura from the fruit into the body like that? There's something wrong with this. Zhao Chen continued his manipulation. Zhao Chen's internal energy was surging and had already covered the entire surroundings. Zhao Chen said that the last step of the unfathomable stage had been passed, and if Qin Feng appeared in front of him again, he would know true suffering. She swallowed. The stranger was amazed that Zhao Chen was able to break through to the last step in just a blink of an eye. She was even more curious as to who this Zhao Chen was that she had to protect at Master's request. The girl stated to Zhao Chen that she had reached the peak of her abilities, but she still hadn't discovered the ginseng. She apologized that she couldn't help. Zhao Chen said that she had already helped a lot. She wondered why there were no frost ice ginseng in the lands of the dead. Could it be that they had all been dealt with already? Perhaps she should go to Yanqingxia. Suki asked just in time what should they do next. Zhao Chen said that they only had 3 magic fruits left to obtain, and he had already broken through to the Zhuanjie realm. Zhao Chen said that he wouldn't use the fruit's effect, and suggested that they do it themselves. The young people were very excited about it. The stranger said that he was able to absorb the fruit's energy directly. However, the power of the fruit was so great that a human would not be able to handle it. Zhao Chen said that he would help them and they would be able to go up at least a rank. Everyone was very happy about it. Zhao Chen suggested that he should not waste any time and hurry up and get started. Zhao Chen raised his hand and the fruit chortled. All 3 of them were amazed at what they saw. Meanwhile, the 3rd prince reported that Zhao Chen had still not been found. Xiao Fan reported that a few days ago, he had sent several squads to the lands of the dead to search for Zhao Chen. But no one had returned. The prince cursed at Xiao Fang. He kicked him in the heel. Xiao Fan fell to his knees bleeding. The prince ordered the bloody troop to follow him to the Forbidden Lands. The prince declared that this boy was a great threat to him. He would only calm down when he had dealt with Zhao Chen. Xiao Fan stated that it was very dangerous there and they shouldn't take such a risk. The prince inquired if Xiao Fan would go with him. Xiao Fang had no way out and said that of course he would go, After all, this is a very dangerous land and he must protect his majesty. The prince said that it was fine and they should hurry up and go look for Zhao Chen. He added that the pressure here is terrible. I want to get out of here as soon as possible. And at this very time, the trio sat on the ground and meditated on the effects of the fruit. Zhao Chen was controlling them at the same time. Su Qi said that he could really feel the strength. And now he is also at the early stage of the Xuanjie realm, and will be able to help Zhao Chen in the future. The girl hugging the puppy said that she would also help Zhao Chen. The stranger thought about what Master had told her. He had asked her to protect Zhao Chen, but it turns out that Zhao Chen is the one protecting her all the time. Even now, he was helping to increase her strength. And then someone turned to Zhao Chen and said in a rough voice, "How is it that Zhao Chen is still alive?" It was Qin Feng. Zhao Chen asked if it was true that the prince still wanted to straighten him out. The prince ordered the servants to bring this unruly boy to him quickly. The servants instantly rushed to carry out their master's orders. Zhao Chen cheerfully said that he just had a surprise for them. He told them to accept the gift. Zhao Chen fired a ball of fire at them with the terrifying ghosts. They immediately decided to eat the aliens as they were very hungry. The mercenaries were very frightened and didn't realize who was attacking them so mercilessly. The stranger was amazed at how strong Zhao Chen was. Zhao Chen was very clever and sent the soul of a tree monster against the mercenaries. Xiaofan shouted that the monster's soul was simply terrifying. Xiaofan kneeled in front of the prince and said that all is lost, chief. We must retreat to the shelter immediately and unconditionally. The prince was amazed that Zhao Chen had such a monster in store. He had spent so long building up his bloody army, and now it was defeated. Zhao Chen announced that Qin Feng had lost, but the prince couldn't calm down. The prince had decided to deal with Zhao Chen himself again and kick his ass. The prince unleashed his super powerful inner spirit and told him to fight Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen didn't rub himself. He decided to use the sunrise technique and the Milky Way technique against the spirit. And this spirit couldn't handle Zhao Chen and his powerful techniques. The prince wondered once again, how could this be possible? Zhao Chen said that anything is possible now. Zhao Chen executed his powerful punch and used his fist of fury in battle. It came straight at the prince's torso. It was very painful, and the prince exploded forever. Everyone was ecstatic that Zhao Chen was able to defeat the prince. It was a real celebration. The third prince realized he had no business being here. The battle was lost, so he decided to get the hell out of here. Zhao Chen asked him if he was ready to say goodbye to everyone, and then the restless prince emerged from behind the mountains again. He said that Zhao Chen couldn't deal with him so easily. After all, he is the prince of the Qin Empire, and if Zhao Chen defeats him, the entire Tianyuan kingdom will be destroyed. Su Qi wailed as usual and said that the Qin Empire is much bigger than the Tianyuan kingdom, and he doesn't know what to do now. The stranger asked Zhao Chen what his plans were now. Zhao Chen said that he doesn't care what the Empire's plans are. His goal now is to kick the prince's ass. But then someone stopped Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen looked around and saw some bald elder. Zhao Chen asked, who was he? And why is he preventing Zhao Chen from fulfilling his mission? The old man stated that he was the president of Tianluo Academy, and stated that he was not Zhao Chenyu's enemy. Su Qi said that this is the same president who has always lived in isolation, and no one knows him by sight. Some people thought there might be unforeseen problems. Zhao Chen didn't seem to really believe this elder. Zhao Chen said that he felt like the old man had come to protect the prince. The old man said that he did. And let's see, will Zhao Chen fight the old man? The elder thought that this boy was in the Xuanjie realm for now. He could break the barrier. The old man thought that Zhao Chen might be hiding many secrets. The prince was surprised that the old man was talking to the guy and shouted for him to get the creep out of here as quickly as possible. The old man ordered the prince to shut up. After all, if his father hadn't asked for help, the old man wouldn't have lifted a finger to intervene now. The old man, without thinking, slapped the bullying prince with a powerful slap. The prince immediately admitted that he was wrong. The prince was angry at the old man and at Zhao Chen. He decided that he would take revenge on both of them. The old man asked Zhao Chen to come to his senses before it was too late. The old man added that, after all, Qin Feng is the prince of the Qin Empire. If Zhao Chen were to massacre the prince now, the Tianyuan kingdom would be destroyed by his empire. Ordinary people will suffer, and bloody rivers will flow over the land. Zhao Chen doesn't want to see such a scene, right? Zhao Chen pondered, and his cheerleader said that she would support his every decision. Zhao Chen was faced with a choice. Thousands of people could die because of him, but he had to get the ingredients he needed. Zhao Chen said that he could let the prince go, but he needed ginseng. The old man now realized why the young man had come here. He was after frost ice ginseng. The old man told him, all right, if you want it bad enough, here you go. And he threw the guy the weed he needed. Zhao Chen immediately dreamed. The frost ice ginseng, tree mushroom, and poisonous herb are already in my possession. He only needed to obtain the true origin water and the heavenly dragon lotus. The old man told the prince to follow him immediately. He would be sent home immediately so that he would not do anything else. The prince told Zhao Chen that there was one difference between them. No matter what happened to him, he would definitely be rescued. And Zhao Chen and his friends can only shake in fear, waiting for the moment I skin you all. Zhao Chen here couldn't take another threat. He said that the prince had crossed the red line when he started threatening not only him, but his family too. The prince was very scared and started to stop Zhao Chen and ask the old man to help him. But it was too late. The old man rushed to help, but he couldn't make it in time. Zhao Chen flew over the prince with lightning speed. Zhao Chen punched the prince right in the chest with the words, "No one will dare to threaten my family." The prince was bleeding and fell into the arms of the old man. He immediately decided to check how the injured man was feeling. The old man was angry because he had given Zhao Chen the ginseng to Zhao Chen, and he had promised not to touch the prince. The prince lamented that he would deal with the young man. Zhao Chen said that unfortunately there was only one ginseng. The old man didn't understand what Zhao Chen was getting at. The guy said that he had forgiven the prince once thanks to the old man and the ginseng. But the prince started threatening Zhao Chen and his family again. Zhao Chen said that he only stopped the concentration and production of his power. The old man said that Zhao Chen was too arrogant, and as the president of Tianluo Academy, he should teach the guy a lesson. The old man said he had to do it or no student would respect him. Zhao Chen asked, did the prince's desire to straighten out Zhao Chen also have something to do with the rules of the academy? The guy added that when the prince started threatening Zhao Chen's family, why didn't the old man stop the prince? So there is no need to rant about any rules. The old man was very angry with Zhao Chen and decided to teach him a lesson after all. The old man was yelling that he couldn't be considered president if he didn't take the guy down. It was going to be a very epic battle. Zhao Chen said, "Okay, I don't mind. Now let's check to see who's who." The old man decided to immediately apply his famous fire hand method. Zhao Chen was not confused and blocked this lunge of the old man. The old man continued to unleash clots of his energy, but all was to no avail. The guy parried all of his blows. The old man couldn't understand why Zhao Chen had suddenly become so strong. Zhao Chen decided that since the old man was so restless, he would show him where the crayfish were. Juer asked how Zhao Chen was doing, and the nasty prince couldn't understand where the young warrior came from. A strength comparable to that of the academy president himself. The stranger was trying to figure out how many more secrets this young man held. Zhao Chen slyly hinted to the old man that he would be able to escape the president's punishment today. The old man couldn't understand how this young man could afford to provoke the academy president as a student. Just then, Su Qi shouted for Zhao Chen to be extremely careful. The old man decided to use the yin-yang palm technique. The prince was glad that Zhao Chen would soon be in his hands. There was no escape from this old man's method. The stranger decided to intervene in the battle if Zhao Chen couldn't withstand this attack. Zhao Chen understood that if a person used such a strong technique, it meant that he had passed Tianjie, and now he would have to fight him at full strength. Su Qi stood up to defend his friend Zhao Chen, and a deadly flame stabbed into his chest at the same moment. The old man attacked Zhao Chen, and shouted if he could handle Yin Yang's palm attack. Zhao Chen didn't rub his face and unleashed his soul-burning monster. The old man decided to destroy them all. Zhao Chen said that the old man might disappear. The prince rejoiced that he had the perfect opportunity to straighten out Zhao Chen, and immediately launched a fireball at the young man. Seeing this, Su Qi rushed to Zhao Chen's aid. The fireball hit Su Qi's chest. The prince fought out because Su Qi had ruined all his plans. And then the old man saw something and shouted for everyone to stop. But Zhao Chen didn't stop. He kicked at the old man, and he missed the punch and started bleeding. Zhao Chen rushed towards Su Qi and began to ask how he was feeling. Su Qi said that he was fine because the flash of light protected him. Zhao Chen and Su Qi headed towards the old man. The old man grabbed Su Qi by the shoulders and said that it was fate. The old man added that he was very happy to meet a guy like Su Qi in this place, and that he would go to heaven. The prince cried out that it was unfair. How can such a one go to heaven? At the same moment, the old man punched the prince in the face. The prince flew 7 meters away, and the old man ordered him to keep quiet. The prince looked at the old man resentfully. The old man said his clan had been searching for him for thousands of years. Finally, today, the search is over. The president warned the prince not to even lay a finger on Su Qi. The prince immediately started apologizing and saying he was wrong. People who can resist fate are the arrogant sons of heaven. They are endowed with extraordinary abilities from birth. Zhao Chen was surprised that he didn't know that Su Qi was the reincarnation vessel of a son of heaven. Could it be that he was hiding it intentionally? Su Qi asked the president if he was wrong. After all, Su Qi is not very talented. The old man said that there could be no mistake, because the blue circle that appeared on his body was the symbol of his clan. The old man added that he had made a big mistake today, and apologized to the young man, and Zhao Chen can continue his studies at Tianluo Academy. Now Zhao Chen will not be disturbed by anyone at the academy. Su Qi said that since he could resist fate, he would forever be Zhao Chen's assistant. But Zhao Chen said he doesn't think it's that simple. The old man said that their clan is the protector of destiny, and he would have to take Su Qi away to awaken his true power. Su Qi was stubborn. He didn't want to go anywhere. He wanted to stay with Zhao Chen. The old man said that Su Qi must definitely go as his future depended on it. Zhao Chen told the old man that if Su Qi doesn't want to, then he want to go anywhere. And Zhao Chen has the strength to stand up to the old man. The old man praised Su Qi, but said that with this level of skill, he was of little use to Zhao Chen. The old man added that Zhao Chen's strength was no weaker than his own. Can you imagine how you will prevent Zhao Chen from fighting the enemies? If Su Qi follows the old man, he will become stronger in just 3 years. Su Qi agreed that he was not strong enough right now, and represented a burden to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen objected. After all, he had never said that Su Qi was hindering him. And with Zhao Chen's help, Su Qi would also be able to achieve good results. Su Qi said that he too wanted to possess enough strength to fight hand in hand with his comrade in battle. Zhao Chen said that he had never thought about Su Qi's feelings. The young men said goodbye and said they were not angry with each other. They decided they were two brothers from the same generation. In parting, they bumped fists and said they would definitely meet in the future. The old man said that it was time for them to leave, and that in the future, Su Qi would not regret making such a choice. Su Qi said that he would return in 3 years and would be much stronger and become Zhao Chen's loyal assistant. Zhao Chen shouted out. He told them to stop. The old man asked what other questions Zhao Chen had. Zhao Chen said, "There is a bad man here, a prince. And even though he can't exterminate him, but he will take away his ability to form."
The prince was scared. Very scared. He asked what Zhao Chen wanted to do to him.
The prince started to ask the president for help, but the president told him to save himself. The old man knew that he needed to get Su Qi out of here, so he no longer wanted to stand in Zhao Chen's way. Zhao Chen said that no one would help the prince today, and made a kick to the prince's back. The bloodied prince fell straight to the ground. A servant reports to His Highness that there is news that Zhao Chen has defeated Qin Feng. He also inflicted a terrible injury on him. Now Qin Feng has been stripped of his powers, and completely useless. His Highness asked where the president was. Shouldn't he have prevented Zhao Chen from doing so? The servant said that the president tried, but he failed. And for reasons unknown, he allowed Zhao Chen to strip the prince of his power and the ability to form. His Highness spat in his throne. Even Qin Feng couldn't handle this boy. He stated that he was just furious. Can't anyone get rid of this Zhao Chen? And then someone appeared on the doorstep. He said he had a plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. It was Mr. Liu. His Highness inquired what his plan was. Mr. Liu said that the Feng Yuan competition will start soon. Zhao Chen will definitely participate. Xiao Jiang will also participate. This is a very strong contender for the championship title. If we create a conflict between them, we can capitalize on it. His Highness was very pleased. It was a great plan. He decided to do so and watch them fight. 3 days later, the battle arena. The noble spectators had already taken their seats in the boxes. Everyone is excited to have waited for the competition to start. I wonder who will win this year. There's a huge prize pool promised. The top 3 will be able to enter the Hualong Key, and whoever comes first will receive the royal jewel. Water of true origin. Everyone has heard that Senior Prince Xiaojiang is participating in this competition, and he is very strong. So it can be considered that the water of immortality is already in his hands. In the box are the king of Tianyuan and Tianyuan Ho. The king says that he has heard that Tianyuan Ho's daughter Yu Hui'er is also taking part in the competition. Will she be able to become the champion? Tianyuan Ho stated that his daughter was still not strong enough. It would be good if she could at least get into the top 10. The king asked if there was any chance of his son Xiaojiang becoming the champion. After he wins, why don't we think about uniting our families? No one in this city knows of Xiaojiang's terrible atrocities. And you want me to give up my daughter for her? You misunderstood me. I meant Zhao Chen, Hu Weiho's son. He laughed. Well then, he didn't insist. Thought that old fox was mocking him. Alright, we'll see. Besides, Zhao Chen is only in the Xuanjie realm. Xiaojiang will defeat him. He's determined to destroy the entire Yu family and take all their treasures for himself. They decided not to guess anymore and just watch the competition. Zhao Chen's 3 companions all encouraged him and said that he would definitely become the champion. Zhao Chen had no doubt that victory would be on his side. For the past 3 days, he had been practicing the ancient body refinement technique. The body of the Lord of the 9 Heavens, in a low-level training hall. In order to heal Qingyan, he needs to obtain the true origin water. Prince Xiaojiang said that he didn't expect to see Zhao Chen here at all. Zhao Chen didn't know him and asked who he was. The one said that he was the eldest prince of Xiaojiang. He invited Zhao Chen to become his supporter and bow down to him. Otherwise, he would make Zhao Chen die very slowly in the arena. He began to be warned that Zhao Chen is the same kind of competitor. His father might punish him if he bullies Zhao Chen right here. Xiaozhang said that no one should tell him, because he would be ruling this kingdom in the future. Xiaozhang said that Zhao Chen only had two options: to go to his side or to become his slave. Everyone said that Xiaozhang was overreacting. He's even worse than Xiaofang. They both boast of their titles as princes, but the older one is also very strong, and the king supports him. Zhao Chen will face a lot of hardships. They don't think that Zhao Chen will surrender. However, Xiaozhang will very likely become the king of Tianyuan in the near future. Zhao Chen said that he won't lose to anyone. Even if he is thrice king, it won't help him. And he has a third option. Zhao Zhao kneels down and begs for mercy. Xiaozhang said that his opponent would not last long now. And then the gong sounded. The competition had begun. The opening of the competition was announced. Everyone started yelling, "I can't wait. I can't wait to find out who the winner will be." Xiao Zhao said that Zhao Chen was lucky today. Well, they will see each other later in the finals. He said that Zhao Chen made him laugh. His brother is so smug. If he wins, he will become king. There's hardly anyone who would benefit from such an outcome. Zhao Chen said that Xiao Fan is just disgusting. Stop pretending to be an innocent sheep. He's just trying to provoke a conflict, so that he and Xiaozhang can clash. Save your shenanigans for someone else. She said that he was shameless and spit on him. Xiao Fan called Zhao Chen's name and said that he would kneel before him one day and beg for mercy. The referee has announced that Wu Min wins the third fight. Fifth fight, Yu Huir wins. The ninth fight, Xiaozhang emerges victorious. The 11th fight is Zhao Chen vs Yu Huir. They stood against each other, and no one started first. The crowd incited both of them. They wanted a spectacle. More, of course, they were rooting for the girl. It was said that Zhao Chenyu couldn't be defeated easily. He'd better give up. Then they started yelling for everyone to quiet down. The fight's about to start anyway. The girl said that she had heard a lot about Zhao Chen, but she didn't know that he was so good. Zhao Chen was surprised that Miss Yu was familiar with his name. The girl said that Zhao Chen didn't need to pretend. She will finish him off anyway. Zhao Chen pretended not to understand her. Zhao Chen's girlfriend marveled at the heresy that crazy lady was spouting in the ring. Another girlfriend stated that she didn't realize she had a rival. Zhao Chen continued to joke and said that there was a misunderstanding. After all, this is their first meeting. What kind of marriage is there to talk about? Ms. Yu said that it turns out Zhao Chen is not even aware that their families have a prenuptial agreement, and she revolved her weapon and shrieked that she was about to give Zhao Chen a proper thrashing. She shouted at Zhao Chen to get the hell out of here. Zhao Chen effortlessly dodged her punches and continued to remain completely calm. Zhao Chen declared to Miss Yu that she would not be able to defeat him with this tool. His opponent called him names and told him not to be so cocky. And then it started. Voices from all sides and 6 directions. The 8 gods who have crossed the sea. They're waiting on all sides. Zhao Chen on this occasion decided to try out the 9 Heavens Lord's case technique. Zhao Chen began to use the body tactics of the 9 Heavens Lord's body, and that same 9 Heavens Lord rose above him. It was such a transformation of Zhao Chen's inner energy, but everyone decided that Zhao Chen had clearly come to an end. After all, Miss Yu's attack was very strong. Zhu Chen's support group hoped that he would face his opponent with dignity and not lose. Miss Yu noticed that Zhao Chen deliberately did not deviate from her attack. So what was his plan? She stated that even with such a high level of spiritual pulse, he couldn't defeat the girl. Zhao Chen asked her not to jump to conclusions. Why is that? His rival was very surprised. Zhao Chen's support group was very happy when they heard his words. It meant that he was alright. Zhao Chen told Ms. Yu that her attack even cheered him up a bit. Ms. Yu decided that the guy was just messing with her and decided to continue the fight further. Immediately, the spirits of the 3 beauties appeared. They circled around Zhao Chen and offered to play with them. They said they couldn't wait any longer, and it was time for him to act. Ms. Yu knew that no man could resist this technique. She decided that if she couldn't hurt him from the outside, she would destroy him from the inside. Zhao Chen said that Miss Yu is such a fool if she wants to seduce him with such women. But if they want to, Zhao Chen is willing to play. Zhao Chen shouted, "Get out of my head!" His eyes lit up with flames and the girls scattered in different directions. Ms. Yu screamed in terror. Everyone around them started covering their ears and saying that such a loud voice would make them all deaf. Zhao Chen said that this was usually how he responded to his enemies' attacks. Ms. Yu called Zhao Chen a pervert, and that no one fights like that. That's no way to treat a woman. Zhao Chen asked why Ms. Yu's outfit was so shoddy. Everyone fidgeted and took a closer look at the half-naked Miss Yu. They asked Zhao Chen to teach them these techniques as well. Zhao Chen's support group decided that Miss Yu wanted to seduce their master herself. They were very angry with her. Zhao Chen said it was just a misunderstanding. He'll explain everything now, but the girls didn't want to hear any excuses. Miss Yu told Zhao Chen not to expect that he could get her as a wife so easily. He must win the competition first, and slapped him in the face. Miss Yu ran away, and Zhao Chen shouted to her on the way out that he had no intention of marrying her. The elder walked over to Zhao Chen and said that it was not worth it to swing for the unattainable, and he proclaimed Zhao Chen as the winner of this fight. Everyone started shouting that Zhao Chen was doing well, probably going to be one of the top 3. He also got Miss Yu's recognition. The emperor realized who Tian Yuan had chosen as his daughter's husband. He didn't think he was that skillful, but Xiao Zhang would still defeat him. Your Highness, don't worry. It will only be revealed when they meet in the ring. He said to Xiao Zhang that Zhao Chen had seized the glory that should have gone to him. Xiao Zhang told him to shut up, or he would immediately find out who is number 1. Yewoman says that the idiots from the Tianyuan kingdom are rejoicing while they can. Soon he will show everyone what true despair is. The referee has announced Xiao Zhang versus Yewoman as the next bout. Yewoman asked, "Is this the Xiao Zhang who is called the strongest in this tournament?" Xiao Zhang said that the opponent was unlucky to meet Xiao Zhang today, and he should give up to avoid being crippled. The opponent said he was the one who should surrender, and then Yewoman used the bloody palms technique. Xiao Zhang said that it was all nonsense, and used the heavenly strike technique, and then 2 powerful internal energies of the rivals collided. They were completely different in their structure. She said that although Xiao Zhang's strength is uneven, the technique used contains royal energy, and it seems like the opponent in black will not have any luck. Zhao Chen's support group didn't even know what to say about this fight. Zhao Chen said that Xiao Zhang wouldn't be able to fight him, because he would lose now. The opponent in black applied heavenly bloody palms. This punch powerfully struck Xiao Zhang right in the heart. Xiao Zhang, defeated, fell straight to the ground and even lower. He lay there and couldn't figure out how it all happened. The emperor jumped up in surprise. The warrior in black said he was annoyed that it turned out to be the strongest warrior in the kingdom. Xiao Zhang asked who he was and where did he come from. He stated that he was Ye Woman of the Qin Empire from the Blood Army Alliance, and shouted loudly, "The Qin Empire, Bloody Army." Zhao Chen became very tense. Everyone started saying it was against the rules. A foreigner can't compete. And can anyone even compete against him? He told King Xiao that he was participating in the competition for fun. He thanked the king for letting him participate. The king objected and said that he naturally did not want the stranger to continue to compete. However, he is still confident that the title will go to the winner from the Tianyuan kingdom. The Blood Army is the strongest alliance in the Qin Empire. Why would they send their man to our kingdom? Something has definitely happened. Ye Wumin said that there was no one in their kingdom who could engage in single combat with him. Everyone said it couldn't be tolerated. His insolence is out of line and he must be dealt with now. The king called for silence and said that he was changing the rules. Now whoever wins will be the champion of the competition. And all the warriors rejoiced, thinking that today they could be glorified. Ye Umin offered the king a wager. The king decided that since this upstart made it to their competition, he must want to destroy the entire young generation of the kingdom. Well, you're gonna have to prove it. Ye Uming then suggested that there was not a moment to lose, and continued the competition. Zhao Chen's cheerleaders have decided that this upstart is very cocky. Zhao Chen will have to kick his ass. But Zhao Chen decided that none of that was important. And the main character has to show up at the last minute. All the warriors began to say that they had not seen such arrogance since their childhood, and Ye Wumin would soon be finished. They suggested cutting him into pieces and feeding him to the animals. Ye Wumin continued to scoff and said that a bunch of trash dared to fight him. How self-righteous they are. Ye Wumin decided to summon the Blood Emperor and said, "Blood Emperor, appear." Indeed, a cloud of energy in the form of an image of a bloody emperor immediately appeared above him. Ye Wumin stood with his head proudly raised and his limbs spread apart. Immediately, everyone began to scatter in all directions, horrified at the energy emanating from Ye Wumin. Ye Wumin stood in the middle of the arena, and the defeated opponents were scattered around him. The king was very astonished that he couldn't even be defeated by a crowd of his warriors, and suggested that the Tianyuan kingdom would be disgraced. Ye Wumin thought that if Tianyuan's younger generation were such weaklings, this kingdom would soon come to an end. Why don't everyone follow him and become his servants? It would be better than being annihilated. This time, Ye Wumin defeated all the warriors, and next time, the goal of the Blood Army Alliance would be more specific. And then someone asked if he had finished his boastful monologue. It was Zhao Chen. He said that he was tired of listening to this bragging and decided to close the mouth of this Ye Wumin. And everyone started shouting for Zhao Chen to leave the arena and not shame the kingdom. After all, no one was able to defeat Ye Wumin, so why did Zhao Chen enter the arena? He's definitely in trouble now. The king was advised not to stop Zhao Chen. Maybe he could do something. "Let's see and take our time," objected the king. Ye Wumin told Zhao Chen that apparently he was too soft on his opponents, what Zhao Chen thought he could handle. Then next time, he would not restrain himself and would kill anyone who got in his way. Everyone was very frightened by Ye Wumen's statement. Zhao Chen stated ironically that if he attacked and didn't get a surrender, it meant Ye Wumen had been too kind to him. Everyone decided that Ye Wumen had just been humiliated. Would Zhao Chen really be able to handle him this time? No, it's impossible to predict who will emerge victorious today. The king and his companion weren't completely sure if Zhao Chen would last in a fight with Ye Wumen. Ye Wumen was very furious at the unpunished slap he received from Zhao Chen. He said that he just wasn't ready to fight yet. It would not happen again. Zhao Chen had a different opinion. Zhao Chen kicked Ye Wumen's leg straight into his stomach. He flew backwards with a scream. Blood immediately gushed out of his mouth. Ye Wumen rolled on the ground, on the way not realizing what was happening to him. The king thought that Zhao Chen was really good. And if the first strike was from under the heel, then the second strike was simply marvelous. The king said that even if his son was defeated, Zhao Chen would be able to save the kingdom's honor. Ye Wumen rose to his feet and said that he would now become very rude. Ye Wumen decided to summon the Blood Emperor again, and he appeared above the warrior at the same instant. Ye Wumen repeated like a spell, immortal body, sacrifice to the blood god, blood alliance, formation of bodies from rivers of blood, a gathering of bloody demonic wars. Ye Wumen was very tense and focused. Everyone wondered why Ye Wumen would do this. Probably all the techniques he practiced had protective properties. Ye Wumen announced to Zhao Chen that he had released the strongest defense techniques and his sneak attacks would no longer get past his shield. Zhao Chen said that he was not going to attack from under his hedge. Now he attacks his enemy standing face to face, and Zhao Chen let his internal energy out. Ye Wumen said that Zhao Chenyu would not be able to attack. With his current state, there was no way to break through the defense. Even the power of the heavens wouldn't help him. Zhao Chen said that they would check it out now. Zhao Chen, along with his spirit, dealt a crushing blow to the enemy. He stood there like a dumbfounded man and didn't even have time to react. Ye Wumen noticed that something had gone wrong.
Ye Wumen saw that the blood of the 10,000 gods, the mighty technique. There was no way he could defeat Zhao Chen.
Ye Wumen wondered where the Tianyuan kingdom got such powerful monsters from. Ye Wumen cried out in fear and helplessness. Zhao Chen told his enemy that it was in vain that he was so arrogant. Today, no one would save him from losing this fight. Ye Wumen's spirit let out a terrifying cry of despair. Immediately, Ye Wumen fell defeated by Zhao Chen at the feet of the victor. Ye Wumen's body was bleeding. Zhao Chen said that it was the end of him. Everyone around them began to rejoice at Zhao Chen's victory and said that their kingdom had won after all. And everyone began to thank Zhao Chen for such a beautiful victory. Zhao Chen's cheerleaders ran up to him and started congratulating him and thanking him for saving the kingdom from destruction. The young lady thought that such a strong technique never existed in the Tianyuan kingdom. Zhao Chen is hiding something and needs to report it to the proper place. The girl was in awe of Zhao Chen's strength. Xiaozhang was upset. After all, he thought that this victory should have gone to him. Zhao Chen not only defeated the alien, but also became the champion of this tournament. Now his status in the Tianyuan kingdom would increase a lot. Xiaozhang was very angry. He has royal blood in him. How can Zhao Chen compare to Xiaozhang? Xiaozhang decided to show everyone who the chief genius in this kingdom was. The third prince thought it would be better if they both died in the battle for leadership. The king's associate reported that Zhao Chen had won the battle and saved the kingdom's honor. The king said that he had seen everything and ordered Zhao Chen to bring Zhao Chen to the palace. The interlocutor was surprised that the king summoned Zhao Chen to see him. He couldn't trust the king and needed to keep an eye on the boy. The girls congratulated Zhao Chen on his victory, and he announced that he now had to get the heavenly dragon Lotus. A servant reported that the king was waiting for the young master at his palace. Zhao Chen thought that the king personally wanted to give him the water. The servant said that Zhao Chen would soon find out for himself. The girl stated that it was all suspicious, and she was a little concerned. She suggested Zhao Chen to go to the palace with him. Zhao Chen said that there was no need for that. After all, he was going to the palace, not to the dragon's lair or the tiger's mouth. Zhao Chen told the servant to show the way, and they all walked up to the royal palace. Zhao Chen saw that there was a large table set with all sorts of viands in the hall. Zhao Chen was very surprised by this. The servant reported that this meal was prepared especially for the winner of the tournament. The servant suggested Zhao Chen to enjoy the dishes that were made with high-quality food. His Majesty will be out soon. The servant thought that, after Zhao Chen had his lunch, it wouldn't be the king who would be waiting for him, but Yan Wanye. Zhao Chen pounced on the servant and said that he wouldn't eat all of it. Zhao Chen smashed the table of treats. The servant asked in despair, "What has gotten into Zhao Chen?" Zhao Chen stated that all the ingredients are of very high quality. They can be enjoyed separately, but if they are mixed together, the dish will turn into poison. The servant isn't an alchemist, is he? Zhao Chen said he would destroy him for the assassination attempt. The servant said it was the king's order, but Zhao Chen was adamant and swung a punch at the servant. Zhao Chen decided that it was necessary to stop, and then the king appeared with his entourage. Zhao Chen greeted the king. The king said that he was amazed by Zhao Chen's abilities, so he arranged this test for the young man. To see what he could do, Zhao Chen said that he now understood everything. The king said that he had no bad thoughts and apologized for the misunderstanding. The king decided that Zhao Chen should get behind Zhao Gong. The servant said there was just a miscommunication. We should have just found out the food was poisoned. You passed the test. Zhao Chen told the servant that he was finished anyway. The servant was very scared and asked why Zhao Chen was so eager to massacre him. Zhao Chen said that he too wanted to conduct a test and see if the people in the royal entourage could protect His Highness. Unfortunately, the servant failed the test. The king decided that Zhao Chen would not dare to do this in front of him. The king's servant started shouting at Zhao Chen that this was not the way to act in the presence of His Highness, and the young man should immediately kneel down. Zhao Chen declared that there was no other person in this world that he would bow down to. The king got angry and said that Zhao Chen is very arrogant. He could order the destruction of Hu Sao Ho's residence. Zhao Chen said he could try, but it wouldn't work. The servants were so insolent that they decided to deal with Zhao Chen, because no one was allowed to talk to the king like that. The king thought that he still needed Zhao Chen. That's why he can't deal with him right now. So he suggested forgetting about the incident. The king told the servants to get lost. The servants were surprised at the king's decision. They could not believe that His Highness was willing to forgive the impertinence of this upstart. So they left the room. Zhao Chen saw that the king had decided to let him live. So the king wanted something from Zhao Chen. The king offered to forget, as if nothing had happened. However, Zhao Chen must help the king save someone. If he saves her, the king will give the royal water and anything Zhao Chen wants. The king revealed that he might be angry, but asked that he not be blamed for his anger. Zhao Chen thought that the king was talking too much, and it was time to take Zhao Chen to the right place already. Zhao Chen decided that if he could get the heavenly dragon lotus from the king, he would save a lot of time. The king said that Zhao Chen was being very disrespectful to him, and if Zhao Chen can't cure Haner, he will regret being born into the world. The king and Zhao Chen stood in front of the bed where the motionless Haner was lying on. The young man thought that the girl was covered in goosebumps. Xiao Han was lying motionless. It was as if she was asleep. The king said it was his daughter, Xiao Han. A strange disease struck her when she was 8 years old. Her whole body is covered with goosebumps. She can't see sunlight. She lies in bed all the time. No alchemist has been able to cure her. Nothing helps her. The king said that someone advised him to contact Zhao Chen, and that person is also here, and the king has invited Mr. Diao Dan. Diao Dan walked in and said hello to the young man. Zhao Chen was very surprised to see this elder. The king said that Mr. Diao is now making a medicine for his daughter. Thanks to him, her condition has stabilized. Mr. Diao Dan added that the king appreciates him very much. However, he cannot cure his 6th daughter. And Diao Dan recommended Zhao Chen to the king because he is a very talented young man, and his alchemy has clearly improved since their last meeting. Diao Dan was sure that Zhao Chen would be able to cure the girl. Diao Dan thought that he was the one who poisoned the young princess, and she won't be able to recover after Zhao Chen's treatment, and the king's anger would crush the young lad. Zhao Chen said that Diao Dan was kicked out of the academy, and now he dared to recommend him to the king. Zhao Chen thought there was something wrong. The king said he had no idea that these two enemies. Diao Dan told the king that for him, the conflict with Zhao Chen had been put on the back burner. After all, it was more important to save the princess. The king said that Zhao Chen could ask him for anything if he could save the princess. Zhao Chen decided to check to see what kind of trap this rogue wanted to lure him into. The king declared that the coldness of his daughter's body was so terrible that no master could handle it. Zhao Chen said that he was not afraid of this cold. After he had absorbed his spiritual blood, this cold could not harm him. The king wondered why nothing had happened to Zhao Chen. Is he all right? Zhao Chen stated that it is not a disease. The 6th princess is experiencing a special condition of her body. He added that as long as the cold emanated from her, her meridian would be cleansed. He wouldn't be able to cure the 6th princess, but she would be able to cultivate energy quickly in the future. Zhao Chen has the medicine and will be able to cure the princess. Zhao Chen asked everyone to leave first. The king decided to take Diao San out of the princess's room. The old man thought that the moment Zhao Chen decided to treat the princess would be her last. The young man stood in front of the princess's bed and shouted, "Tian Hai Sei!" An incredible energy enveloped the entire room. The king thought that incredible chaos was emanating from Haner's body. If it breaks through, no one will be able to stop it. Only Zhao Chen could withstand it. The old man thought that Zhao Chen was indeed a very talented guy. But the time had come. and the fire poison was about to manifest. The girl began to come to her senses and called out to her father. The old man decided that now it was starting. The old man announced that there was nothing Zhao Chen could do. We must stop him quickly. Otherwise, the princess might die. The king rushed into the room in fright and asked Zhao Chen what was going on. Zhao Chen said he should ask Diao San. After all, he was the one who poisoned the young princess. The old man began to refuse and said that he didn't understand what Zhao Chen meant. The old man told the king that the further away he went, the more difficult it would be to rescue the princess. The king was very angry and ordered Zhao Chen to get out of here. Zhao Chen stated that he was not the one who should get out of here. The king was very much surprised at this insolence of the young man. The king decided not to back down and was not afraid of Zhao Chen's physical strength. Zhao Chen said that if the king wanted to save his daughter, he and the old man should immediately leave this room. The king interjected, "Could Zhao Chen really handle it?" The old man stated that it was impossible. Zhao Chen is just lying to the king. The princess just has the opposite of the fire energy of poison and ice. If this continues, there will be no way to save her. Zhao Chen said that the old man is ignorant, so he thinks the princess can't be saved. Zhao Chen said that if he decided to save someone, no one in the world can stop him from doing so. Zhao Chen applied divine vein absorption to the princess. He decided that absorbing these two types of energy was able to slightly increase the power of his cultivation. This was a surprise to him. The princess began to regain consciousness and called out to her father. The princess declared that all that cold had left her body and she was fine now. The king was overjoyed that everything had worked out. The old man was furious about it. The king sat down on the bed with the princess and asked how she was feeling now. Does she have any discomfort in her body? The princess stated that she has never felt as wonderful as she does now. Even her meridians are not blocked anymore. She feels like she can release her spiritual power at any moment. The king said that he was very grateful to Zhao Chen for his help. His daughter is finally healed, and he will not break his promise, and will give Zhao Chen the heavenly dragon lotus and the royal water to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen thanked the king, but said that he still had something else to deal with. The king decided to see what would happen next. Zhao Chen told the old man that he was the one who poisoned the princess and wanted Zhao Chen to follow through. The old man began to refuse and said that he didn't understand anything. After all, it is only a guess, and there is no proof. Zhao Chen cracked the old man on the cheek and said that he dare not refuse. The old man hit the floor with a thud, and a pill rolled out of his pocket. Zhao Chen said that these pills were given to the princess by the old man every day. They contain fire poison. The king can see for himself. The old man claimed that he had underestimated Zhao Chen, and he confessed that he had set this whole thing up because of him. After all, because of Zhao Chen, he had lost his high position in the Alchemy Academy, and he wasn't going to forgive Zhao Chen. The king was furious. He could not believe that this vile old man had gained his trust and deceived him for so long. How dare he try to kill his daughter? The king said the wretch could prepare for punishment. The elder warned that he didn't want to do it, but the king himself forced him to do it. A bloody seal appeared in the old man's hands, and he threw it with a cry of disappearance. And then two forces collided, the power of the king's energy and the old man's. The king was perplexed. After all, only the king of Tianyuan can make the Chi Dragon fight. But after all, the old man doesn't have a drop of royal blood in him. Then why does the dragon listen to him? The old man said, because he partially controls the dragon blood of the Tianyuan kingdom. The old man had long been following the orders of the Alliance, and was in the process of forming a dragon blood control formation. If it wasn't for today's incident, everything would have gone smoothly. The old man thanked the king for helping him all this time. The king said that now this old man would be finished. The old man said the king would not succeed. The king ordered his Chi dragon to smash everything in its path. And the two dragons, the red old man and the yellow king, fought in a confrontation. The king was a little hurt. His mouth was bleeding. The daughter cried out in horror. She rushed to the king and began to ask how he was feeling. The old man stated that the Chi dragon of Tianyuan kingdom has already been destroyed, and the king will be seriously injured due to the destruction of his dragon. As long as the old man is in the palace and most of the Chi dragon is in his hands, he is invincible. Is the king and his kingdom now the end? The king began to beg the Blood Army Alliance for mercy. Let only his daughter go. The princess declared that the old man would not kill the king. The old man declared that there was no point in fighting and they would both die. It was then that the peerless Zhao Chen entered the conversation. He wondered why the old man had forgotten about him. The king had yet to fulfill his promise that he had made to Zhao Chen. Therefore, the old man wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Zhao Chen said that he himself had not finished dealing with this old man yet either. The king told Zhao Chen to better run away as the old man is using the dragon's power, and he can't be defeated. The princess said that it was exactly like that. Zhao Chen said that if it was the spirit of some powerful kingdom, then he would have to sweat. But the Qi dragon of Tianbian Kingdom wouldn't do anything to Zhao Chen. The old man called Zhao Chen an upstart, said that his days were already numbered, and pointed his dragon at the young man. Zhao Chen didn't even blink an eye. He gathered all the power of his energy into a fist and pointed it in the direction of the red dragon. The dragon tried to swallow this blob of energy. Zhao Chen ordered this dragon to be destroyed. There was a massive explosion. The dragon turned back into a small red seal, which immediately shattered into little pieces. The old man was shocked. How was this possible? The Qi dragon of the Tianyuan realm had been absorbed by Zhao Chen's strength. The king was also shocked. How could Zhao Chen swallow an entire dragon? The princess saw everything, but she couldn't believe it either. Zhao Chen told the old man that the dragon was destroyed. Now what can the old man say goodbye? The old man asked him not to touch him, because he is a member of the Blood Army Alliance, and if anything happens to the old man, the Blood Army will find Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen said that he didn't care about the Blood Army masters. Zhao Chen drove the old man straight into his forehead with all his might. The old man's eyes bled and he screamed loudly. The old man fell to his knees right in front of Zhao Chen. At this time, the king's son entered the room and said that he sensed the aura of battle. What's going on here? Could it be that the king has been attacked by enemies? The king said the sun was too late and the battle was already over. Zhao Chen stood over the body of the defeated enemy. The prince asked, "What is Zhao Chen doing here?" Asked how he was feeling. The prince asked the king who did this to the old man. The king said that the prince came just in time. This is Zhao Chen's work. The prince said he thought so. It was all that upstart Zhao Chen's fault. The king tried to explain to his son, but he didn't want to listen to anything. The prince thought that Zhao Chen had committed a crime by killing the old man, and probably wanted to do the same to the king. The prince ordered Zhao Chen to be arrested. The king got tired of listening to this nonsense and slapped the prince. Now there was also a prince lying on the floor. The servants were puzzled as to why the king was beating his son. The prince, holding his swollen cheek, asked why he had been slapped. The king said the prince was a jerk and he shouldn't blame the king's savior. Old man Diaozi wanted to kill the king and the princess. Zhao Chen saved everyone's life. The prince is completely confused by events. The king told the prince to kneel down and beg Zhao Chen's forgiveness. The prince didn't believe that Zhao Chen could save the king. After all, he has such negligible strength. The king bellowed at the prince that he was giving him one last chance to bow. Otherwise, he would lose his title. The king realized that half of the dragon's power was in Zhao Chen's hands. If he was offended, someone might not be happy. The prince knelt down and apologized to Zhao Chen. He thought to himself that he would definitely deal with this impudent person. Zhao Chen told the king to stop clowning around. The young man sees right through him. It's just that the king wants to regain control of the dragon. The king said that Zhao Chen is very intelligent and guessed what he was thinking. This dragon energy is very important to the royal family. The servants were shocked to hear the king himself trying to persuade Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen said that he doesn't rely on the dragon's strength in his training, so he can safely bring him back. Zhao Chen said that all he needed was for the king to keep his word. The king thanked Zhao Chen and said that he would keep his royal promise. The king handed Zhao Chen a box and said that this heavenly dragon lotus was bought from the Mo family for a very large sum of money. Zhao Chen opened the box. It contained a lotus and royal water. In return, Zhao Chen gave the king control of the Qi dragon. The king rejoiced that finally, the dragon's Qi energy had returned to him. The king said that Zhao Chen's help would never be forgotten, and in the future, the king would fulfill his every request. Zhao Chen left, saying that he had things to do. He finally has all the ingredients for the pill, and he can go back to Hu Xiaoho's residence and make the medicine for Qingyang. When Zhao Chen returned, she asked him what happened at Hu Xiao's residence. She had just received a message that the long-lost ancestor of the Wang family had finally returned. Hu Xiaoho had been defeated. The entire family participated in the battle and lost. Now Wang Peng is on his way to the capital. He is very strong. He is at the top of the sky. They may not be able to fight him. Zhao Chen was furious and said that Wang Peng could prepare for trouble. There was no way for him to avoid them. Zhao Chenya, without thinking long, ran to find Wang Peng. The girl ran after Zhao Chen. She didn't want to be alone. At this time, the Wang family warriors were dealing with the Zhao family. Their ancestor told them to behead the head of the Zhao family and use the blood clots to apply demonic energy. The taste of this family's blood is unbelievable. The battle of the clans continued unabated. The clan heads were also figuring things out, and then the treacherous Wang Peng appeared. He was heading towards the Zhao family and said that no one had ever been able to defeat the Wang family. He promised to spare everyone if they explained to him how his clan had lost the last battle to the Zhao clan. The head of the Zhao family, hugging his wife, said that it is not a secret and everyone knows about it. but he won't tell him. The Zhao warriors said that they weren't used to talking either. Wang Peng said that the Zhao family's bones are really strong, and they continued their verbal altercation. But then something happened. Wang Peng walked over to her. She was kneeling in front of him. Wang Peng demanded that she confess everything. Had someone destroyed his family's authority? She confessed that it was all Zhao Chen's shenanigans. He was making a pill for Hu Xiao's family back then, and then he used his pill to destroy the demonic energy in his son and reduce his strength. Wang Peng couldn't believe that it was all some brat Zhao Chen's fault. And if Wang Peng is seeking revenge, he should go to Zhao Chen and Hu Xiao's family. The woman said she was innocent and asked to be released. Master Zhao turned to Xiaofei. It's not like she has no conflict with her son. Why would she betray him? Xiaofei said that there was a conflict. Her nephew wrote to her that Zhao Chen fought Zhao Ao, and the latter completely lost to the youngster. And now she wishes trouble for Zhao Chen. Wang Peng decided that he could have some fun now. He said that he would let Xiaofei use demonic power to straighten out Zhao Chen. Xiaofei's eyes lit up like glowing coals and she squealed with joy. Wang Peng ordered her to bring Zhao Chen's head and he would have mercy on her. Xiaofei decided to straighten out Hu Xiao as well. Zhao Chen's mother said that Xiaofei wouldn't dare to touch her master. Zhao Chen appeared out of nowhere. He hit his aunt in the jaw and knocked out her tooth. She collapsed to the ground with a clatter. Zhao Chen arrived just in time. He asked Wang Peng how he dared to touch his family. Zhao Chen's parents were scared for him and told him to run far away from here. Zhao Chen said that he came here to save them. Xiaofei, hearing that Zhao Chen was here, immediately rose to her feet. She said she was lucky he came here on his own, and she's going to avenge her son on him now. Zhao Chen said that Xiaofei betrayed the Hu Xiao family house, and that she generally looks very bad now. Xiaofei became hysterical and yelled that she was about to take Zhao Chen down. She jumped to her feet and tried to pounce on the young man. Zhao Chen stated that her body was filled with demonic energy, and he would help her with it now. Zhao Chen inserted his fingers into her eyes. She cried out in pain. Blood rushed from her eyes. Zhao Chen watched as Xiaofei collapsed, defeated right at his feet. Zhao Chen's parents cringed, but decided that Xiaofei had herself to blame. Just then, Wang Peng woke up and said that he had just seen an entertaining sight. How Hu Xiao's family members deal with each other. Zhao Chen said that Wang Peng needed to go after his relatives, and Zhao Chen would help him do that now. Wang Peng said that he was about to teach Zhao Chen a great lesson. Wang Peng ordered his servants to kill every single one of them. Zhao Chen declared that the blood flowing through Xiantian's veins was much better, and he would prove it now. Zhao Chen released his energy outwards and ordered it to absorb them. Wang Peng's warriors couldn't understand what was happening to them. Their strength was leaving them. Wang Peng realized that Xiaofei hadn't lied. Without demonic power, he would not be able to defeat Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen decided that he was very cool since he could absorb demonic energy. He announced Wang Peng as the next one. Wang Peng said to Zhao Chen not to level him with those weaklings. His demonic energy has long since fused with his body, and Zhao Chen won't be able to take it away. Wang Peng declared for Zhao Chen to bid farewell to his life. Zhao Chen had other plans and used the Nine Suns' tyrannical fist. There was no way Wang Peng had expected such a turn. The tension between them kept rising. Zhao Chen thought that it seemed that even with such strength, it still wasn't easy for him to fight against a crown of heavenly powers. Wang Peng said that he did not expect Zhao Chen to have such great strength at such a young age. In the face of absolute power, however, he would have to bow down. Zhao Chen's father told him that he was the hope of their family. He can't be killed, and so he must leave this place. His mother told him to leave quickly, and they would try to detain Wang Peng. Zhao Chen thanked the parents for their concern. The girl told Zhao Chen that Wang Peng was a very strong cultivator, and the help from the academy would arrive soon. Zhao Chen asked everyone present to trust him. And anyway, Zhao Chen doesn't need backup to defeat Wang Peng. Wang Peng stated that he wanted to watch the guy's attempts to fight him, and unleashed his inner dragon on Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen warned his opponent that he was about to use his strength to move to the third step. The warriors and their inner energies fought deadly duels. Wang Peng said that no matter what secret techniques Zhao Chen used, he would not be able to win. Zhao Chen reported that the third stage of divine vein absorption was open, and delivered a devastating blow to his opponent. Wang Peng was astonished. He couldn't understand how Zhao Chen had managed to do this. He had developed his demonic energy through hard work. Zhao Chen's energy was absorbing Wang Peng's energy. Zhao Chen slapped Wang Peng's nose with a powerful kick. He flew off. Wang Peng noisily landed on his back. He screamed in pain and resentment. The Zhao family warriors rapturously shouted that Zhao Chen had handled this rogue. Zhao Chen is truly a true genius. The girl said that Zhao Chen did not disappoint her. The defeated Wang Peng was lying at the bottom of the hole he himself had made when he fell. Wang Peng lay at the bottom of the pit and couldn't believe that this had happened to him. After all, the demonic energy was one with his body. How could Zhao Chen take it away? Zhao Chen, Wang Peng asked. Are these your last words? Wang Peng said that he would not give Zhao Chen the pleasure of killing him. He decided to kill himself. Wang Peng's demon left his mortal body. Zhao Chen looked at this and didn't understand how one could mess with an unclean force like this. Zhao Chen's parents realized that Wang Peng was sending a message to someone. Zhao Chen said that Wang Peng was whining like a downed dog. But you have to keep a low profile or he will get worried. The girl said Zhao Chen told Zhao Chen that Qingyan had gotten even worse and he needed to hurry up if he wanted to save her. Zhao Chen assumed that her condition had worsened because of Wang Peng. Zhao Chen rushed over to Qingyun, examined her, and decided that her injuries could not be delayed. He was afraid that he might not be able to prepare the pills in time. Zhao Chen's mother asked how she was feeling. Zhao Chen said that he would definitely save her. Only with the dragon's qi can he create a cure in one day. Let's see if the king keeps his word. Zhao Chen thanked the king for favorably lending the qi of the dragon. The king replied that if Zhao Chen hadn't intervened in his time, the kingdom dragon would have gone to the Blood Alliance. The king said, "Young master Zhao Chen, look, this is the spirit dragon of the Tianyuan kingdom. Thanks to the Xiao family's hard work, the dragon finally began to take shape. Over thousands of years, the Xiao family's blood has fused with the qi of the kingdom's dragon. As long as this energy is here, the Xiao family will always be able to protect the Tianyuan kingdom." Zhao Chen said that undoubtedly the dragon spirit is so pure and looks incredible. However, it is tainted and unstable. And if it is as you say, then the Xiao family will soon be in big trouble. The king was very surprised. Where did this information come from? The prince resented the king for bringing Zhao Chen into the royal training hall. The king told the prince not to instruct him, but to listen carefully to Master Zhao. Zhao Chen asked the king about the fact that in the past 6 years, no one but him could pass into the Tianjie realm? And has the king been feeling pain in his body while practicing for the past few years? The king said it's like this. So the dragon spirit of the kingdom has been defiled? The prince couldn't believe his father was falling for this nonsense. Their family passed down the dragon qi from generation to generation. They would have noticed a problem like this. Maybe Zhao Chen wants to grab their qi. The king told him to shut up. If Master Zhao wanted the Xiao family's dragon qi, he wouldn't have returned it to us. The king got angry with his son and said he had no idea how he could become king. The prince took offense at the king. He thought he was protecting an outsider and wanted to take his title away from him. The king got angry and told him to get lost. The prince didn't understand how to behave further with his father. The king apologized to Zhao Chen for his son and asked for help with the Qi Dragon. Zhao Chen said that he would definitely help. Zhao Chen decided to make contact with the Qi Dragon of the Tianyuan Kingdom. Just as he suspected there is blood in this dragon's qi, the king said that if there was blood there, it was the work of a bloody army. Zhao Chen decided to open the divine vessel absorption. Zhao Chen reported to the king that he had dealt with the weaknesses of the dragon's qi, and now the alchemy hall needed to be set up. The Blood Army Alliance has always been a big problem for the kingdom. They are impossible to destroy and will always cause trouble. Will Li Zhao Chen want to help the kingdom with this? Zhao Chen said that the Blood Army, the problem is not only for Tianyuan. The demonic army also had something to do with the alliance. The king suggested that Zhao Chen join forces against the alliance. Zhao Chen said that it might be beneficial. However, we need to find out who the leader of the alliance is, since the Red Army warriors are just cannon fodder. The king said he had a plan. If they want their qi so badly, we'll give it to them. Zhao Chen realized that the king had helped him for a reason. And this time, his plan worked. Huai Hai asks the prince if he is going to team up with the Red Army. The prince said Hai was talking nonsense. He needs warriors and to finish some of his business. Huai Hai told the warriors that they should help the eldest prince. Zhao Chen is standing on the square in the academy near the special furnace. Now he has everything ready and can start making the pill. Zhao Chen knows that Qingyan will be cured soon. Zhao Chen set the furnace on fire and began the process of preparing the medicine. First, he needs to purify all the ingredients for the pill. Zhao Chen summons the dragon's qi to his aid. The dragon turns on Zhao Chen Yu's help mode. The dragon enveloped the furnace and the medicine began to turn into a pill. The king was amazed at what he saw. It turns out the dragon's qi can be used for alchemical purposes. This Zhao Chen is unexpectedly incredible. And then the king and Zhao Chen saw warriors fighting in the air. One warrior shouts, "Who decapitates King Xiao will receive 10,000 gold and start ruling over 10,000 people. Today, the Tianyuan kingdom will be destroyed." The king and Zhao Chen realized that this was a Blood Army alliance. The dragon's qi was here, but he had no idea that someone skilled enough to use it for alchemy would be here. Zhao Chen said that the medicine was almost ready and he would leave this army to the king. The king didn't expect Xiao Zhang to start cooperating with the Blood Army alliance. He wants to destroy the foundation of the Xiao family. Xiao Zhang said that he is no longer the prince of the kingdom and he doesn't care about his family. "I will take the throne by teaming up with someone." The king said he'd deal with him in one blow. The king summoned the Xiao family's dragon for backup. He said the king would not dare touch the prince in his presence. The Xiao family's dragon and the Red Alliance clashed in a fierce battle. The king could not stand the confrontation and flew far back. The king lay spitting blood, and the prince called him a weakling. The king said that with this kind of strength, the alliance would easily reach the dragon Qi. Why do they need his kingdom? He said that the king didn't need to know their goals at all. But if the man said everything, the prince would deal with him now. The prince said that now the king would have nothing to worry about. And from tomorrow, he will be the lord of Tianyuan. And then the unbelievable happened once again. Everyone was very surprised. Zhao Chen pronounced beside the Hongyuan alchemical pill furnace purification, and Zhao Chen ascended into the sky. A red dragon circled the yellow pillory. He shouted that it was a sacred pill. He didn't expect to find it in such a backwater. He already wanted to grab that pill, Zhao Chen said as he began. He was quite tired from using alchemy to prepare the medicine, and Zhao Chen immediately summoned thunder. The villain screamed in terror, and everyone saw Zhao Chen strike him with his staggering lightning. Shou Che said that no one can help Cui Hai anymore. The king was shocked. Zhao Chen is capable of destroying someone in the heaven realm. Everyone was amazed that Zhao Chen could control thunder, and Huai Hai's warriors were frightened by Zhao Chen's anger.
Zhao Chen said that the king was so kind to him, that he solved his problem in his own style.
Zhao Chen pointed his hand at the enemy army and said to let the thunder crush them. The enemy warriors began to scatter and beg for mercy. The prince cringed. He didn't know that Zhao Chen had such techniques in reserve. Zhao Chen asked the prince if he was going to run away. Zhao Chen said he couldn't and moved his foot right into his chest. The prince coughed and fell backwards onto the ground brokenly. Zhao Chen asked the king if he had decided what to do with his son. The king said that from the moment he betrayed him, he was no longer the prince of Tianyuan. The king asked Zhao Chen to resolve the matter. The prince begged Zhao Chen for mercy. He agreed to serve Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen said that one should bow down when asking for mercy, and directed a powerful energy beam at the prince. The prince screamed in terror and fainted. Zhao Chen finally gave the girl a medicinal pill after so much labor. Qingyan lay motionless and did not regain consciousness. Zhao Chen pondered, what could this mean? The mother asked Zhao Chen why Qingyan was not regaining consciousness. Zhao Chen said that there was no need to panic. It was the Hongyuan sacred pill. It was made using the strongest qi of the dragon, and Qingyan's body couldn't absorb that qi. It will be fine. Zhao Chen will find another spiritual reservoir to help her dissolve the pill. Father said, since Zhao Chen had won the competition, he could now enter the royal dragon tank, the dragon reservoir, the #1 sacred reservoir in the Tianyuan kingdom, so he can ask King Xiao for help to bring the girl there. Zhao Chen agreed and said that it was time to act. The girl asked Zhao Chen to go with him. Her Lin Lun pagoda would be able to carry Qingyan for a while. Zhao Chen agreed and told her to look into it. The girl said, pagoda Lin Lun appear. Zhao Chen said that just a little more and they would help Qingyan already definitively. The warriors who had lost to Zhao Chen were crushed. First, he had massacred Ye Woman. Then he had ruined the entire plan of the master wishing to secretly manipulate the Tianyuan realm's dragon qi. And Yan Blood Army Alliance special confidant of the Blood Army Alliance appeared. With him were his confidants, his right hand and left hand. He called the defeated warriors a bunch of scum. The warriors began to reveal that they were now planning a plan for a future attack on the kingdom, and Yan said that they shouldn't think about it. This time, he brought 10 tiger warriors from the Yantian realm with him. Now, anyone willing to fight the bloody army would die. The warriors brought the third prince. He started begging for mercy, claiming that he has no role in this battle. He's completely useless if they want to trade him for dragon qi. And Yan said that's not why they need him. He wants the third prince to take them to the dragon tank. When they get the heritage of the tank, the third prince will be free. Out of fear, he agreed, but said he had never heard of any legacy. And Yan said that the Xiao family is just a bunch of scum. They can't even discover the mystery of the dragon tank. This legacy deserves to be bestowed only to a true young master. And Yan said that the third prince is trying to suck up to him. It must be out of fear. If he can help, he will be made the king's puppet. The third prince cried and agreed. He decided to get this ancient heritage himself. The secret hall of the kingdom, the dragon reservoir. Zhao Chen thought that there was an energy here that he could use. And this energy is similar to the one that the student had. The princess said that she didn't think the king would agree to let us into the tank without question. The princess said that everything was already ready and they should hurry up and get to work on curing Qingyang. Zhao Chen stopped her. He asked, who's here? It turned out to be An Yan and his servants. An Yan said that he didn't think anyone would be able to get in here. The third prince told An Yar that it was Zhao Chen who had ruined all the plans of the bloody army. He must not be missed. An Yan said that he would deal with Zhao Chen today for massacring their warriors. The princess said that all the warriors at the peak of the Xiantian realm, and the one in the middle, is perfect. How should they be? Zhao Chen said that to him. They are a bunch of scum. He can deal with each and every one of them, and he can easily harness the energy of this place. An Yan declared that anyone who offended the alliance should die. He ordered to protect the reservoir and deal with Zhao Chen. An Yan's servants attacked Zhao Chen and used the Dragon Fist and Blood Tiger Palm. A red dragon appeared and began to attack Zhao Chen. The latter didn't even bother. He said that if they had attacked him somewhere else, it might have hurt him. Zhao Chen said that they would all die in this place and attacked his enemies. An Yan's left hands immediately flew off to the sides. The enemy had not expected such an attack from Zhao Chen. An Yan's servants, lying on the floor, urged their master to retreat. Zhao Chen said that the enemies didn't stand a chance if they were going to use such a pathetic strength against him. An Yan was amazed at how this pathetic insect from such a small country was able to kill his brave warriors with a single blow. An Yan assumed that Zhao Chen had already found the legacy of the tank, and used the power of the dragon tank against them. Zhao Chen said that An Yan had gotten it right. If it wasn't for the strength of this place, he would have had to sweat to deal with them. An Yan was very angry that Zhao Chen had snatched the heritage of the reservoir from under his nose. But even though Zhao Chen had borrowed the power of the reservoir, with his secret technique, he would defeat Zhao Chen with a single blow. An Yan said to the spiritual blood beast to appear. An Yan threw a red fireball upwards, and everything around him turned into flames. Zhao Chen was surprised and said that he definitely couldn't be defeated by these toys. Zhao Chen resolutely threw himself into a fight with his assailant. An Yan said in his defense that he was going to restrain Zhao Chen with this technique. An Yan uttered for the dragon tank's heritage to become his, and it turned into a spirit weapon, a spiritual weapon from the dragon tank. He decided that the legacy would pass to him. Zhao Chen stated that it belongs to him, and they began a dispute over the legacy of the dragon tank. Zhao Chen told An Yan to get out of here and thrust his blade into him. An Yan said that it was not fair and not according to the rules. How dare Zhao Chen do such a thing? Zhao Chen said that if the price is the legacy of the reservoir, then he is willing to go head-to-head. Zhao Chen said that An Yan was now useless and gave him a kick in the ass. Zhao Chen said that the legacy of the dragon tank belongs to him. It's his beauty. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up and he said that he was now the heir of the ancient emperor. Zhao Chen looked at Xiao Fan and said that he looked too happy. Why would that be? Zhao Chen asked, why would Xiao Fan be the heir of an ancient emperor? It's a big responsibility. He didn't ask Zhao Chen's permission. Xiao Fan said that Zhao Chen now had no right to even talk to him. The spiritual weapon had already fallen into Xiao Fan's hands, and Zhao Chen might not even try to take it away. Zhao Chen said that he didn't even try to do that. Zhao Chen said that the weapon should return to the hands of its true owner. Xiao Feng became brave and threatened Zhao Chen. He said that he would use his blood to attack with spiritual weapons. Xiao Chen said that Xiao Fan wouldn't be able to use the heavenly halberd. Xiao Fan was surprised by Zhao Chen's words. Why is it that he can't? Zhao Chen urged the spiritual weapon to return to him. Xiao Feng was very offended that Zhao Chen had taken the legacy right out of his hands. A stingy male tear rolled down his cheek. Zhao Chen said that Xiao Fan could ask his former companion all the questions. Xiao Fan shouted that it wasn't fair and he didn't want it that way. He admitted that he was wrong and asked Zhao Chen for forgiveness. Xiao Feng began to offer various bribes. He said he could persuade his father to marry off his sixth sister, and he would enter the royal family. Zhao Chen said he had enough of his delusions and gave him a crushing blow. Xiao Fan fell to the ground with a scream. Zhao Chen's weapon pierced his chest. The princess asked Zhao Chen if he had the legacy of an ancient emperor. The young man confirmed and said, that one should lower Qingyan into the dragon tank and wake her up. When she wakes up, they can leave. Zhao Chen reasoned that spiritual weapon, plus the power of the dragon tank. It felt like the legacy belonged to her. Zhao Chen began to call for Ziyao to appear. Zhao Chen's disciple from a previous life, Ziyao. Zhao Chen realized that this was not a spiritual inheritance. It was the ghostly glow of the soul. Zhao Chen decided that she was currently at the star stage. 3 souls forever, without loss. Zhao Chen urged her to rise at his word. The girl slowly began to regain consciousness. She woke up and spoke the master's name. Zhao Chen was shocked. After 300 years, they had met again. This is divine providence. The girl asked, how did his reincarnation go? Minmin. After your fall, Luo Shi secretly prevented our siblings from looking for him. They never thought they would ever see him again. Zhao Chen asked, she decided to use force on her siblings? Now that you only have this ghostly soul left, does she have her hands free? The girl said that at first no one could think it was her doing, so his search was not kept secret. Then she ambushed him. and finally revealed her true intentions. Too bad they found out too late. They joined forces to break through and escape. Xiao Chen understood. It was all because he was blinded by his love for this evil and cunning woman. Now he must find her and take revenge. The girl said she was sure the master could do it. After all, he is the man she has waited so long for. Xiao Chen stated that her condition is not stable. She could disappear at any moment. She needs to rest. Xiao Chen must stabilize her soul. The girl declared that after his reincarnation, she would never allow the master to use his soul power on her. Xiao Chen asked her to stop. Burning soul technique. Xiao Chen stated that the girl should not use her to increase his strength. The girl asked that the master should not give up on his disciples' good intentions. She stated that after his disappearance, her greatest desire was to find him and follow him again. But right now, she has only the pitiful remnants of her soul, and she can only use them to increase its power. Xiao Chen declared that if her soul was burned, she would disappear. He ordered her to stop. The girl said he couldn't change her mind. She would sacrifice her soul to help him reach the top. And they went on from there. Xiao Chen was very annoyed by his disciple's stubbornness. The girl saw that the master was crying for her. She hadn't seen his tears once since she became his apprentice. Xiao Chen said that if Ziyao had any unfulfilled wishes left, he would do anything for her. The girl said that now her soul would accompany him all the time, and she had nothing more to wish for. Xiao Chen noted to himself that this was so touching. The girl was already unstoppable. She disappeared right in front of Xiao Chen's eyes. At this moment, Xiao Chen's new-life girlfriend approached Xiao Chen and asked how he was doing. Xiao Chen thought that these were matters of his past life, so he would have to make up his mind now. He said he was fine, just a speck in his eye. Xiao Chen reported to the people present that he had commandeered the dragon tank's legacy. This made him a little worried, but he was fine now. The girl hugged Xiao Chen and said that she didn't expect to see him anymore. She assumed that he had suffered a lot to save her. Xiao Chen said that he was just doing his duty, but if she would sleep well now, then he had done the right thing. The princess said that since Qing Yan had come to her senses, they should get out of here as soon as possible. We must not forget that this whole thing with Xiao Fan and the alliance was not over yet. Xiao Chen agreed and began to pack for the road. At the same time, the capital was in turmoil. The warriors of the Bloody Army wanted to seize the capital and capture King Xiao. The royal warriors realized that the lives of civilians depended on them, so they decided not to retreat and to fight. The soldiers of the kingdom took the battle, but they could not withstand the attack, so the civilians had to run away. Everyone was afraid that the Tianyuan kingdom would now come to an end. At this time in the royal palace, the king received a report that the soldiers of the Blood Army had broken through the defenses and were entering the capital. There are several people from Xiantian Kingdom in their ranks, and they are very strong. King Bal is very angry that his army is losing. The king's subjects began to urge him to leave the capital as soon as possible. The king said he can't leave. If he leaves, how will he be able to protect his people while in exile? What will he tell his descendants? The subjects said they would take the fight and the king must leave. The king said he would stay. He must protect his kingdom even at the cost of his life. The king said that this is his kingdom, and he feeds off the support of the Tianyuan kingdom. The enemies rushed in, and their leader declared that no one would help old Xiao today. Even if the Almighty comes down to earth, the villain announced that he would now become the king of Tianyuan. The king recognized him. It was Yang Jitian. King Xiao said that he had never wished him harm. Why did he betray him and collude with the Blood Alliance? The one said that Zhao Chen injured his son, and the king protected him all the time. They will settle all conflicts today. It will be good for everyone. The king said that his son had himself to blame. He had maimed many people, and he didn't want to mend his ways. He got what he deserved after he insulted Zhao Chen. Yang Jitian said it's all useless talk, but he and his bloody army will still enslave this kingdom. The king said that if Jitian wanted to die, the king would grant him that freedom. The king's servants declared that this was the kingdom's dragon chi accumulated over 100 years of hard labor. The dragon chi had increased, and his majesty had already reached the peak of the Xiantian kingdom. Perhaps the king will be able to gain victory. Yan Jitian said, "How dare the king in front of his face brag about the dragon chi?" And the villain immediately went on the attack. The king received an unexpected blow, blood gushing from his mouth. Neither the dragon nor his chi could help. The king's subordinates were dumbfounded. The defense didn't work. Jitian said that he had found a way to deal with the dragon's chi with the power of the alliance. Then he added that even Zhao Chen wouldn't be able to defeat him now. The king was upset. The Tianyuan kingdom had existed for thousands of years. Would it really die today? The king's subjects said that the battle was not yet lost. Now they will fight, and the king will be relieved. The villains must realize that Tianyuan Kingdom is not going to give up so easily. The king agreed with them and decided to fight some more. He announced that he was still king and he wasn't going to surrender alive. Young Jitian ordered his servants to deal with the king and his subjects, and there. Suddenly again, of course. Zhao Chen himself appeared. He immediately got down to business. He began to scatter the useless enemy soldiers. Zhao Chen suggested that Yang Jitian match strength with him first. Zhao Chen was told to leave as there were people in the alliance who were in the Xiantian realm. They would not be defeated. The king warned Zhao Chen that if he signed up for His Highness, he would not have an easy time. The king said he would apprehend the villains but let Zhao Chen leave with his daughter. Yang Jitian announced that no one was going anywhere, and called the Tiger Guards to help. The guards immediately arrived and stood behind Zhao Chen's back. Yang Jitian turned out to be a